This concession shocked everyone, including Long Chen. This was admitting defeat. Not only would they lose their woman, but they would also lose all their faces. Grandfather, Hua Wufeng was extremely unwilling. It's just a woman. If you want to play, you have to be able to accept losing. Furthermore, with your status, what woman couldn't you get? Huo Changsheng turned to Long Chen. This time my Huo family admits defeat, but this game still isn't over. The final winner is something we'll only know in the future. As for you, you're just a chess piece. When you run out of use, I want to see just what you'll do. After saying that, Huo Changsheng didn't give Long Chen any chance to reply. He directly bowed to the tower ancestor and led his people away. Bang! A delicate jade chessboard was viciously thrown to the ground, shattering into pieces. It was like the destruction of this chessboard could relieve some of Hua Wufeng's anger. Grandfather, why did you have me admit defeat? I'm confident in being able to kill Long San, raged Hua Wufeng. You're looking down on Long San too much. He's extremely strong. If you were to fight now, you'd only have a 50% chance of winning. For a woman, you would expose your strength. It's extremely unworthy. Right now, this game of chess has only been half played. The Fang family has managed to obtain a strong peace, and the situation seems favorable to them for now. But that doesn't mean that they have any chance of winning. Furthermore, your bones haven't completely adapted to you. You still need more time. When they're perfectly adapted, won't you be able to exterminate Long San with a wave of your hand? The most important thing for you is to focus on the finals. If you can take first place, HMPH, then the Fang and Chai families will all die without a burial ground, said Hua Qingsheng. Hua Wufeng said, but that Long San is extremely strange. His alchemy arts are too profound to see through. If I killed him today, wouldn't first place be in my pocket? Hua Changsheng shook his head. You're thinking too simply. Even assuming you could defeat him, the tower ancestor wouldn't have let you kill him. Hua Wufeng said, what cultivation base does the tower ancestor have for you to be this deferential to him? Hua Changsheng sighed. Originally, I thought that the person in charge of the Pill Emperor competition would be the tower administrator. I never expected a tower ancestor to personally come. The reason I have to be deferential toward him is both because of his supreme authority as well as the fact that he is an ancestor-level expert. Ancestor level, what realm is that? Asked Hua Wufeng. The ancestor level is just a nickname, referring to the leaders and ancestors of the top sects. Their actual realm is above sea expansion and is called Foundation Forging. Foundation Forging experts are peak existences in the Eastern Wasteland. Such experts only exist within the Supreme sects. But such figures are so powerful that we rarely come into contact with them. Let alone Foundation Forging experts. I've rarely even seen any half-step Foundation Forging experts, said Hua Chengsheng. Grandfather, aren't you at the peak of sea expansion? According to reason, aren't you just one step away from Foundation Forging? That's not entirely correct. The so-called sea expansion realm refers to expanding the Qi Sea. The goal is to push the Qi Sea to the greatest possible size. Someone at sea expansion has more than 100 times the spiritual yuan of someone at the peak of the Xiantian realm. The Xiantian realm is just a stepping stone. Only when you reach sea expansion will your Qi Sea grow to an immense size. It won't just be able to store spiritual yuan, but you'll also be able to summon your Qi Sea manifestation when you fight. Only by reaching sea expansion can you truly control heaven and earth's energy, using magical arts to kill your opponents. It is a dividing line in the cultivation world. Celestials are said to be able to battle across realms. In Meridian Opening, they can dominate the Xiantian realm, but Celestials that reach the Xiantian realm will find it difficult to fight against sea expansion. That's because sea expansion experts can rely on their control of natural energy to resist the suppression of the cry of the heavenly Taos. So although there are some Xiantian Celestials capable of fighting sea expansion experts, that only refers to the early stage. Being able to fight against the mid-stage is not very likely, let alone the late stage. Well, in truth, even knowing these things doesn't have any use to you. You should adjust your mental state and focus on alchemy. Reach your peak state for the finals. Yes, grandfather, I know. I'll take first place, and at that time when the Chai and Fang families are exterminated, I'll personally handle Long San and that slut Hua Biluo. I'll make them live a life worse than death. Hua Wufeng clenched his teeth. But Long Chen couldn't help feeling like something was strange as he watched Hua Changsheng and the others leave. This was a bit off from his expectations. Was the Hua family really just going to accept this loss? Although he didn't really understand it, at least Hua Biluo's matter was settled. Long Chen cupped his fists toward the Tower Ancestor. Tower Ancestor is truly righteous and impartial, all-seeing and insightful, incorruptible, brilliant, and intelligent. Long San thanks you for carrying out justice. Chai Li Huo and Fang Chang couldn't help but admire Long San. Just how had he cultivated his face? He didn't even feel embarrassed about saying such fawning words. Haha, are all the children these days so interesting? You can continue with what you were doing. This old man doesn't have the energy to accompany you. I am in charge of the finals, so try not to mess around too much. I won't be able to keep up. After saying that, the Tower Ancestor directly left. The Tower Administrator hastily followed. Fang Minjuan and Chai Gaiyang hastily bowed. His final words were clearly a warning to them. While the competition was still going on, they should be more careful. Although the Tower Ancestor seemed like a benevolent senior, this kind of person's fury never revealed itself on the face. But if they did anger him, they would be doomed. The Fang and Chai families, people also left now. In the end, Long San was the greatest winner. He had managed to snatch Hua Wufeng's woman. This news traveled throughout the large powers. It was absolutely shocking. Despite how powerful the Hua family was, their bride had been snatched away. It was said that the Hua family was indescribably furious because of this, and they went to the Hua family and cursed them. They threatened them, saying that if they didn't give the Hua family a satisfactory explanation, they should just wait for the consequences. Obviously, the Hua family was releasing their rage on the Hua family. Due to Hua Biluo, the Hua family had lost all their face. Long Chen ignored all of this. When he returned to the Fang family, he directly brought Hua Biluo to his new room. Haha, beauty Hua, we meet again, he laughed. Long Chen had always owed Hua Biluo a debt. Although Hua Biluo had originally chosen to stay neutral in the final battle of the Jialai secret realm due to Hua Wufeng's threat, she had still firmly stood by Long Chen's side when the corrupt path had joined in. Long Chen had been in a desperate situation back then. For her to have helped him at that time was not just because of their cooperation. It involved the trust between them. Long Chen, you really are a demon. Hua Biluo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It was like it was fated that wherever Long Chen went, pandemonium would follow. He always did things out of people's expectations. Why stay bored? It's much more fun for everyone to laugh and celebrate together. Long Chen laughed and had Hua Biluo sit, handing her a cup of tea. Here, taste some of this 5-flavor mythic pine tea. This is something special to the Pill Tower and outsiders can't even buy it. Hua Biluo smiled and received the tea. Lightly sipping it, a burst of fragrance enveloped her. Just a sip of this could completely refresh a person's mind. It seems you have it very good here. Are you planning on changing professions? Hua Biluo smiled. Why would I change professions? Alchemy is just a side hobby. It was the Hua family who attacked me first. All I'm doing is striking back. I'm not doing too bad. In this first round I managed to win such a beautiful wife, teased Long Chen. Hua Biluo reddened and rebuked. If you tease me like this, it'd be strange if Tang Waner didn't beat you into a pancake when she finds out. Heard you underestimate her. Long Chen shook his head. What, she won't beat you? Asked Hua Biluo. I said you underestimated her. I was referring to how you said she'd beat me into a pancake. You just don't understand her. When she beats up people, she never cares about the shape, sighed Long Chen. A helpless expression appeared on his face. It had been a long time since he had bullied that fiery girl. Who knew how much she missed him right now? Hua Biluo covered her mouth and laughed. Ha ha ha, you are really entertaining. No wonder all those peerless beauties are so devoted to you. Long Chen shamelessly said, but of course. Isn't that why I previously said that if you go with me, you'll wake up every morning from laughter? Hua Biluo blushed. She recalled her acting with him. Thinking of her intimate actions, she couldn't help being embarrassed. Seeing that Hua Biluo wasn't used to this kind of teasing, Long Chen changed the subject. What are your plans now? Hua Biluo sighed sadly. What can I do? My family has already abandoned me. They clearly knew what kind of person Hua Wufeng was, but to curry favor, they still gave me away. Her voice might be calm, but her eyes were filled with unwillingness and anger. Recalling those apathetic faces, she was filled with endless hate. Long Chen asked some simple questions about her situation. She was truly in a pitiful state. She had no one to rely on. He hesitated for a moment. In the end, he made his determination. Hua Biluo, if I could let you become a celestial, what would you do? What? Chapter 686, Merging the Ingredients. In the end, Long Chen still decided to make Hua Biluo a celestial. After all, her current situation was because of him. A man should take responsibility. But Long Chen didn't directly give her a heavenly Dao fruit. Instead, he decided that he would refine the heavenly Dao fruit into a medicinal pill first. One reason was because he didn't want her to know about the heaven-defying heavenly Dao fruits he had. He couldn't reveal this to anyone he didn't have absolute trust in. The other reason was that this was beneficial to Hua Biluo. She would be able to refine it even faster. That night, Hua Biluo slept in Long Chen's room. Although she was already a Xiantian expert, she had been tormented mentally for many days. She was exhausted. Having finally had all her burdens relieved, she slept peacefully on Long Chen's bed. On the other hand, Long Chen didn't sleep. He was busy thinking of a follow-up plan. From the top to the bottom, there was no one good in the Huo family. This time, he would pull them out by their roots. His original plan had to be put on pause. From the Tower ancestors' words, it was obvious he wouldn't allow them to do anything during this time. He would have to wait until after the competition, until after the Tower ancestor and the others had left. Fang Minjuan had told Long Chen that although their two families were not as strong as the Huo family, they still had the ability to fight them. The only problem was that the Huo family had too many guests. They were their henchmen, and they possessed terrifying strength. However, if Long Chen could take first place, the situation would reverse. Those people siding with the Huo family would likely change sides to become neutral. Before they knew who the final winner would be, they wouldn't rashly choose a side. Seems like I really must get the first place, but I still don't know what the prize is. I really look forward to it. Long Chen sipped his tea. Only now did he realize the day had already brightened. Seeing Hua Biluo was still peacefully sleeping, he knew just how much she must have suffered these days. He didn't disturb her. Gently opening the door and closing it behind him, he took a breath of fresh air. He went to go find Fang Chang. But he had only just left his room when he saw Fang Chang and Chai Lihuo sitting there, chatting. Fang Chang, do you know? Yesterday I did it 5 times with Zhenjin. Zhenjin practically soared into the heavens, said Chai Lihuo arrogantly. Whenever men mentioned this topic, they always felt so confident. That's nothing. I did it 7 times yesterday and Xuanhuan worships me to death. She said I'm the most amazing man in the world. Fang Chang naturally wouldn't show weakness. Who knew whether or not he was telling the truth, but he was plenty confident. Suddenly seeing Long Chen walk over, Fang Chang called out, "Third master, how many times did you do it last night?" Long Chen knew the two of them were teasing him intentionally. Once. Really just once, how embarrassing. As expected, the two of them immediately laughed. Long Chen sat and sighed. Staring into the distance, he helplessly said, "I know, we only did it once, but when the sky brightened she begged me to take a break." The two of them were silent for a long while before Fang Chang finally patted Long Chen on the shoulder. "Third master, your show-off abilities truly are unrivaled. The two of us need to continue learning." Long Chen said, "Let's stop talking nonsense. There isn't much time until the finals. I'm going into seclusion to practice my alchemy." "You're going into seclusion again. You really are a monster." "I have no choice. Although my spiritual strength is powerful, my foundation isn't even half as good as you two. I'm lacking alchemy experience, so I have a great deal of room for improvement. Even if it's right before the competition, I have to increase my skills. Each little bit is a greater chance that I can defeat Hua Wufeng. I don't have time to waste." Fang Chang and Chai Lihuo felt a deep veneration for him. Refining pills was an extremely boring, extremely bitter process. You had to stay completely focused the entire time and be filled with trepidation as you waited to see if you succeeded or not. Fang Chang and Chai Lihuo had also gone into seclusion for a few days, practicing their alchemy until they wanted to puke. Seeing how devoted Long Chen was to alchemy, they couldn't help but lament. Perhaps if they had Long Chen's work ethic, the two of them wouldn't be that much weaker than Hua Wufeng. "Can you give me a private room, preferably a bigger one? I want to go into seclusion with Hua Biluo. After all, I don't want him to snatch my woman away again. And as for the other reason, when I'm tired from refining, you understand," laughed Long Chen. "Of course we understand. We're men. Long San, this creativity of yours really is good. I think I'll try it next time too. When I get tired of refining, I can also relax." Fang Chang smiled mischievously. Chai Lihuo also nodded, a worshipful expression on his face. "Yes, I definitely have to try that too. If it works, maybe we'll go down in history as innovators. Yes, I'm going to go into seclusion and try it right now." As a result, Long Chen obtained an extremely spacious room for himself. The thing that made Long Chen smile bitterly was that there was a huge, gorgeous bed in the room. "Those two big bros really put in a lot of effort," sighed Long Chen. "What is this bed for?" Hua Biluo couldn't help questioning this luxurious bed. It was her first time seeing a seclusion room with such a bed. Long Chen hastily spouted some nonsense to conceal the matter. He then began to refine pills. The first pill was very simple. It was just drawing out the energy contained within the heavenly Tao fruit and condensing it into a pill. He gave it to Hua Biluo, and she quickly entered a meditative state. Long Chen then took out over 100 precious medicinal ingredients. These were for the Enlightenment Palace pill. He had gathered them all once Hua Wufeng had given him the last one. However, too many things had popped up during this time, and he hadn't had any time to refine. Now he finally had the chance and couldn't help getting excited. With each star of the 9-star Hegemon body art he condensed, his combat strength would undergo heaven-toppling changes. For example, when he had condensed the 3rd star, the divine ring had actually been able to resist the cry of the heavenly Taos. It was unknown what would happen once he condensed the 4th star. Long Chen carefully began to refine the ingredients. A blue flame soared in Long Chen's hand. Its power caused him to be pleasantly surprised. "Hua Long, you got even stronger." A blue flame dragon flew out of Long Chen's hand. It was 3 feet long, looking like a tiny serpent. It coiled around Long Chen's arm intimately. Long Chen saw that Hua Long had become an even denser shade of blue compared to before. Its power had also greatly increased. Most importantly, its control over its own strength had risen a great deal. It wasn't as berserk as before. "Nice, with your help I'll be able to refine several times faster." Long Chen laughed. The stronger Hua Long became, the more beneficial it would be to him. He quickly refined the ingredients into powders. Hua Long was truly amazing now. Each ingredient was refined in just a few breaths' time. Furthermore, it was also much easier for Long Chen to control the flame now. Slowly adding the powders into the pill furnace, Long Chen paid constant attention to the merger. The Enlightenment Palace pill was something that didn't exist in the outside world. The outside world had no pill formula for it, and so there was also no tier for it. Although the ingredients required for it were all 6-tier ingredients, its difficulty was extremely high. Even amongst 6-tier pills, it would be counted as an extremely difficult one. Those that could refine 6-tier pills were known as pill ancestors. They were people on the level of Hu Changsheng, Fang Minjuan, and Chai Gaiyang. They were people who had refined pills for a lifetime. Only then did they earn such an appellation. Because alchemists focused on cultivating their core flame, their cultivation bases didn't advance quickly. So once alchemists reached the Xiantian realm, their cultivation bases would advance slower. Bang! Ah, Long Chen sighed. Looking at the ashes in the pill furnace, he felt helpless. The Enlightenment Palace pill's formula that had appeared in his head did not go into detail. It was different from the previous Feng Fu pill, Alyath pill, and Life Fate pill. Therefore, he had to study how to refine it properly on his own. It seems the pill god memories are actually lacking a great deal. Long Chen felt helpless. He still had no idea why only such a small portion of the pill god memories would be in his mind. Pill god, you can forget the rest of your memories, but don't forget the pill formulas for the 9-star Hegemon body art. Long Chen said his prayers. Without a true Danshan and his spirit root, spirit blood, and spirit bone having been taken, then if he also didn't have the 9-star Hegemon body art, he'd have long since reincarnated. Again, Long Chen clenched his teeth. In any case, he had as many medicinal ingredients as he needed. Bang! Again, a pile of ashes appeared in his pill furnace. Long Chen took out a piece of paper and wrote, "The 7-star grass cannot be directly merged with the mythic reap fruit." This was Long Chen's first time refining such a difficult pill. He had to rely on himself. He knew of the taboos between the ingredients, but once 3 or more were merged, the medicinal properties became muddled. Long Chen tested it over and over, writing down his conclusions. He needed to pile up his experience first before merging the powders. His page was already filled with countless pieces of data from his countless failures, but he knew that each failure brought him one step closer to success. Failure eliminated one faulty process. The more he failed, the closer he got to the right process. When the page's front and back had been completely filled with his data, Long Chen finally sighed. He had found the right method to merge the ingredients. Long Chen had only just sighed when a rumbling noise came from the distant Huabiluo. She's finished, Long Chen was startled. She had actually finished so quickly. Just as Long Chen was awoken from his research, a line of red words appeared on his wall. The finals are about to start. Chapter 687, Let the Finals Begin. In front of the 7-treasure jewel tower, Long Chen was still a bit befuddled. How had time passed so quickly? There had still been several days, but they had passed in an instant. He had only just figured out the correct merger process for the Enlightenment Palace pill, and he hadn't even had a chance to refine it when he was pulled into the finals. It was still the same arena, but the feeling was different. It felt much more expansive, as the 1,000 stages had been mostly taken away. Only 89 remained. There was still a sea of people outside. Because it was the finals, even more people had come. Even martial artists had come to gain experience. "Hey, what are you pushing for? Are you blind?" A white-robed man cursed at a man from the corrupt path. Currently, Pyongyang City was filled with countless experts. They had all come to watch the fun, and there were members from both the righteous and corrupt paths. "Do you want to die?" raged the corrupt man. If it wasn't forbidden to fight here, he would have already killed this idiot. "You're the one who wants to die. Do you want to try touching a hair on my head?" The white-robed man spat on the ground and sneered disdainfully. "You just wait, don't let me see you on the battlefield," raged the corrupt man. He found a different place to watch from. "Aya." Suddenly, a woman's sharp cry rang out in the crowd. Everyone turned to see it had come from a corrupt woman with a drawing of a fiend's head on her chest. But on that sinister fiend image were 2 large handprints. Those handprints were extremely clear. "Bastard, you dare touch me? I'll kill you." The corrupt woman's fury soared, and her sword came out of its sheath. She glared at the man in front of her. That man had a wronged expression. "You can't blame me. There are too many people and it's too crowded. I was pushed in the chaos and I just grabbed whatever I could. Speaking of which, I really have to thank you. If it weren't for your large chest, I really would have fallen. Thank you, truly thank you." That man hastily bowed, but he still had a lecherous expression on his face. Furthermore, his hands were gesturing as if he were reliving that feeling. Your righteous path really is a bunch of idiots. All you know how to do is play your stupid plots. Just wait, one day I'll kill you all," she raged. But she couldn't attack here. She left, rousing a burst of heckling from the righteous path. At the same time, many flirtatious calls rang out. Suddenly, one man was sent flying by a slap in the face. Everyone hastily turned to see a large man cursing at him. "You little fucker, are you blind? Can you not see that I'm a man? What are you touching my butt for?" Long Chen was standing on his stage, looking at the chaotic crowd. He couldn't help shaking his head. The righteous path really only knew how to play these stupid games. All day, all they did was talk, but when it came to fighting the corrupt path, they all turned into weaklings. Long San, first place is mine. The competition hadn't started yet, but everyone had arrived at their positions. Hua Wufeng was talking to Long Chen. Long Chen glanced at him and said, "First place from the bottom. I don't have any interest in that, so you can take it. Speaking of which, that girl Biluo really is not bad. Thank you very much. Do you see her cheering for me over there?" Hua Wufeng followed his gaze and did see Hua Biluo. She was smiling in the crowd. In truth, she wasn't doing anything, but in Hua Wufeng's eyes, she had come to cheer for Long Chen. "That slut, sooner or later, I'll make you all live a life worse than death. When it comes to slutness, can anyone in the world compare to you? You know, yesterday I watched the photographic Jade of Long Chen breaking all your bones in the Geolai secret realm. I really have to admire you. How did you endure all that pain without making a sound? What kind of feeling was that?" asked Long Chen curiously. Hearing this, Hua Wufeng immediately felt a chill in his bones. That pain that Long Chen had given him was forever ingrained in his soul. As for how he hadn't made a sound back then, that was because he hadn't been able to. That level of pain was something that made a person unable to make a sound. "Long San, you're looking to die. You're right here, so why would I be looking for more sheep? Your words don't have any logic." Hua Wufeng took a deep breath. He felt like his lungs were about to burst. When it came to playing the game of tongues, Hua Wufeng could not be compared to Long Chen. From just a few words, he was about to go berserk. "The tower ancestor has arrived." Suddenly, a shout rang out. The crowd split apart as a group of people walked in. The person at the front was the tower ancestor. Behind him was the tower administrator. Other than the two of them, there were also more than 10 elders. Each of those elders had deep wrinkles, their faces almost looking like tree bark. If a mosquito landed on their face, then once they smiled, that mosquito would probably suffocate. Long Chen had heard from Fang Chang that other than the tower ancestor, other proctors from Pill Valley had come for this competition. These proctors were similar to patrolmen. They were old alchemists who had retired, and most likely didn't have much lifespan left. Unable to refine pills anymore, they were sent out to do whatever they wanted until they died. But these old fellows had followed the pill Dao their whole lives. Even if they had grown old, their vision was still sharp. If they had come to proctor the competition, then no one could cheat. The tower ancestor and the others stood at the top stage. The entire crowd had gone silent the instant they had arrived, the atmosphere immediately becoming tense. The tower ancestor looked over the crowd and nodded. The Pill Emperor competition occurs but once a century. Its goal is to select the finest talent for Pill Valley. In all the previous times, the top 10 would all be given the opportunity to continue their studies at Pill Valley. But this year is different. That's because in the past few years, Pill Valley has entered a flourishing period and many geniuses are rising. This time, only the top 5 will have the qualifications to join Pill Valley. As for the prizes for first, second, and third place, they're distributed the same as always. As for what the prizes are, to tell the truth, even I don't know. An exquisite golden case appeared in his hand. He placed it on the table before him and said, "The prizes for the top 3 are right here." He opened the case, revealing 3 spatial rings. One was golden, one was silver, and one was bronze. I can tell you that the treasures inside these 3 spatial rings even caused me to be moved. So everyone, do your best. After the tower ancestor finished speaking, he looked at the tower administrator. The tower administrator pressed a button beside him. "The pill you'll be refining today is this." Long Chen hastily looked down on his platform and saw a line of words appear. Overflowing Sea Expanding Pill. Long Chen's heart shook. It was actually a 6th-tier pill. This was something to be consumed by someone in the Sea Expansion realm. The Sea Expansion realm's goal was to increase the size of the Chi Sea, the bigger the better. But a person's ability was limited. Once you reached the Sea Expansion realm, your Chi Sea would reach a kind of limit, and it would become impossible to further increase its size through your own power. But this overflowing Sea Expanding Pill could use medicinal energy to once more expand the Chi Sea. A Sea Expansion expert could consume 9 of them in their lifetime. These 9 times corresponded to once with every heaven stage. Each time they advanced, they could borrow the medicinal energy to expand their Chi Sea. This is impossible. Some of the competitors were completely dumbfounded. They were only at the Xianshan realm, but they wanted them to refine a 6th-tier pill. That was too much. Normally, only Sea Expansion alchemists could refine 6th-tier pills. Most importantly, refining a 6th-tier pill was extremely difficult and had harsh requirements toward a person's spiritual strength and flame energy. This was something they couldn't possibly achieve. Even the spectators were stunned. To have pill emperors refine 6th-tier pills, were they intentionally making it difficult for them? Long Chen stealthily looked around. Fang Chang and Chai Liyuo both had helpless expressions. The only woman amongst them, Duan Tianqiao, appeared quite calm. That was a bit unexpected to Long Chen. As for Hua Wufeng, he icily looked over the others. When he saw Long San looking at him, he extended a hand, but then seeming to have thought of something, he quickly pulled it back. Ha ha ha! This action of Hua Wufeng's caused laughter amongst the crowd. They recalled how Long San and Hua Wufeng had fought silently before. Obviously, Hua Wufeng had thought of provoking Long San, and then having thought of what had happened last time, he had immediately stopped. As pill emperors, having you refine 6th-tier pills truly is difficult. But don't forget, this is a competition amongst yourselves. We aren't requiring you to refine it to any level. As long as you can condense the pill, you'll have a chance of getting first place, even if you refine a garbage pill, said the tower ancestor. His words caused a wave of relief to spread amongst the competitors. That was very true. The thought going through their minds was, if I can't refine it, the others can't either. If everyone else failed, then perhaps a garbage pill really might take the first place. They all recovered from their despair. The tower ancestor smiled and then took out a large hourglass. He flipped it over, and the sand began to slowly trickle down. You have 72 hours to refine the overflowing Sea Expanding Pill. Let the finals of the Pill Emperor competition begin. Chapter 688 Flame Merging Art. Following the tower ancestor's shout, white-robed experts came out and distributed the medicinal ingredients. It was still the old rules. Each person was given 3 sets of ingredients. In other words, if you failed 3 times, you would immediately be eliminated. Various pill flames lit up. This time, the pill formula was extremely detailed. Even the order with which you should merge the powders had been fully explained. There was no need to grope about on your own. The main thing this pill tested was everyone's spiritual strength and their flame energy. Previously, they had only refined pills that could be finished quickly. To compare, previously they had been cooking stir-fry, but now they were simmering stew. They were competing in terms of endurance. Long Chen was a bit lost in thought. In truth, this overflowing sea-expanding pill was nothing to him. It couldn't even compare to the Enlightenment Palace pill. If he summoned the Earth Flame, Long Chen could refine it with his feet and still beat Hua Wufeng. But the main thing was that Long Chen couldn't reveal the Earth Flame. If he did, then his status would be completely exposed. In all the Eastern Wasteland, the only one of his age who controlled an Earth Flame was Long Chen. It would be too obvious. But if he didn't use the Earth Flame, he wouldn't be able to defeat the first-ranking Beast Flame, the Earth Dragon Golden Blaze. Seeing Hua Wufeng's disdainful expression, Long Chen had an urge to take off his shoe and slap him with it. This test was extremely favorable to Hua Wufeng. His powerful pill flame gave him an immense advantage here, especially when it came to purifying the ingredients. He was already far ahead of everyone else. In the distance, Hua Changsheng was looking at Hua Wufeng confidently. This test had practically been made for Hua Wufeng to win. Although his spiritual strength might be weaker than Long Chen's, so what? As long as you had enough to refine the pill, what was the point of having leftover spiritual strength? On the other hand, Chai Gaiyang and Fang Minjuan's expressions were a bit uneasy, as this wasn't favorable to Long Chen. His strongest point was useless here. Long Chen sighed, "This is forcing me to show off. In truth, I'm a very low-key person. Why must everyone force me?" A flame burst into existence over Long Chen's palm. As soon as that flame appeared, startled cries rang out from the crowd. What flame is that? There's red, white, and also green. 1, 2, 3, there's actually 18 colors. What's going on? People were shocked to see a multicolored flame in Long Chen's hand. Its coloring was extremely complicated. It seems to be a legendary merged flame. He merged various beast flames together to release an unprecedented strength. Are you joking? Each person can only use 1 beast flame. If they tried to use 2, the stronger flame would devour the weaker ones. How could you possibly use this many at once? Retorted someone. Then tell me, what is that flame? Having been criticized, that person was a bit angry. He pointed at Long Chen's flame. The criticizer was immediately at a loss for words. A merged flame was like trying to gather a wolf, insect, tiger, leopard, chicken, duck, cat, and dog together. They would definitely fight and kill each other and couldn't possibly merge. But other than a merged flame, there was no other way to explain the flame in Long Chen's hand. The tower ancestor smiled and nodded. This little one is really interesting. He's actually able to merge flames. On the other hand, the tower administrator shook his head. Merging flames is extremely difficult. It exhausts too much spiritual strength. He won't be able to keep up with it. The tower ancestor said, "You're wrong. This little fellow isn't using any energy to control these flames. With your spiritual strength, perhaps you can't sense it. In truth, there is a terrifying existence in this little fellow's body that is suppressing those flames. That's why they don't dare make a fuss." The tower administrator was startled. Even the first-rank Earth Dragon Golden Blaze was unable to suppress that many beast flames. Could it be? That's why I said the children these days really are interesting. My trip to the Eastern Wasteland wasn't wasted. Perhaps I'll be able to bring back a true treasure for those old monsters, laughed the tower ancestor. The tower administrator's heart jumped. He naturally knew who those old monsters he mentioned were. Those were figures whose very names could shake the continent. Thinking of that, he sighed. Long San's future accomplishments would perhaps rise to the point that he could only look up to them. But then thinking of Long San's character, he bitterly smiled. If he went a Pill Valley, then the calm they had enjoyed for countless years would be immediately broken. The merged flame Long Chen had summoned shocked everyone. Despite being so far away, they could still sense a terrifying heat from that flame. The power of his merged flame seems to be on the same level as Hua Wufeng's Earth Dragon Golden Blaze, exclaimed people. Although there was no way to make a detailed comparison, the powerful fluctuations from both flames were similar. Hua Wufeng couldn't help being startled, but then a cold smile crept onto his face. If you gathered 100 sheep, they might have the same strength as a tiger, but in truth, what was the point? Long Chen ignored the exclamations and suspicions. With the suppression of an earth flame, these beast flames had to listen to him. He had achieved his goal. What was the point of 100 sheep? With Long Chen's spiritual strength controlling them, even if the merger couldn't defeat Hua Wufeng's flame, the difference was no longer so great. As long as the difference wasn't drastic, Long Chen wouldn't feel any pressure. He began to refine the ingredients into powders. Compared to the earth flame, this is truly trash. Long Chen was speechless. If he could use the earth flame's energy to refine this level of medicinal ingredients, it wouldn't take more than a few breaths' time. But now, to refine one ingredient into powder required an incense stick's worth of time. It was no wonder they had given them 3 days. If they had only given them a day, then everyone could just directly give up. That wouldn't even be enough time to refine the ingredients into powders. Long Chen actually had it better than the others. The others required at least twice the amount of time per ingredient. Furthermore, because their pill flames weren't strong enough, more of the medicinal ingredient's essence was lost during the refining process. The majority of the people here had no hopes of refining a high-grade pill or even a middle-grade pill. As long as they managed to condense the pill, it would be amazing. Even if it was just a trash pill, it would be great. They could already tell that the top 2 spots would definitely be Long Chen's and Hua Wufeng's. As for who would be first, that had nothing to do with them. All they hoped to do was refine the pill. The overflowing sea-expanding pill was too difficult for them to refine. Many of them already felt that their souls had begun to reach their limits. For them, refining this pill would rely on luck. After 12 hours, the sky had darkened. Some people were already unable to continue. This was too exhausting on their spiritual strength, and they had to recover their soul energy. In this competition, it was permitted to consume medicinal pills to re-energize the soul. The only goal was to see a person's potential. There were over 10 people who were completely pale now, and they had to take a break, consuming soul-nourishing pills. By the 20th hour, the majority of them had to take a break. Only people on the level of Fang Chang and Chai Lihuo were still enduring. When the sun once more rose from the east, when the 24th hour passed, Chai Lihuo and Fang Chang were also no longer able to continue. They had to rest their souls. Currently, the only ones still continuing were Long Chen, Hua Wufeng, and Duan Tianqiao. But Long Chen and Hua Wufeng clearly had plenty of energy to spare, while Duan Tianqiao was a bit pale. Refining these ingredients was extremely taxing, both spiritually and mentally. On the 36th hour, Duan Tianqiao was unwilling, but she was forced to stop for a break. As for the others, they had already recovered and continued refining the ingredients. After refining the last ingredient, Long Chen couldn't help but sigh. This had been too tiring. The most irritating thing to him was that if he could use his earth flame, he could have finished in just 2 hours. But he had been forced to act like a show-off with his useless merged flame. He was jittery and completely vexed inside, but in order to show off, he had to have a faint smile on his face, acting completely natural. Sometimes Long Chen wondered if he was a masochist. The old saying was very true: if you wanted to show off in front of others, you had to work hard when they weren't looking. Long Chen sighed. Why bother? Long Chen had only just finished when Hua Wufeng also completed his refinement. He looked over at Long Chen. Seeing that he had finished before him, he let out a cold snort. He sat and consumed a soul-nourishing pill to recover. Although he still had almost half of his spiritual strength, the true refinement was about to start. He had to keep himself in his peak state, as he couldn't allow the slightest error. Due to the initial refining step requiring so much time, only half of the 72 hours remained. At that time, the competitors would only have one shot at refining a furnace of pills. If that failed, then they wouldn't have time for another one. The 3 sets of ingredients only offered them the chance to fail this initial refinement. They only had one chance at the later stage. The only reason why Hua Wufeng had gone all out to refine these ingredients was because he had been hoping to beat Long Chen in terms of speed. Unfortunately, Long Chen didn't even give him that chance. He could only calm himself down and prepare himself for the final stretch. Seeing that, Long Chen sneered disdainfully inside. If he had wanted to, he could continue until next month with this refinement. This level of exhaustion was nothing to Long Chen's spiritual strength. If he adjusted himself and decided to refine while also focusing on recovering, then let alone next month. He could continue until the next Pill Emperor competition. Long Chen took out a reclining chair, as well as a parasol to block the sun. He laid down, crossed his legs, and began to fake sleep. The spectators' jaws dropped. Wasn't this showing off a bit too much? He wasn't going to consume any medicine, and he wasn't going to sit in meditation. Instead, he was sleeping. The tower administrator's expression sank. Long San was too arrogant. He was about to say something when the tower ancestor shook his head. Young people need to be lively. Furthermore, he hasn't broken any rules. Let him do as he pleases. Chapter 689. First place is mine. When the sun once more rose, Long Chen opened his eyes. He stood up and stretched. Originally, he had just been acting, but as a result, he really had fallen asleep. He had even drooled a bit. Seeing the tower ancestor smiling in amusement, no matter how thick Long Chen's skin was, he couldn't help being embarrassed. He hastily bowed toward him to express his apologies. Putting away the chair and parasol, Long Chen saw that there were only 18 people remaining. Many people had washed out while he had been asleep. That was due to the order in which they had refined their ingredients. They had left the 3 hardest ingredients for last. Most of them had probably failed there. There was no way around it. They naturally left the hardest ingredients for last, as then you would be deeper in your mental refining state. That would increase the odds of successfully refining it. If everyone had started with those 3 ingredients, then perhaps in just 6 hours, most of them would have already failed. At this time, Long Chen saw that everyone was solemnly feeding their medicinal powders into the pill furnaces. They had all realized that this was their only chance of succeeding. After finishing the refinement of the final ingredient, they had all rested for the final part of the refinement. Long Chen also saw Hua Wufeng had already long since been waiting for him. It seemed he truly wanted to compete with him until the end. He couldn't help laughing inside. Did Hua Wufeng want to compete with him in terms of alchemy? Now Long Chen truly had an urge to take off his shoes and refine with his feet. But that would be a bit too much. It was also an insult to alchemy, and the tower ancestor might directly kick him out. Long Chen's flame burst into existence once more. He began to warm up the furnace. As expected, Hua Wufeng immediately got to work once he saw Long Chen start. If he wanted to compete, then he could compete away. Long Chen was too lazy to bother with him. He focused his attention on his flame. After all, this was not his earth flame and he wasn't used to it. He had to be careful. If he failed because of carelessness, then this act of his would end with him acting like an idiot. He certainly didn't want to do such a thing. This was Long Chen's first time refining the overflowing sea expanding pill. Although the pill god memories did contain this pill, it was best to be careful with his first refinement. Furthermore, getting first place wasn't just for himself. It was to accomplish his promise, to repay Fang Chang and Chai Lihuo. Taking first place was extremely important. If he did, the Huo family's prestige would drop a great deal, while the Fang and Chai family's prestige would rise. Then, the one in the predicament would be the Huo family. Although Long Chen was confident, he was still sensible. He continued refining normally. The old fellows present all had sharp eyes, thus he couldn't expose his true strength. Why are Hua Wufeng's actions so practiced? Long Chen's divine sense was stealthily probing Hua Wufeng. He saw that Hua Wufeng's refinement seemed very practiced. He controlled the flame extremely naturally. The fuck, this is cheating. That bastard has definitely already refined the overflowing sea expanding pill and not just once. Long Chen cursed inside. The Hua family had definitely cheated. They had to have known what the test this time would be, and they had drilled Hua Wufeng in it. It was no wonder he had been so confident. It wasn't just Long Chen who saw this. Even the distant Fang Minjuan and Chai Gaiyang noticed, and their expressions became ugly. As for Hua Changsheng, he just calmly watched. He pretended not to see their furious glares. Sitting at the top platform, the tower ancestor was simply watching. The tower administrator quietly whispered, "Isn't this unfair?" "Does this world contain anything that's fair?" asked the tower ancestor. Let me tell you the answer. There was never anything fair in this world. Asking for fairness is the whining of the weak. In the world of the strong, asking for fairness is just a joke. No one listens to the crying of the weak, while the strong never care about fairness. The big fish eats the small fish, while the small fish eats the shrimp. Who will care about the shrimp's cries? The cultivation world is one where the strong feast on the weak. If you're just prey, then don't cry about unfairness. Instead, think of how you can increase your own strength so you can prey on others. When the weak become the strong, they also prey on others, and they will also ignore other people's cries for fairness. But in my eyes, fair and unfair are a cycle, one in constant motion and balance. The circle falls and rises, coming back to the start. So don't bother about these things, as these are the heavenly Taos, said the tower ancestor. Hearing this, the tower administrator's heart shook. He hastily bowed. Many thanks for your teachings. What teachings? Let's just calmly watch the game. I also want to know how long San plans on playing, laughed the tower ancestor. 6 hours went by in the blink of an eye. The entire crowd was silent. The only sound was the sizzling of pill flames. Finally, a loud bang drew everyone's attention. Heavens, Xuanhuan is the first to seal his furnace. Sealing the furnace represented an important part of the refinement. Normally, it represented that the refinement was 90% finished and was merely lacking the final step. Chen also sealed his furnace, but he was extremely irritated inside. That idiot was cheating. Despite being idiots, the Huo family was actually quite skillful. Their connections were so strong that they had secretly learned the test for the finals. Startled cries rang out once Chen sealed his furnace. The two of them were refining at almost the same speed. Xuanhuan circulated his earth dragon golden blaze to its full strength. Golden flames enveloped his pill furnace, causing space to twist. It was truly worthy of being the existence ranked first on the beast flame rankings. The overflowing sea expanding pill's final step required an extremely powerful flame. The stronger the flame, the higher the final quality. This part was extremely important. Chen also pushed his merged flame to its peak. Multicolored flames danced over his pill furnace. At the same time, a powerful pressure descended. Heavens, San has gone insane. He's already feeding his spiritual strength to his flame. Refining the overflowing sea expanding pill was a battle of attrition. It was extremely exhausting to a person's spiritual strength. Most people would conserve their spiritual strength until the end. That moment was the most taxing to a person's soul energy. To begin feeding extra spiritual strength to his flame right at the beginning, was he not afraid of running out of soul energy in the middle? Even if his spiritual strength was extremely powerful, it couldn't possibly have reached that level, right? San has no other choice. His merged flame is actually weaker than the Earth Dragon Golden Blaze, and the power of the flame is extremely crucial to the overflowing sea expanding pill. If San wants to defeat Xuanhuan, he has to go all out. But this action of his is still completely crazy, sighed one highly experienced senior alchemist. An ordinary pill emperor wouldn't even be able to endure an hour at the rate San was using his spiritual strength. But this final part of the refinement would require at least 12 hours. Did he really think he could keep up with this exhaustion for 12 hours? Furthermore, at the final moment, the temperature of the flame had to constantly change in order to seal the medicinal energy inside the pills. That was the truly exhausting part. According to people's understanding of San, although he liked to show off, his true strength was something to admire. According to reason, he wouldn't show off to the point of being an idiot, but his current action was completely incomprehensible. At this time, the others also sealed their furnaces. However, 2 of them had to leave dejectedly. Due to their nervousness, they had failed during the process of sealing their furnaces. Time passed. Even the spectators were extremely tense. The winner of the Centennial Pill Emperor competition would soon be decided. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. One alchemist suddenly collapsed from his stage. He had exhausted all his soul energy and fallen unconscious. Thump! Another alchemist collapsed. They were all people with strong perseverance. They had endured all the way until they had truly run out of strength and fainted. People couldn't help but sigh. These alchemists were all amazing pill emperors, but here, they were still eliminated despite bitterly persevering until the end. The sky once more darkened and then slowly brightened. There were still 2 hours until the time was up. Bang! Suddenly, someone finished their refinement and opened their furnace. Everyone hastily looked, but then they couldn't help sighing. There was no pill inside the furnace. There was only a pile of dregs. Obviously, in the end, that person hadn't had enough soul energy and had been unable to condense the pill. Bang! Another furnace opened. This furnace belonged to Fang Chang. As a result, startled cries rang out. Within a pile of pill dregs, there was actually a medicinal pill. Although there was no pill halo and the medicinal fragrance was extremely light, it could still barely count as a low-grade pill. That was actually not bad. At the very least, he had condensed the pill. Following Fang Chang, others also began to open their furnaces. As a result, many of them had only created pill dregs, but some succeeded. Chai Lihuo had actually refined a middle-grade pill. He was indescribably excited. But that excitement quickly faded. 3 others had also refined middle-grade pills. They would have to use special tools to measure the medicinal energy in the pills to determine which one of them was better. Heavens, it's a high-grade pill. Duan Tianqiao's furnace caused shocked cries. She had actually refined a ringed high-grade pill. Yes, she couldn't help but let out a cheer. But as soon as she did, her expression immediately changed. She had broken the rules of the competition. It's fine. The competition has already reached its end. You can speak, as long as you don't intentionally try to affect other people's refining, said the tower ancestor with an amicable smile. Duan Tianqiao was incomparably grateful that he didn't punish her. Ha ha ha, we can speak. Then good Long San, I've already said that the first place is mine, laughed Hua Wufeng. Chapter 690 Blood Soul, Upgrade Art. Did you not take your medicine, or did you take too much? Or do you just like to spout nonsense? I really want to know just where your confidence comes from, said Long Chen indifferently. His divine sense had been constantly paying attention to Hua Wufeng. Although his pill flame blocked Long Chen's divine sense so that he couldn't see the situation inside the furnace, Long Chen could tell from the fluctuations that at best, the final pill would only have 3 rings. That would be the absolute limit. Long Chen turned his nose up in disdain toward a 3-ring pill. Although he hadn't reached the final step, he was confident his pill would have at least 5 rings, and perhaps even 6. So Hua Wufeng's crazy laughter made him extremely curious. Long San, I admit that my spiritual strength is weaker than yours. In terms of alchemy skill, you also might be a level higher than me. Even in terms of pill flame, you can rely on your spiritual strength to just barely stand on the same level as me. In that kind of situation, it really might be difficult for us to say who would win. But you're looking down on me too much. I will show you all a divine alchemy art that you've never seen before. 9 Revolution Blood Soul Upgrade Art. Following Hua Wufeng's shout, people were startled to see his eyes turn scarlet. His forehead split open, and blood slowly trickled out. That line of blood seemed to possess its own life. It crawled down according to a set pattern, creating a strange mark. What? He's actually willing to do this. Long Chen was startled. He hadn't expected Hua Wufeng to use this move. This 9 Revolution Blood Soul Upgrade art was something that came at a steep price. It was something that exhausted a person's lifespan and essence blood in order to forcibly increase the quality of a pill. This was something not transmitted in the outside world. The main reason was that this technique was not advocated by alchemists. Using this technique posed a great deal of harm to a person's soul, and that damage was permanent. There was no way to heal it. How vicious! Fang Minjuan and Chai Gaiyang's hearts pounded. Looking at Hua Chengsheng, they sighed emotionally. This kind of secret art was something they didn't know how to use, but it was something they had heard of. They hadn't expected the Hua family to be so vicious. This was basically forfeiting Hua Wufeng's life. Hua Wufeng, once you use the 9 Revolution Blood Soul Upgrade art, you'll also be crippled. Your spiritual strength will never advance again, and you'll never be able to reach the sea expansion realm, said Long Chen. Ha ha ha, Long San, you're just a mountain bumpkin. I'll not only take the first place, but I also won't take any damage, sneered Hua Wufeng. As the blood mark on his forehead brightened, people could sense a strange energy surging within his furnace. His pill furnace was trembling incessantly. Long Chen's expression finally changed, because he sensed a pill in Hua Wufeng's furnace rapidly absorbing energy. He had truly underestimated Hua Wufeng. He had never expected him to have this move, and he also sensed that when he used the Blood Soul Upgrade art, the spiritual strength he was using was not his own. It was an extremely odd feeling. Could it be? Boom! The golden flame scattered, revealing Hua Wufeng's arrogant smile. He opened the furnace, displaying a medicinal pill shining with light. Even in the daylight, it was still so dazzling. Heavens, a 9-ring pill! Startled cries rang out. It was actually the peak of high-grade pills. But Long Chen wasn't looking at the pill. Instead, he was looking at Hua Wufeng. He suddenly said, "It's no wonder you dare to use this move. The blood was yours, but the soul energy was someone else's. How vicious." Long Chen's words startled everyone. If his words were true, then wouldn't that mean Hua Wufeng's body contained 2 souls, and one of them had been the sacrifice? Long San, it doesn't matter what you say. I didn't break any rules. Now you should believe that the first place is mine, right? Ha 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 ha, laughed Hua Wufeng. Chai Li Huo and Fang Chang couldn't help but sigh. They already had no further hopes for Long Chen to win. Originally, it would have been difficult to say which one of them would win, but now the ending was set in stone. Tower Ancestor, what exactly are we using to determine the rankings? Asked Long Chen. The medicinal pills effect, answered the Tower Ancestor. Long Chen suddenly smiled. Many thanks, Tower Ancestor, then I still have a chance. A chance? Keep dreaming. You've already begun to condense the pill and its effect is essentially set. What can you possibly bring out to defeat me? Sneered Hua Wufeng. He didn't believe Long Chen would use the same move as him. Even if he knew how to use it, he wouldn't dare to mutilate himself like that. If he did, then even if he took first place, Pill Valley wouldn't take in someone who would never advance again. Suddenly, cracking sounds came from Long Chen's furnace. Those sounds were very light, but in the silent arena, everyone heard it clearly. What? He destroyed the pills that had just been about to form. Everyone was shocked. What was Long San doing? Had he completely given up and no longer even wanted second place? The tower administrator's pupils shrunk. Is he actually? The tower ancestor nodded in praise. It really is nice to be young. You dare to do anything you want without being so overcautious about the consequences. Boom! Space trembled intensely, and the ground also shivered. A huge whirlpool dozens of miles wide formed in the sky, completely covering the arena. How is this possible? Looking at that huge whirlpool, everyone's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. How could someone possess such terrifying soul energy here? Even the always calm tower ancestor was finally moved. That huge whirlpool was something condensed from Long Chen's soul energy. Its scope was truly too shocking. An ordinary pill emperor would at most be able to condense some fluctuations that stretched out a few meters. Even Hua Wufeng, once he had used the 9-revolution blood soul upgrade art, had only had fluctuations that had spread 300 meters, but Long Chen's spiritual strength was covering a range of dozens of miles. Boom! Suddenly, a huge pillar of flame soared out from Long Chen. The flame pillar was 30 meters thick and soared straight into the clouds. A terrifying pressure spread. The competitors around him were unable to bear the heat and had to retreat. It was fortunate that they had sent their completed pills up to the judges already. This was to prevent cheating. Otherwise, it really would be easy to cheat in this chaotic scene. Heavens, is he really human? People's jaws could not drop any lower. This scene was too shocking. Only the tower ancestor didn't reveal any expression at the immense flame pillar. Instead, his originally turbid eyes began to glow, looking as if they could see through space. As expected, he smiled and then his eyes returned to their normal state. Long Chen had summoned this flame pillar only to mask his true actions. Because Hua Wufeng had sacrificed a soul in order to use the 9-revolution blood soul upgrade art, his calculations had gone astray. Now, if he wanted to defeat Hua Wufeng, he had to rely on the earth flame. But he couldn't expose the earth flame, so he had to hide it within this pillar of flames. Long Chen had crushed the pills that had just been about to form, turning them to powder. Then he began a crazy refinement with the earth flame. Time is almost up. Boom! Heaven and earth trembled. The flame pillar scattered, revealing Long Chen. At this moment he was clearly a bit exhausted. One hand was pressed tightly onto his pill furnace. Was it a failure? Everyone saw that Long Chen's furnace was covered in spiderweb cracks. It was clear that his furnace had been just a bit away from exploding. During the final moments of refinement, the furnace had to be tightly sealed. Otherwise, if the energy inside leaked, the pills inside would essentially become trash. Time is up. When the final grain of sand fell, the person in charge of the time shouted. Ha ha ha, Long San, you made such a ruckus, but in the end wasn't it just a monkey show? Laughed Hua Wufeng. Crack! Long Chen's furnace suddenly began to fall apart. Piece by piece, it fell to the ground. Ha ha ha, Long San, first place is what? Hua Wufeng's smile suddenly stopped as if his throat was being clutched. He was filled with shock. Long Chen's shattering pill furnace revealed a certain thing. That was a pill with no rings, only a faint halo. According to pill grades, it could only count as a regular high-grade pill. However, this pill caused everyone but the tower ancestor to be shocked. Fang Chang and Chai Lihuo were filled with crazy delight. Giant pill. The pill halo was very simple, but the pill itself was the size of a baby's fist. This was an extremely rare giant pill. Giant pills were something alchemists might never refine even in their entire lives. Refining a giant pill was dozens of times more exhausting on the soul than ordinary pills, and the chances of failure were over 100 times greater. That was why giant pills were things many people had heard of, but most people had never seen. Giant pills had condensed all the essence of 9 pills into one. But the giant pill's energy would be over 10 times greater than the original 9 pills combined. As for the giant pill in Long Chen's hand, it had even reached the high grade. Its medicinal effect would be equivalent to at least 2 9-ring pills. "Bastard, this is impossible. Long San, you definitely cheated," roared Hua Wufeng. His expression was twisted with fury as he charged straight at Long Chen. Chapter 690, First Place. Seeing Hua Wufeng rushing over, Long Chen immediately rolled up his sleeve and sent out a vicious slap. But what Long Chen didn't expect was that his slap would miss. Before Hua Wufeng could get close, he was sent flying back by a powerful force. "It is forbidden to fight within the arena," shouted the tower ancestor, his expression dark. Only now did Hua Wufeng wake up from his fury. With a terrified expression, he hastily bowed. "Tower ancestor, please punish me." Disciple was impetuous. Only now did Hua Wufeng become aware again that this was the Pill Emperor competition. The tower ancestor represented Pill Valley. This was not somewhere where his Hua family could control everything. "Because it's your first offense, I will spare you this once. Bring up everyone's pills." The tower ancestor's last sentence was toward those experts in charge of maintaining order. Someone immediately came up and carefully took out Long Chen's pill. "What, they're not even punishing him? At the very least, they should let me slap him 100 times. Long Chen was a bit displeased. Just now had Hua Wufeng maliciously attacked him. This tower ancestor was truly too nice, but there was nothing Long Chen could do about that. He could only walk over to stand with Fang Chang and the others. "Long San, nice job, you really won us face." Chai Lihuo gave him a thumbs up. Although they were the future leaders of their families, it was their first time personally seeing a giant pill being refined in front of them. There was no way around that. Perhaps in this world, only Long Chen possessed the qualifications to refine a giant pill. Even if 100 people gathered up their spiritual strength, they wouldn't be able to refine a giant pill. At this time, all the completed pills were being passed along to the old alchemy elders. One reason was for them to determine the pill's quality, while the other reason was to see if anyone had cheated. But if anyone dared to cheat here, then they really had to have been looking to die. There was no one who dared to act like that. These old fellows had refined more pills than they had ever even seen. "The results are in. I'll now announce the top 5. 5th place is Zhao Guanghui," announced the tower ancestor as he read off a piece of paper. One man immediately became so excited that he cried tears of joy. By getting in the top 5, he had earned the right to join Pill Valley, becoming a formal Pill Valley disciple. That was something that brought honor to his ancestors. That person was part of the Hua family's camp. He had been pulled in by Hua Wufeng. That made Fang Chang and the others a bit irritated. 4th place, Qi Dejiang. This was another person from the Hua family's side. That made Fang Chang and Chai Lihuo's hearts sink. They looked at each other helplessly. Now only the top 3 remained. The results were obvious. They definitely hadn't made it. 3rd place, Duan Tianqiao. Duan Tianqiao cried tears of excitement. Now, 3 of the top 5 had come from the Hua family's side. 2nd place is... Everyone's hearts tightened, especially the people from the Hua, Fang, and Chai families. They all stopped breathing. This was something that related to the future of their families. Hua Wufeng. These words came out of the tower ancestor's mouth. Hua Wufeng collapsed, sitting on the ground. He was filled with unwillingness and hatred. 1st place. Fang Chang and Chai Lihuo began to throttle Long Chen's neck, feeling so excited that they might explode. They didn't know just what to do to release their emotions. 1st place is Long San. Although there had been no suspense, hearing these words caused a heaven-shaking roar from the Fang and Chai family's experts. Everyone but the top 5 can leave now. Following the tower administrator's orders, the curtain closed on the Pill Emperor competition. Long Chen and the others were brought into the 7 treasure jewel tower. The tower ancestor looked at them. "Here are the rewards." The tower administrator personally handed each of them a Pill Valley badge. Long Chen saw that his name was carved onto it, Long San. The badge felt extremely heavy in his hand, and there was also a powerful aura that came from it. This was most likely something that could not be imitated. Long Chen, Hua Wufeng, and Duan Tianqia were also given a spatial ring. Long Chen didn't even look at it before putting it away. As for Duan Tianqia, when she examined what was inside, her whole body trembled. She had an expression of disbelief. Hua Wufeng also looked inside his spatial ring and became filled with delight. But then he became filled with endless fury. He had obviously thought of what kind of treasures had to be in Long San's ring. Long San, you don't want to know what your reward is, the tower ancestor smiled. This little one comes from a small mountain village. It would be a shame if I was so shocked upon seeing it that I peed myself. That would be too embarrassing. I'll wait until no one is watching to look inside, laughed Long Chen. Duan Tianqiao looked at Long San curiously. She really was unable to understand this fellow. He was actually able to resist such a strong enticement. She was definitely unable to do the same. Haha, that's fine. I was looking forward to your expression of shock, but it seems there won't be a chance now. Getting to business, since you've all obtained a Pill Valley Disciple badge, you can all join Pill Valley. I will be returning to the Pill Valley later today, so you have to choose whether you want to come with me or wait and think of another way of getting there on your own, said the tower ancestor. Disciple wishes to leave immediately. Duan Tianqiao was the first to speak. This caused Hua Wufeng's expression to become slightly ugly. Having obtained the third place, Duan Tianqiao was actually planning on cutting ties with his Hua family. I also wish to leave with Tower Ancestor. The other two hastily followed Duan Tianqiao's lead. What about you, Long San? Asked the Tower Ancestor. Me? I still have some things to handle. You also know I only just snatched cough. I only just married my wife. As newlyweds, I want to stay for 1 or 2 months so we can get to know each other better. Is it all right for me to leave later? Asked Long Chen. Yes, you have Pill Valley's badge. You can use it anytime within the next 10 years. But let me warn you, Pill Valley is located in the Central Plains, and it is very far. You'll have to go through dozens of transportation formations, and you'll also need to pass through the chaotic sea. It's extremely dangerous. It'll be much more convenient for you to leave with me, said the Tower Ancestor. Disciple understands, but Disciple still has to do a few things before leaving. Please forgive me, apologized Long Chen. In truth, he really was enticed. If he went to Pill Valley, wouldn't he be able to get any medicinal ingredients he wanted? But what about the Dragonblood Legion? What about Tang Wan'er and Meng Qi? He couldn't just think about himself. All right, then what about you, Hua Wufeng? Asked the Tower Ancestor. Seeing that Long Chen wasn't immediately leaving, Hua Wufeng's eyes brightened and he hastily said, Disciple also has some secular matters to handle first. Please forgive me. The Tower Ancestor smiled slightly, but that smile contained a profound meaning. All right, up to you. You can leave now. Remember, you have to get to Pill Valley within 10 years or your badges will become invalid. Long Chen and Hua Wufeng left the 7 Treasure Jewel Tower together. Hua Wufeng suddenly sneered, Long San, just wait. Idiot, who has time to wait for you? Long Chen was too lazy to bother with him. He saw Fang Chang, Chai Lihuo, as well as Hua Biluo waiting for him. Tossing out a final insult, he rushed over there. Haha, Long San, congratulations on getting first place. Chai Lihuo was the first to extend his arms and go toward Long Chen, wanting to give him a fierce hug. Long Chen also laughed and spread his arms, but he dodged Chai Lihuo and actually hugged the laughing Hua Biluo. Hua Biluo immediately blushed. Fuck Long San, you little brat, raged Chai Lihuo. The 4 of them laughed and returned to the Fang Manor. They had only just entered when Long Chen was called over to Fang Minjuan. Well done, Long Chen. Within a private room, Chai Gaiyang praised Long Chen. Long Chen's display had truly been too shocking today. Are there any movements from the Huo family? Asked Long Chen. Hee, what movements could they make? As soon as they announced that you took first place, over half of the Huo family's guests immediately left. The era of their Huo family being #1 has passed, and it will never return. Some people have already seen some clues and begun to drift apart from the Huo family, taking the attitude of spectators. In just this short time, the Huo family has become much lonelier. There are even some small powers that have already joined sides with my Fang family. Those opportunists are useless, but even some of the loyal dogs of the Huo family have begun to sway. That's the real prize. Fang Minjuan smiled. Do you think the Huo family will be driven to a desperate action? Asked Long Chen. Most definitely. Their Huo family won't just wait for their death, but now they won't have much manpower for anything. Don't worry, our two families aren't weak, or how could we have defended against the Huo family? It's just that we don't easily reveal our fangs, consoled Chai Gaiyang. Then I'm relieved. I'm going to rest and drink with the other two junior masters, Long Chen smiled. Haha go, you should celebrate, Fang Minjuan smiled. But when Long Chen left, his smile disappeared. Are we really going to do this? Chai Gaiyang said, of course. The Huo family's destruction is set in stone now. Furthermore, we'll pull them up by their roots. I was talking about, Fang Minjuan felt a bit distressed. Don't worry. As long as we keep the information airtight, who will know? Those who want to accomplish big things can't be so overcautious, said Chai Gaiyang. After a long moment, Fang Minjuan finally sighed. Fine. Since you're so in favor of this, I'll listen to you. It's time to be ruthless. Chapter 692, Surprise Attack. Boom. Within a private room, despite doing his absolute best, Long Chen was still unable to control the terrifying energy soaring out of him. The walls of the room were now covered in cracks. With just a bit more power, the entire room would collapse. All I did was condense the embryonic state, and I only used an ordinary middle-grade palace enlightenment pill, but it already caused such a ruckus. As expected, each star of the 9-star Hegemon body art is more terrifying than the last. Long Chen was extremely shocked. He had only just refined his first furnace of enlightenment palace pills after celebrating with Fang Chang and Chai Lihuo. Because it was his first time refining it, he had actually ended up refining one middle-grade pill. Refining such a low-grade pill was extremely rare for Long Chen. But low-grade pills had their own benefits sometimes. Long Chen had consumed it to find a path to the position of the Enlightenment Palace star. Now he found that the 9-star Hegemon body art's first 4 stars were located at the hands and feet. The Enlightenment Palace star was located at the center of the left hand. Just now, Long Chen had done his best, but the slightest bit of his energy had leaked out, almost collapsing the room he was in. Long Chen was ecstatic. The Enlightenment Palace star was truly terrifying. If it had this much power even before the embryonic form was completely condensed, just how strong would it be once it was fully condensed? Long Chen quickly controlled the medicinal energy, sending it into his left hand. At the same time, he circulated the 9-star Hegemon body art. He felt his hand heat up, and a cyclone slowly formed in his hand. This is the feeling. This feeling was extremely familiar. Because he couldn't cause such a huge ruckus, he could only allow the medicinal energy to enter slowly. Despite being incredibly careful, the cyclone caused space to shudder. The bricks on the ceiling began to fall. The fallen bricks revealed a bare steel wall. This room was not just sealed off from the rest of the world, but it was also extremely sturdy. These steel walls were almost 30 meters thick. The actual room only had an area of 300 square meters. In other words, the walls were even thicker than the room was wide. Even if you were to scream and shout in here, the outside world wouldn't be able to hear anything, but intense trembling would definitely be sensed. So Long Chen had to control his energy. The cyclone in his hand slowly grew as he sent the medicinal energy there. When the first furnace of pills was all completely consumed, Long Chen found that the cyclone had only grown ever so slightly. He sighed. For the previous Life Fate star, one furnace of pills had essentially maxed out the cyclone. Only at that point would a small dot form at the heart of the cyclone. That dot was the star's core. That was the true start of the star condensation. The next steps were to fully condense the star and then undergo the 9-star transformations. Only then would it reach its perfect state. He once more took out a furnace of pills. These pills hadn't been refined by him, but by Huo Long. Huo Long was extremely smart. As long as Long Chen refined a pill once, it would remember the entire process and be able to refine it as well. It knew exactly when to increase the flame, weaken the flame, when to pull back the flame, and when to fully release the flame. However, Huo Long's pills weren't as high quality as Long Chen's personally refined pills. After all, it didn't possess Long Chen's spiritual strength, and so it couldn't pour in soul energy into the pill to increase the pill's spirituality. But Huo Long's skill was extremely steady. Each time it would manage to refine 9 pills, each with 1 ring. It made no mistakes. Huo Long was truly an outstanding assistant to Long Chen. It was simply regretful that Huo Long didn't possess its own spiritual strength, or it would be able to refine even higher grade pills. But this still saved Long Chen a great deal of time. He directly consumed over 100 pills. Even Huo Long's fast refining speed couldn't keep up with Long Chen's rapid consumption. Really? It only grew by this much. Long Chen was a bit shocked. Over 100 pills had entered his stomach, but that cyclone was still only the size of a bean. The only comfort was that it was at least many times larger than it had been at first. According to his experience, the cyclone would only reach saturation when it reached 3 feet in size. Only then would it give birth to the core of the star. Damn it, the Enlightenment Palace star's consumption is too terrifying. Just condensing the cyclone will probably require tens of thousands of Enlightenment Palace pills. Oh, Long Chen suddenly noticed a layer of translucent material on his arm. He lightly pulled and found that a whole layer of his skin came off. I'm shedding. Long Chen was dumbfounded. He found that his body had started to shed its skin. He hastily looked inside himself, and his heart shook. He saw that each one of his cells was growing and giving birth to new cells. The old cells were being expelled outside his body. His entire body was undergoing a transformation. Long Chen was bewildered. Was this what it meant to shed one's mortal body? What Long Chen seemed to be shedding looked similar to skin, but in reality, it was his old cells. The skin was just the carrier of the discharge. I feel like my whole body is full of energy. Long Chen calmly watched as new cells formed. His old cells were gradually replaced. Feeling his whole body brimming with energy, he had an urge to punch the wall just to release it. An hour later, Long Chen finally stopped shedding. He felt refreshed and in high spirits. He suddenly thought of something and hastily crushed a medicinal pill, wiping its powder over his face. He found that after his shedding, he had returned to his original appearance. He had to fix his face again. Just after fixing that, a red button on the wall began to repeatedly blink. It was the alarm. This was an alarm connected to every training room in the Fang family. It meant something big was happening outside. Long Chen hastily ran out. As soon as he came out, he saw that the entire Fang family was in a panic. Countless black-robed men had snuck their way into the Fang family under the cover of the night. They killed anyone they saw. Right in front of him, a bone-forging expert from the Fang family was cut down. His head rolled to Long Chen's feet. The killer was just about to attack Long Chen when he saw who he was. His pupils shrank and he hastily turned to flee. But Long Chen didn't give him any chance. A slap fell on his face. Long Chen's goal had been to slap him unconscious and then undergo a soul search to see where these people had come from. But his slap had been too powerful. This person's head exploded like a watermelon. Long Chen was stunned to see that he had slapped him dead. My strength has risen too much. I'm unable to control my power perfectly for now. Long Chen rushed directly out of his small courtyard. When Long Chen's divine sense swept through the Fang family, he saw there were thousands of experts attacking. Each one of them was wearing black robes and a veil over their faces. Wherever they went, blood followed as they slaughtered the Fang family's people. Screams of pain and panic resounded. Where are the Fang and Chai family's experts? Long Chen didn't understand, but now wasn't the time to think so much. He found that his courtyard had already been surrounded, and dozens of people were currently attacking Huabiliuo. Huabiliuo was surrounded by flying petals, and her sword was streaked with blood as she desperately fought. These people were all Xiantian experts, and Huabiliuo had not revealed the fact that she was a celestial. That was something Long Chen had told her to do. Being surrounded by this many people, Huabiliuo was naturally struggling. Her sword shone with a brilliant light as she only defended. She was doing her best to stall. Suddenly, a huge flame arrow pierced through her enemies and exploded. Dozens of Xiantian experts were instantly incinerated, relieving Huabiliuo of her desperate situation. Seeing that Long Chen had arrived, Huabiliuo sighed with relief. The survivors all scattered upon seeing Long Chen. Haha, Long San, we've been waiting a long time. A cold shout rang out and a figure appeared. Although he also wore a veil over his face, his eyes completely revealed his identity. One eye was black, while the other was white. It was too obvious. It also made the overall situation apparent. These people had been sent by the Huo family. The Huo family had actually gone all out before the Fang and Chai families could attack them. Following the first corrupt celestial, many more celestials also arrived. They had obviously been lying in wait just for this. Run! Long Chen suddenly shouted and pulled away Huabiliuo. Using the netherworld ghost steps, he was just like a phantom as he rushed away. Where do you think you're going? Long Chen had only just begun to run when his heart tightened. Pulling Huabiliuo, he dodged to the side. Boom! A black light shot past Long Chen. This was the same move that had killed the Celestial back then. This black light was extremely strange, and anyone touched by it would die. After dodging, Long Chen continued fleeing. He was incomparably quick, appearing many miles away in an instant. "Chase, we have to kill Long San." The corrupt Celestial shouted and shot after Long Chen. The other Celestials also followed. As soon as the Celestials left, several powerful auras rose within the Fang family. Sea expansion experts had taken action. As Long Chen rushed away, he kept feeling like something was wrong, but as for what exactly, he couldn't pinpoint it. He just felt like this matter was odd. This was Pil Yang City. There were many commoners living here. If there really was a huge battle here, it would definitely implicate countless innocents. Although he was not a friend to these people, Long Chen was unable to completely ignore the value of a person's life. He was intentionally dragging these experts into the wilderness before fighting. "You bastard Long San, you actually tricked me. You're clearly using the netherworld ghost steps," roared the corrupt Celestial who had previously questioned Long Chen. That was because there were no flames under Long Chen's feet today. He immediately saw through some clues. Long Chen rushed out of the city in one go. When he was far away enough, he said to Huabilio, "You should run now." "What?" Huabilio was startled. Chapter 693, Jumping Clowns. A large battle will erupt in a bit. This battle isn't suitable for you. To put it frankly, you'll only hold me back if you stay here. I'll stall them, and you run as far away as possible. Don't say anything about wanting to stay with me even unto death. That kind of sappy line is too irritating. Once you run, hide yourself. Once I handle this matter, I will return to my identity as Long Chen. At that time, you can openly return to Biluo Mountain and say that after undergoing a life-and-death battle, you finally awakened as a Celestial. At that time, you'll have my favor, as well as a relationship with the Fang family. Then you can openly fight with Hua Jinrong for the position of the future family head." After saying that, Long Chen threw Huabilio into the distance, but while he threw Huabilio forward, he borrowed that force to fly back. The closest one behind him was the corrupt Celestial who was also using the netherworld ghost steps. His speed was the greatest, and he had thrown off all the others. For Long Chen to suddenly shoot backward, he hadn't even understood what was happening when Long Chen's fist ruthlessly smashed into his body. Blood filled the air as if two bloody stars had collided. That corrupt Celestial directly exploded from the impact. The benefit of being faster was not just that you could chase faster, but also that you could reincarnate faster. Now, he would definitely get a head start on the others. Die. Suddenly, a black light shot straight at Long Chen. Long Chen snorted and shot a blazing flame spear at the black light. But what surprised him was that the black light wasn't affected at all. It went straight through the flame spear without weakening. At this close distance, Long Chen felt an incredibly resentful will coming from the black light. It's actually a spiritual attack. Long Chen immediately understood why his flame spear had been useless. This attack was fundamentally not solid. The black-white-eyed Celestial had an enchanted item called the 9-yin soul-locking mirror. This attack had come from it. This mirror had a formation carved into it that would absorb dead people's spiritual strength. Then, through another formation, that spiritual strength became an extremely sinister spiritual poison, becoming a special spiritual attack. This kind of spiritual poison was extremely terrifying. Anyone whose soul was weak would instantly die, their soul dissipating. Even people with strong souls would only be able to last for an incense stick's worth of time. That was also why that righteous Celestial had been instantly killed. HMPH, a heretical skill is all it is. Long Chen sneered and he slammed his palm into the black light. Seeing that Long Chen dared to touch the black light, the corrupt Celestial sneered with ridicule. That black light was something even he didn't dare to touch. Bang! What? He was appalled to see that the black light was directly blown apart by Long Chen. Then seeing thin thunderbolts surging over Long Chen's palm, his expression immediately changed. "You can control Thunder Force." Long Chen sneered and didn't reply. He shot forward at him, the Thunder Force on his hand growing brighter. "Evil Spirit Shield." Long Chen was too fast, and he didn't give him any time to dodge. The Celestial didn't even have time to summon his cry of the heavenly Taos. Forming a hand seal, a black shield appeared in front of him. That shield was something he had formed from the energy of evil spirits. It wasn't just extremely strong defensively, it was also very tough and flexible. It could be used to fight for a long time. But what stunned him was that this evil spirit shield that he was completely confident in was as weak as glass in front of Long Chen's fist. Bang! Long Chen's fist smashed through the shield and landed on the Celestial's chest. The sound of bones breaking rang out, and he vomited blood as he shot back. Long Chen was just about to chase and take that person's life when another Celestial shot forward, slashing his sword at Long Chen. This Celestial was much smarter, and he had already summoned his cry of the heavenly Taos. His attack caused space to tremble. He was clearly extremely powerful. But a Thunder Force-covered hand tightly caught this sword. His body went numb, and he had a bad feeling. He was just about to retreat when Long Chen's other fist smashed onto his body. Blood mist erupted. Long Chen's strength simply wasn't something this person's physical body could endure. Even having summoned the cry of the heavenly Taos, the Celestial's body still blew up. Although the Enlightenment Palace star was still in the cyclone condensing period, Long Chen's current strength had already risen to a point where it terrified himself. It had been a long time since he had had such a refreshing battle. He didn't need any weapons, nor did he need any techniques. With just his bare fists, he dominated these Celestials. His energy surged out of him endlessly. The Celestials were all horrified by his strength. At this time, the black wide-eyed Celestial finally had a breather and ordered, "Everyone, work together. Don't let him take us on one by one." The remaining 13 Celestials all surrounded and attacked Long Chen. Long Chen was submerged within the domain of their manifestations. Being suppressed by these many heavenly Tao manifestations, he felt his strength falling. Long Chen activated the Nirvana scripture, and endless flames appeared around him. The Nirvana scripture caused endless flame runes to appear around him, and a beautiful chanting resounded throughout the air. The manifestations of the cry of the heavenly Taos were no longer able to suppress him. Long Chen felt the pressure lighten a great deal, and his fists danced as he fought a crazy battle with them. Explosions rocked the sky. Long Chen's fists were like heavy mountains crashing onto their weapons. Each attack caused a rumbling, explosive sound. Long Chen had trained in the lightning rushing hand. That was originally just a heaven-class battle skill. It was no magical art, but with the power of his Tribulation Thunder Force, he was still able to face off against their weapons barehanded. As Long Chen's fists danced, he seemed like a god of war, appearing incomparably valiant. Even surrounded by 13 Celestials, he wasn't at a disadvantage. Long Chen no longer had to care about first-rank Celestials. He just had to be careful about any strange enchanted weapons they had, for example, that strange mirror. But that mirror did not have limitless energy. Once its energy was used up, it was just trash. True enchanted weapons were not things these ordinary Celestials could use. A Celestial's most powerful point was their cry of the heavenly Taos, which could reduce their enemy's strength while increasing their own. But to use an enchanted weapon required an ocean's worth of spiritual yuan. Most people's dantians, also known as their chi Cs, all contained a similar amount of energy at each cultivation realm. Only when a person entered C expansion would their chi C grow dozens of times larger, sometimes even over 100 times larger. Only once a person possessed that kind of enormous energy could they truly use an enchanted weapon. This was also why Meridian Opening Celestials could dominate Xiantian experts, but Xiantian Celestials were unable to do the same to the C expansion experts. It was because the C expansion experts possessed enough energy to bury the Celestial. A Xiantian Celestial's energy could be likened to a huge tree, while a C expansion expert's energy was grass. When there was too much grass, it could still easily crush a tree. So although some of these people carried enchanted weapons, they were at best quasi-enchanted items. They were merely used to shock and intimidate others. As Long Chen fought, he was familiarizing himself with his new strength as well as trying to figure out his opponent's relationship. There were 11 people here from the corrupt path. That was something easy to tell from their auras, weapons, and techniques. The remaining 2 were from the righteous path. He hadn't expected that the idiots from the corrupt path actually didn't know how to adjust themselves to the circumstances. They had been duped by the Huo family. It was no wonder the corrupt path never worked together with the righteous path. If they did, then this world would probably be united by the righteous path in just a few years. They really had no idea how to scheme. But thinking about it, Long Chen thought it made sense. The corrupt path rarely had dealings with other people. If the Fang family ended up in control of the Pill Tower, then all their hard work currying favor with the Huo family would be ruined. At that time, they would have to create a new relationship with the Fang family. That was extremely irritating to them, and they would rather support the Huo family. Then it would be simpler. Bang! Not good, get back. Suddenly, one of the Celestials made a careless mistake, and Long Chen caught his saber with his hand. The other Celestials hastily attacked Long Chen with their full strength, wanting to save that person. Regretfully, Long Chen didn't give them that chance. Holding the blade just like that, he pushed, slamming the hilt toward its owner. That person tried to abandon his saber and flee, but the hilt still struck him in the stomach. A terrifying force directly blew apart his body. He didn't even have a chance to recover. Borrowing this momentum, Long Chen charged into their midst. One Celestial's weapon was directly smashed apart by Long Chen's fist. That weapon wasn't an enchanted weapon, making it much weaker than the others. This was one of the moments where Long Chen could show off his brute strength. Following the destruction of his weapon, he shot back, vomiting blood. If another Celestial hadn't slashed a sword at Long Chen's back, he would have already died. Long Chen dodged the sword and then suddenly formed 3 extremely complicated hand seals. A 1-foot sphere appeared in his hand. As soon as that sphere appeared, the Celestials' expressions changed. That sphere was composed of over 10 differently colored flames. Those flames were raging against each other, and the pressure they emitted caused them to feel a chill. Blaze explosion. Long Chen simply tossed the flame sphere. Boom! Endless flames exploded, instantly devouring all of them. These Celestials were horrified, never having expected Long Chen to have such a terrifying flame magical art. The Celestials resisted with their full strength, but the flame sphere contained all the beast flame energy Long Chen had. He hadn't held back at all because he had the earth flame to protect himself. Thus, he could practically ignore these flames. But while Long Chen had an earth flame to protect himself, the others didn't. These people were too close. Some didn't even have time to raise defenses before being incinerated into nothing. Long Chen hadn't expected the blaze explosion skill to have so much power when used in conjunction with the Nirvana scripture. It seemed the Nirvana scripture was much stronger than he had expected. The Celestials who managed to raise their defenses bitterly endured for a moment, but the terrifying heat still turned them into black masses of ash. A cold light shot through them, directly severing any chances of those ashes coming back to life. Chapter 694, Rank 2 Celestial. Come out. After watching for so long, are you planning on passing the entire night here? Long Chen said suddenly. Clapping sounds rang out in the night sky, and Huo Wufeng walked out with an admiring expression. Long San, you really surprised me. Long Chen wasn't at all surprised to see Huo Wufeng. He smiled. Perhaps I'll make you even more surprised. I don't understand. Why would you intentionally have me kill them? Long Chen truly didn't understand. He had sensed that someone was watching him during this battle, but he didn't know how this was beneficial to Huo Wufeng. That's because my Huo family wants to stabilize our foundation. Once these Celestials die, the powers they belong to will have to completely rely on my Huo family to survive. Once this matter is over, my Huo family will greatly support those powers, helping them to rapidly rise. We'll turn them into my family's most loyal dogs. This will show those opportunists that sway whichever way the wind blows just how stupid they were. My Huo family will help these sects by giving them the finest medicinal pills, allowing them to give birth to even more Celestials. This is also a reflection of strength. Even if a group of people dies, as long as you have resources, you can raise a new batch. But loyalty is much more difficult to obtain. We'll use this opportunity to raise our most loyal subordinates. Now you should understand, sneered Huo Wufeng. This logic really is something only you idiots would think of, and only those idiots from the corrupt path would accompany you with that. You really are a group of marvels with marvelous logic, but I don't have any interest in this logic. I just want to know, what's your goal here? Long Chen shook his head. To kill you, Huo Wufeng smiled. Oh? Do you know, last time when you took away Hua Biluo, I already wanted to kill you, but at that time my body was very uncomfortable. What, were you menstruating? Huo Wufeng's expression darkened. Long San, your mouth really is detestable. In a bit, I'll directly tear that mouth into pieces. Last time, the reason I didn't fight with you was because I hadn't completely adapted to my new bones, but I finally completed that process today. So, I'll be returning the humiliation you've given me 100 times to you. I see. So that was the case. It seems you're very confident in your new bones, said Long Chen. Ha ha ha, Hua Wufeng suddenly raised his head and laughed madly. Did you know? For these bones, my Hua family spent over half of the savings we built up over thousands of years. Now that this matter has reached this point, there's no need for me to conceal anything anymore. I'll tell you the truth. These bones of mine were from a rank 2 celestial. A rank 2 celestial. Now Long Chen was a bit surprised. Correct. This skeleton is something my Huo family spent a huge price to buy from the Central Plains corrupt path. The original owner was a powerful righteous celestial, and he had even been a terrifying body cultivator. Most importantly, the corrupt path sealed that celestial, heavenly Tao runes into his skeleton. And so, boom! A powerful pressure erupted from Hua Wufeng's body. That terrifying force surged out in waves, spreading in every direction. At the same time, endless heavenly Tao runes appeared behind Hua Wufeng, dashing in the sky. Long Chen noticed something different about them. For ordinary celestials, they only had one kind of heavenly Tao rune, but Hua Wufeng had two kinds of heavenly Tao runes that interweaved behind him. As those two kinds of heavenly Tao runes appeared, the ground beneath Hua Wufeng's feet began to crack. Long Chen was actually forced back dozens of meters by this powerful aura. This is a rank 2 celestial. He has two types of runes interweaving to complement each other. How powerful! This was Long Chen's first time seeing such a powerful cry of the heavenly Taos. Despite having activated the Nirvana scripture, Long Chen still felt a heavy suppression. It felt like a boulder was crushing his heart, and it was extremely uncomfortable. Ha ha ha, your current expression is really wonderful. Do you feel shocked, helplessness, despair? Hua Wufeng laughed heartily, his laughter filled with delight. Shock a bit, helplessness. I've never hoped to get any help from anyone. As for despair, sorry, even in front of something impossible to resist, I don't feel despair. As for you, you're greatly lacking, sneered Long Chen. Just by this aura, it was clear a rank 2 celestial was much stronger. This aura was 10 times greater than a rank 1 celestial. But as for getting Long Chen to feel despair in front of this level, was that a joke? Even in front of heavenly tribulations, Long Chen hadn't felt despair. How could he feel despair because of a person, especially one that he had easily beaten before? Hua Wufeng raised his arms. Rumbling filled the air as the runes behind him began to tremble. His aura soared to its peak state, and he suddenly shot toward Long Chen. Let's see just how strong you are, Long Chen smiled. If it were yesterday, perhaps he wouldn't feel confident facing a rank 2 celestial, but right now, Long Chen felt no fear. Boom! Long Chen met Hua Wufeng's fist with his own, one covered in thunder force. This was an exchange with no fanciness, purely a collision of power. One was someone who had merged with a rank 2 celestial skeleton. The other was someone who had just condensed the Enlightenment Palace star's cyclone. The land trembled and shattered. This berserk energy formed a huge domain. If someone were to look from the sky, they would see a spherical domain rapidly growing, covering everything within 1,000 miles. It was like the apocalypse had come. The entire ground was sinking. It was fortunate that Long Chen had rushed far enough away and there was no one else present. Otherwise, even Xiantian experts would immediately be blown to pieces by the shockwaves. But even if there was no one present, the landscape was enough to show their power. The surrounding mountains shattered and the terrain had completely transformed. The place they were standing over was rapidly subsiding. The two of them were both shocked by the other's strength. They poured in all their energy, wanting to suppress their opponent. As the ground beneath them sank, the surrounding ground actually began to rise, forming a huge basin with the two of them at the core. Furthermore, this basin was growing deeper as the two of them increased their power. In just a few breaths, it was already hundreds of miles deep. Suddenly, the two of them stopped descending. They had gotten so low that they had run into a certain kind of rock. That rock instantly burst upon being struck by their force. Following that rock's shattering, lava erupted. A terrifying heat enveloped the two of them. The lava incessantly spurted out, quickly filling the basin, but the creators of the basin had already disappeared. Two figures wrapped in flames shot out of the lava, soaring into the sky. Hua Wufeng's heavenly Tao runes had formed two wings behind him, allowing him to fly in the sky. As for Long Chen, flame runes rapidly condensed behind him, forming a pair of 30-meter wings. With those raging flame wings, Long Chen looked just like a flame god. He seemed incomparably domineering. Flame cloud wings. Hua Wufeng's expression became slightly envious. He had once trained in the flame cloud wings, but his spiritual strength hadn't been enough to keep up with the exhaustion of using it. Not only was Long San's alchemy talent greater than his, but his spiritual strength was also miles ahead. Now, he had already merged with a rank 2 Celestial's bones, but he was still unable to suppress him. That made him go almost crazy. The more Hua Wufeng thought about it, the more furious he became. His wings suddenly trembled and he shot forward at Long Chen. His fist became covered in runes. Boom! Long Chen hastily blocked. He didn't know what magical art Hua Wufeng had used, but Long Chen was smashed back hundreds of meters away. Hua Wufeng continued pressing his advantage, another fist coming for Long Chen. This fist is strange. Long Chen's heart shook. He changed his fist into a palm, using technique instead of brute strength. Slamming his palm into Hua Wufeng's wrist, he forced his attack to miss. Originally, Long Chen had been planning on giving Hua Wufeng a vicious kick to his abdomen to injure him. But when he saw Hua Wufeng's sinister and tray-shaped face, he instinctively swung out his hand, sending him flying with a slap. As soon as he did that, Long Chen felt regret. This was truly an occupational disease. What was the point of slapping him now? It didn't hurt him. It would have been so much more beneficial to kick him in the crotch. Long San. While Long Chen felt regret, Hua Wufeng went crazy with rage. Only one person had slapped him in his life, and that had been incredibly shameful to him. Later, that person had died in the Chaos region and he had forgotten that humiliation. But now, this slap immediately sparked that old fury of his. With a furious roar, his wings trembled and his body became covered in runes. It was as if he was wearing runic armor as he shot at Long Chen. Boom! Long Chen was shocked. Now that Hua Wufeng had summoned this runic armor, his strength had grown explosively. Long Chen was sent flying and a burst of pain came from his arm. His bones had been broken. Consecutive explosive sounds rang out. Long Chen was forced back repeatedly by Hua Wufeng. This was his first time fighting someone with such terrifying strength. Boom! Long Chen was once more sent flying. These repeated exchanges made Long Chen feel like his entire skeleton was about to shatter. Hua Wufeng's bones were truly too hard. What Long Chen didn't know was that Hua Wufeng was using a powerful battle skill, the strongest battle skill the original owner of his skeleton had trained in. Back when this skeleton had been merged into Hua Wufeng, its master's soul had also been merged into it. That was so he could obtain all the battle skills he had possessed. Then during the finals of the Pill Emperor competition, Hua Wufeng had sacrificed that soul. At that time, he had already absorbed all that soul's useful memories, so it had been useless to him. Furthermore, this skeleton's master had been a body cultivator. All his life's cultivation had been focused on his bones. So after merging with this skeleton, Hua Wufeng had gained at least 80% of its original master's combat strength. Long San, you can die now. Hua Wufeng's face was twisted in a sinister expression. It seemed like he wanted to viciously bite Long Chen to death. Long Chen sighed. Fine, I admit that fighting as an alchemist is too sullen. I'll change back to my old profession, Divine Ring. Chapter 695, Absolute Strength. Following Long Chen's shout, a divine ring appeared behind his back. A terrifying pressure descended, and an intense rumbling raged. The divine ring was incredibly imposing and brilliant, but it still consisted of 3 colors. There was no sign of the 4th color at all. That was within Long Chen's expectations. After all, he had only just condensed the cyclone of the Enlightenment Palace star. There was no way to bring out the 4th color. But even so, with the divine ring, Long Chen felt endless energy crazily pouring into him. Long Chen was in the air. The flame-cloud wings kept him afloat with the 300-meter divine ring right behind him. Hua Wufeng was shocked. Is this technique very familiar to you? Long Chen wiped his hand over his face, revealing his original appearance. There was no need for him to disguise himself any longer. Long Chen. Hua Wufeng finally called out this name. His expression became twisted in fury, but Long Chen surprisingly saw some confusion in his eyes, as if he was trying to remember something. So that's what it was. No wonder it was so easy to fool you. All the proof I prepared ended up being useless. Seeing Hua Wufeng's expression, Long Chen immediately understood something that had confused him. Hua Wufeng's memories regarding him had definitely been erased. This purge had to have been similar to hypnosis. It was an extremely profound and difficult-to-use spiritual art. If they had completely erased Hua Wufeng's memories regarding a person, then that would have been extremely harmful to his soul. The Hua family's experts hadn't done that. They had only erased a portion of his memories pertaining to how Long Chen had tormented him. Those memories were gone, but they hadn't been able to erase his hatred for Long Chen. So seeing Long Chen, Hua Wufeng's hatred soared, and he knew Long Chen was definitely his mortal enemy, but he couldn't remember how Long Chen had made him hate him so much. He didn't understand what was going on, but Long Chen did. The Hua family had erased Hua Wufeng's heart devil. Otherwise, it would have been very possible that he would have never advanced again. No matter what's going on, you have to die today. Hua Wufeng roared furiously, and he shot towards Long Chen. Long Chen also punched out. Their fists collided and space almost exploded. Hua Wufeng was the one to suffer this time. He was sent flying, almost vomiting blood. He felt like he had just tried to punch an immovable mountain, which resulted in a burst of pain from his wrist. It had almost broken from the impact just now. The 9-star Hegemon body art really is the most dependable. Long Chen looked at his fist. Sensing endless energy surging within him, he was filled with excitement. He had only just condensed the Enlightenment Palace star's cyclone, but with the divine ring, his power had leaped to this level. If he fully condensed the star, what would happen when he summoned the 4-color divine ring? What would happen when he summoned the 4-star battle armor? Hua Wufeng, hand over your life. Long Chen suddenly took the initiative. He had recalled Yi Zhikyu and Lu Feng'er. It was because of Hua Wufeng that the two of them had fallen. Later, Yi Zhikyu had been taken away by a peerless expert. It was unknown whether or not she had been revived, but Lu Feng'er was completely dead. Each time he thought of his time with Lu Feng'er, Long Chen would feel a burst of pain. Seeing the person who had caused this pain in front of him, his killing intent soared. Long Chen's fist fell upon Hua Wufeng. Hua Wufeng's hasty block ended up wasted, as he was shocked to realize this attack was a fake. He suddenly felt a burst of pain from his side. The sound of bones breaking rang out. Long Chen's kick landed on his ribs and sent him flying. Hua Wufeng was horrified. Although he had acquired some of his new bones memories that only referred to the battle skills, he hadn't dared to completely absorb that expert's soul, as it was all too easy for his mind to split. So right now, he truly did have 80% of a rank 2 Celestial's combat strength, but his close-range fighting experience was still at his old level. As an alchemist, Hua Wufeng had trained in using pill flame to fight. He wasn't used to this kind of fighting. As a result, under continuous attacks from Long Chen, he began to suffer injury after injury. Long Chen's attack power had risen to a new level. Each one of his attacks was as heavy as a mountain, and Hua Wufeng was horrified to see his bones begin to break. They were actually unable to bear Long Chen's force. These bones had come from a powerful body cultivator and a rank 2 celestial, but they were still unable to bear Long Chen's force. If this continued, Hua Wufeng would definitely die. Bastard, I'll kill you no matter what. Dao runes return to my bones. Boom! The heavenly Dao runes behind Hua Wufeng disappeared. Hua Wufeng's entire body began to shine as light could be seen coming out from his bones. In that instant, Hua Wufeng's aura grew explosively, as if a volcano had erupted and was releasing a constant stream of power. Hua Wufeng charged at Long Chen. His aura was incredibly shocking, and space was constantly twisting around him. Long Chen's eyes brightened. At this time, Hua Wufeng's strength had erupted to an unprecedented level, but Long Chen felt no fear. Just like that, he unleashed a flurry of punches, fighting against Hua Wufeng without the slightest fanciness. Boom, boom, boom. Continuous explosive sounds rang out. Hua Wufeng's body was surrounded by his runic light, and his energy came in an unending stream. As for Long Chen, his divine ring began to slowly revolve. Divine rumbling sounds came from it, and he didn't appear lacking compared to Hua Wufeng. Boom! Once more the two of them collided and separated. Hua Wufeng's long hair danced as he suddenly raised his head and roared. His eyes were filled with a crazy light. I'll take your life with this move. Hua Wufeng shot forward. In that instant the light surrounding him faded, all of it focused on his right fist. His fist seemed like a blazing sun, lighting up the entire sky with its endless runes. This fist contained endless killing intent. Suddenly, his fist exploded. Even his right arm disappeared all the way to his shoulder. Hua Wufeng had an expression of disbelief. He felt like the world had suddenly lost all its sound. In front of Hua Wufeng, Long Chen stood calmly. 3 stars had appeared in his eyes. In terms of alchemy, you're trash. Even after obtaining a new skeleton and becoming a fake rank 2 celestial, you still aren't able to change the fact that you're trash. The reason experts are experts isn't because they have so much power, but because they have a powerful heart. Other people's strength will never be yours. Even if you can borrow it, it won't have any use. Die in peace. Long Chen pointed his finger at Hua Wufeng's forehead. Just now, he had summoned the 3-star battle armor. With a single attack, he had broken Hua Wufeng's arm, as well as shattering all his internal organs and even his muscles. Right now, Hua Wufeng was like porcelain that had been wrapped up in skin. The porcelain was already broken. If he didn't have this layer of skin, he'd have already fallen apart. No. Hua Wufeng was horrified, but he was powerless to resist. A ray of thunder force pierced through Hua Wufeng's forehead, coming out through the back of his head. Hua Wufeng's soul was directly destroyed. His corpse collapsed. His eyes had lost any life, but they still seemed to contain endless unwillingness and confusion, as if he still couldn't believe that he would die. The Hua family had spent endless wealth to give him a new skeleton, making him a rank 2 celestial. Moreover, they had even obtained the first-rank beast flame for him. His future prospects were supposed to be unlimited. How could he have died here? You really are unlucky. If we had fought before I condensed the Enlightenment Palace Star's cyclone, you would have at least had a 30% chance of beating me. But then again, before I condensed that cyclone, you had yet to perfectly merge with your skeleton. So this is just your fate. Once his enemy was dead and his soul dispersed, the hate in Long Chen's heart also disappeared. Suddenly, countless runes flew out of Hua Wufeng's body. A lightning blade directly shattered all these runes. The primal chaos space trembled, and those destroyed heavenly Dao runes merged into the heavenly Dao tree. A new heavenly Dao fruit was born. Long Chen couldn't help being delighted. This wasn't the same as his other heavenly Dao fruits. Those other ones had only had one Dao mark on them, but this one had 2 different Dao marks. Rank 2 heavenly Dao fruit. Long Chen was delighted. Assuming he wasn't wrong, this could raise a rank 2 celestial. A rank 2 celestial was a terrifying existence. Hua Wufeng had merely obtained a new skeleton, but he already possessed such power. The fact that Long Chen could defeat Hua Wufeng wasn't because Hua Wufeng was weak. It was just that he was comparatively unlucky. Long Chen's strongest point was his close-range combat, and he had incomparable experience in that regard. For an alchemist to fight in close quarters with him was simply asking to die. Furthermore, he hadn't originally been a celestial. Just through refining a skeleton, his power was definitely limited. If Long Chen had met a true rank 2 celestial instead, he really would have no assurance in defeating one. Since you've died, I'll help you protect your things. Long Chen took off Hua Wufeng's spatial ring. That was the silver spatial ring he had obtained from the tower ancestor. Damn, it's actually a life ring and a huge 300-mile one. This was Long Chen's first time seeing such a vast life ring. Its value was inestimable. There's too much stuff in here. Just looking at it gives me a headache. When I get back, I'll have Meng Qi help me tidy up this space. She's the best at this. Long Chen had originally been thinking of categorizing the things inside, but it was too chaotic. He gave up. Long Chen placed his palm over Hua Wufeng's dantian, and a golden flame answered his call. That was the Earth Dragon Golden Blaze. Long Chen directly sucked it out for Hua Long. Long Chen then released a mass of flames that incinerated Hua Wufeng's body. Even a rank 2 celestial's bones weren't able to resist the earth flame. After tidying up, Long Chen began rushing back to Pil Yang City. He wanted to know what had happened with the Fang family. He had to go over and help. Chapter 696, A Sudden Attack. Long Chen had only been rushing for an incense stick's worth of time, and Pil Yang City was not yet in view when he saw a group of people up ahead. Long Chen, are you all right? The people who had come were actually Fang Minjuan and Chai Gaiyang. The 2 of them were leading a dozen sea expansion experts. Haha, I'm fine. I just suffered some minor injuries. Looking at your state, it seems everything went smoothly. Long Chen smiled. Fang Minjuan said, it went extremely well. That old fellow Huo Changsheng felt too secure in his position, thinking the Huo family was still the same Huo family of the past. Over many years, we've established secret alliances with quite a few sects, and we've even bought some of the members of the Huo family. With our coordination from inside and outside, the Huo family was completely destroyed. Out of their 3,000 members, not one managed to escape. Hearing that the Huo family had been completely destroyed, Long Chen frowned slightly. Although the Huo family was trash, he still felt a bit unwell to hear that the women and children had also been killed. Did you end up encountering Hua Wufeng? Asked Fang Minjuan. He ran. I ended up killing a few of his celestials and the others got too scared to fight. I couldn't catch up to them, and I was worried about what was happening, so I returned, said Long Chen. Long Chen didn't want to expose too much of what had happened with Hua Wufeng. Furthermore, he had a bad feeling for some reason. Perhaps it was because he felt uncomfortable with the Hua family being exterminated to the last man. It's fine if he got away, we'll chase. Without the Hua family's support, he's just a random dog. Chai Gaiyang smiled and walked up to Long Chen. He patted him on the shoulder. Long Chen, it's all thanks to you. Senior is too courteous, in truth. Long Chen suddenly felt a burst of pain from his chest. He saw a black thorn sticking out from it. Space suddenly trembled and the surroundings changed. Long Chen found himself in a barren land. Chai Gaiyang, who had previously been talking so amicably to him, now had a slightly cold expression. As for Fang Minjuan, he retreated a bit, staring closely at Long Chen. The other sea expansion experts also took out their weapons and surrounded Long Chen. Long Chen looked down at the thorn through his chest. Although he hadn't seen where it had come from, based on the angle, it seemed like it had been Fang Minjuan who had shot him. This arrow was clearly poisoned. It was a kind of mixed poison, one with practically no cure. Furthermore, this poison was extremely fast-acting. Before you could even figure out what poisons were part of this mixture, you would already be dead. Long Chen slowly raised his head to look at Fang Minjuan. He sighed. Can you tell me why you did this? A slightly guilty expression appeared on Fang Minjuan's face. Long Chen, don't blame us for being heartless. We did this for our families. You want my earth flame? Long Chen looked up at the stars. It was difficult to say what expression he had right now. Correct. Earth flames are treasures of heaven and earth. There's not a single alchemist that wouldn't long for one. During the finals, despite how critical that moment was, you still chose not to use your earth flame. My guess is that your earth flame hasn't matured, and you are unable to connect with it, so you can't use it for alchemy. So, after thinking about it over and over, we decided we had to steal your earth flame. If we waited too long, your earth flame would mature and become harder to subdue. This is an extremely rare opportunity for us, said Fang Minjuan. Long Chen bitterly smiled, shaking his head. As expected, old ginger is hotter than young ginger. Looks like I'm still too naive. Then let me ask you, did Fang Chang and Chai Lihuo know about this matter? Fang Minjuan shook his head. They didn't know. Otherwise, there would have been no way for us to complete this trap. Long Chen nodded. That really is very comforting to me. If they had also betrayed me, I'd be very hurt. Thank you for telling me. Long Chen, we were also forced. We had no choice, said Fang Minjuan with a complicated expression. You were forced? Haha, don't find excuses for yourselves. Not even a child would believe such a lie. You know, normally I rely on my intuition when interacting with others. My intuition has never lied to me. But this time, I didn't go with my intuition. Instead, I went with my calculations. I thought that people who could raise Fang Chang and Chai Lihuo had to be open and straightforward. Turns out I was wrong and very wrong. Do you know, I Long Chen have gone through countless life and death battles. I'm not afraid of death. What I'm afraid of is betrayal. I can accept anything, but I can't accept betrayal. Now let me ask you, do you still want to take my earth flame? Long Chen's voice was quiet and very calm, but it was trembling slightly, showing how complicated his current emotions were. Long Chen saying this now has no meaning. Today, you'll definitely die. Due to how much help you gave us, we'll allow you to kill yourself and keep your corpse intact, said Chai Gaiyang coldly. Suddenly, Long Chen grabbed the thorn piercing into his chest and pulled it out. This metallic thorn was covered in barbs that pulled out Long Chen's flesh. That flesh was already starting to corrode. The poison was terrifyingly toxic. Long Chen threw the thorn to the ground. In truth, there are few things we should discuss while we can. The first matter involves the fact that when the Hua family attacked the Fang family, no experts appeared to defend. That simply didn't make any sense, and I felt it was extremely strange. But back then, I told myself that the Fang family's experts had to be gathering in secret or perhaps setting up some formation. But as soon as I led those celestials away, the experts appeared. This is something I was aware of, but I still chose to trust Fang Chang and Chai Lihuo. They are my brothers, and I refuse to believe they would betray me. If my guess is right, at that time, your people were actually split into two groups. Your main force must have secretly attacked the Hua family at the same time as the Hua family attacked the Fang family. This is why the only people to come after me were celestials, and not sea expansion experts. because at that time, the Huo family's experts had to return to defend. Fang Mingyuan nodded. You are right. My calculation was that you would have misgivings about the lives of the innocent, and you would intentionally lead the enemies away. Because you are Long Chen, you are known for not slaughtering the innocent, and you also don't like implicating others. And my guess was right. My Fang family only left behind 2 sea expansion experts to defend. Once you led the experts away, they immediately cleaned up the leftovers. As for the 2 of us, we led our elites, as well as some experts from various sects that joined our side, to attack the Huo family. As a result, the Huo family was practically instantly exterminated. In just 2 hours, they were all dead. According to my original plan, with your strength, even if you couldn't defeat the ones you drew away, you should still be able to flee. My guess was that you would endure long enough for us to arrive. I just didn't expect you to be even stronger than what I guessed. You actually managed to drive them away, said Fang Mingyuan. Long Chen's combat strength was truly terrifying. On his own, fighting against 10 Celestials, he had still managed to force them to flee miserably. That was truly hard to believe. These sea expansion experts were all shocked. That was the first matter. The second matter is that I lied before. Those experts didn't run because they couldn't run. They're all dead, said Long Chen. What? Fang Mingyuan and the others were all startled. Dead, all of them. Impossible. With that many Celestials, even if they couldn't kill him, they should have been able to run. The third matter is that the skeleton Huo Wufeng merged with was special, and he is now a rank 2 Celestial, continued Long Chen. Nonsense. If he was rank 2 Celestial, how could you still be alive? Roared Chai Gaiyang. A rank 2 Celestial was a terrifying existence. At the Xiantian realm, they could match a late sea expansion expert. I'm alive, so he's obviously dead, said Long Chen. Impossible. Long Chen shrugged. It's up to you if you want to believe me. Now it's time for the fourth matter. This is also the last matter. I have to say goodbye to you all. In the other world, you can continue to fight Hu Changsheng. I hope you'll still be the winners at that time. Fang Mingyuan and the others were surprised. More and more, they were unable to comprehend what Long Chen was saying. At the same time, a bad feeling rose in their hearts. His injury. Suddenly, someone pointed at Long Chen's chest. At some unknown point, the wound had completely healed without leaving the slightest scar. In truth, Long Chen had been taking advantage of this time to circulate the primal chaos bead. Endless life energy had erased the poison. But this poison had truly been terrifying. Long Chen had almost exhausted all the life energy in the primal chaos space before recovering. But despite that, he had achieved his goal. Attack, ordered Fang Mingyuan. Blazing flames erupted from his body, and a flame blade appeared in his hands. He was the first to attack Long Chen. As soon as he attacked, he used his full strength. Long Chen gave him a strange feeling of terror. Despite being a late sea expansion expert, he didn't dare to be careless. Boom! A huge divine ring appeared behind Long Chen. A terrifying pressure descended, and suddenly a cold light slashed forth. Split the heavens. The blade Long Chen was using was Bloodrinker. It was something he had taken from a corrupt expert. As soon as he attacked, there were 8 sea expansion experts that didn't even have time to react. They were directly blown apart by Long Chen's attack. Fang Mingyuan and the others' hearts shook. They finally believed Long Chen's words, but now it was too late. Long Chen had suddenly soared into the air, both hands holding his saber. Split the heavens too. Chapter 697 Returning. Long Chen's saber was pointed toward the sky, and a huge saber image pierced through the clouds. A powerful aura locked down Fang Mingyuan and the others. They were all horrified. They had never seen such a terrifying move. Long Chen had previously used the first form of Split the Heavens. Now that he was using the second form, and the residual energy of the first form was absorbed by it. This was Long Chen's first time using the second form of Split the Heavens against enemies. Currently, 3 stars had appeared in his eyes. His saber mercilessly slashed down. 9 Revolution Flame Shield. Fang Mingyuan and Chai Gaiyang both activated the same technique, condensing all their pill flame into a huge shield in front of them. Their flame shields weren't large. They only covered the 2 of them. Obviously, they had abandoned the others in favor of increasing their shield's power as high as possible. The 2 shields layered before them. Boom! The huge saber image slashed down like an apocalyptic blade. All of heaven and earth was cut in 2, and a bottomless ditch appeared before Long Chen. Long Chen spat out a breath of turbid air. This attack was incomparably fierce, but it had also used up all his spiritual yuan. He felt like the second form of split the heavens could never be satisfied. No matter how much spiritual yuan he had, using this move would use up all of it. But the more spiritual yuan he had, the greater its power. Looking at the huge ditch that extended so far and so deep that he couldn't see the end, he was filled with shock. Long Chen had seen those sea expansion experts do their best to resist, but when they had encountered that saber image, they had been directly blown apart. Suddenly, two miserable figures crawled out of the ground. As soon as they did, they began to wildly vomit blood. These two were Fang Mingyuan and Chai Gaiyang. Having condensed all their pill flame in front of them to form their greatest defense, they had managed to survive. But although they were alive, it had come at a terrible price. They no longer even appeared human. They were like two piles of flesh. All their meridians had already been destroyed. They only had a few more breaths of life compared to dead men. Save me. I don't want to die. Chai Gaiyang looked at Long Chen, extending one half-destroyed arm, begging. Sorry, I obviously can't. I already said that I can accept anything except betrayal, said Long Chen. Crack. Long Chen had only just finished speaking when his saber suddenly exploded, causing him to jump in shock. Just now, having continuously used Split the Heavens, the power had been too fierce. Even this saber, which was an enchanted item, was unable to endure that explosive force. Long Chen, because of Li Huo, saved me. Chai Gaiyang no longer possessed an air of an expert. He looked like an ordinary elder begging for life. He didn't want to die. Originally, we shouldn't have ended up like this. Because of Fang Chang and Chai Li Huo, you two were once respected elders in my eyes. I trusted you that much. But what did you do? You not only betrayed me, but you also betrayed your descendants as well as betrayed your conscience. Your greed clouded your eyes and you attacked someone on the same side as you. You have only yourselves to blame, sighed Long Chen. Save. Chai Gaiyang's flame of life was unable to continue burning. A pill ancestor fell just like that. If only his physical body had been destroyed, then relying on his spiritual strength, he could still survive as a soul. In the future, he could find a suitable physical body to snatch. That was what the Huo family's elder had done in the Chaos region. However, having gone all out to create his flame shield, he had poured all his spiritual strength into the shield. As a result, Long Chen's attack hadn't just broken the flame shield, it had also broken his soul. Cough, really, why bother? Fang Mingyuan looked at the dead Chai Gaiyang with a self-mocking expression. He was slightly better off than Chai Gaiyang, but only slightly. He had also reached his final moments. Long Chen didn't say anything, he just looked at him. In this situation, there was nothing to say. Long Chen, I know I don't have the qualifications to ask you for anything, but still, please, it was Chai Gaiyang and I that made this plan. Fang Chang and Chai Li Huo had no idea. I hope you won't release your anger on them. Fang Mingyuan's state improved slightly for a brief moment. That was the final radiance of the setting sun. Don't worry, they didn't betray me, so I definitely won't betray them. Originally, we never should have fought like this, but after today, I won't be able to face the two of them. I will return to my identity as Long Chen. As for Long San, he is dead. Our brotherhood is also over. Hearing this, Fang Mingyuan felt a bit of comfort. Long Chen wasn't going to find trouble for the Fang family. They would be safe. But then hearing his last sentence, he felt a burst of regret. Everything had been caused by him and Chai Gaiyang. They had allowed their greed to control them. Otherwise, if the Fang family had an alliance with a person like Long Chen, one with limitless potential, just how perfect would that have been? But there was no way to go back in time. Many thanks. Fang Mingyuan said these final two words before closing his eyes. Another generation's expert fell. Long Chen sighed. He felt extremely uncomfortable inside. He rarely trusted others, but anyone who he trusted completely. This was his first time feeling so betrayed. He felt a stabbing pain. He went to their corpses. He dug a large hole and buried the two of them. He didn't even touch their treasures. He buried them all. Long Chen merely took Chai Gaiyang's identity plate before leaving. All he left behind was a chaotic battlefield. Looking from an aerial point of view, it seemed as if something had cut a long wound into the earth. A cool breeze blew by, desolate and bleak. Long Chen rushed off. Just now, Fang Mingyuan and Chai Gaiyang had activated a transportation formation to bring him several thousand miles away. He reckoned that they had wanted to kill him in a secluded place. He was going straight toward Pyongyang City. Taking advantage of the night, He changed his face and used Chai Gaiyang's identity plate to enter the 7 treasure jewel tower storehouse. He directly went to where the beast flames were kept. The guards here all recognized his identity plate. Long Chen easily went in. Long Chen directly released Xuanhuan, and it didn't stand on courtesy. It directly devoured hundreds of beast flames. Now Xuanhuan was truly satisfied. Only then did Long Chen stealthily leave the 7 treasure jewel tower. He found that Pilyang City was in a complete mess. The Huo family had been destroyed, while the Fang and Chai families had suffered a sneak attack. Danger was everywhere. Some people were hiding while others were fleeing. Long Chen switched into some ordinary robes, acting the part of an ordinary martial cultivator. Looking at the Fang manor from a distance, he saw Fang Chang and Chai Lihuo nervously waiting. Long Chen sighed and left. His figure disappeared into the night. When the day came, the news that the Huo, Fang, and Chai families had undergone an all-out war with each other shook all of Pilyang Prefecture. The Huo family's destruction caused countless people's jaws to drop. The result of their battle had been the destruction of the Huo family, but the Fang and Chai families had also taken grievous losses. Both their families' heads, as well as the Fang family's legendary Long San, had disappeared. The Fang and Chai families underwent a large-scale search. Half a month later, they finally found scars of a terrifying battle in a barren land. Then, after searching through the soil, they found their 2 families' heads' corpses. At the same time, they found a half-destroyed body wearing Long San's robes. Those robes proved this semi-destroyed corpse was Long San. They concluded that Long San and the others had run into shockingly powerful enemies here, and as a result, both sides had lost their lives to take down their opponents. That was because they found all kinds of broken body pieces around. It was impossible to tell exactly how many people there had been. Fang Chang and Chai Lihuo had burst into tears right then and there. In this one day, they had not only lost the pillars of their families, but they had also lost a good brother. They had immediately brought Long San's corpse back into the Fang family and buried it in their ancestral land. When the alchemy world learned that Long San, a generation's top genius, had died, there was not one person that didn't sigh and lament. He had only just become the champion of the Pill Emperor competition and had just been about to dazzle the world when he fell. This news caused Pill Valley to send someone to take a look, but they only did take one look before leaving. Before leaving, all they had said was that the 7 treasure jewel tower's beast flames had been stolen, and that damage would have to be compensated by the Fang and Chai families. As for the destruction of the Huo family, as long as the sales of medicinal pills didn't decline, they wouldn't investigate this matter any further. In truth, to Pill Valley, the pill towers were just ways for them to interact with the mundane world. They didn't care who came to look after these strongholds. All they cared about was that this stronghold didn't look bad and made money. This was also why the 3 families had dared to fight so openly. Originally, the Huo family had been the rising star, waiting for the moment to completely devour the other 2 families. But that plan had been ruined by Long San. As a result, before the decisive battle, their strength had sharply fallen, and it was them that were devoured by the other 2 families instead. Currently, the Pill Tower was truly the land of the Fang and Chai families, but Fang Chang and Chai Lihuo didn't feel any happiness. Instead, they felt endless pressure. All the heavy responsibilities had fallen on their shoulders overnight, but the name of Pill Valley was something no one could provoke. No one dared to do anything to the Pill Tower. Provoking Pill Valley. In this world, there really were few powers that dared to be that crazy. So despite the Huo family's destruction, the rest of the Pill Tower was completely safe. As for Long Chen, the one who had caused this chaotic conclusion, he had long since stepped onto a transportation formation and returned to Su Prefecture, rushing back to the Xuanhuan Super Monastery. When he saw that familiar mountain gate, Long Chen finally had a feeling of a loafer son returning home. Here were his loved ones, here were his brothers, here were the ones he wanted to protect. Brothers, I Long Chen have returned. Long Chen suddenly roared, his roar shaking the sky. Chapter 698 Xuanhuan Dao Sect. Following Long Chen's roar, the disciples guarding the Xuanhuan Super Monastery were all alarmed. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen. You're still alive. Those disciples all recognized Long Chen. In the entire Super Monastery, it seemed there wasn't anyone that wouldn't recognize him. But everyone knew that Long Chen had ended up running into heavenly punishment with countless corrupt experts, and they had all died. Now seeing him, They didn't dare to believe it. How refreshing. If I were dead, then are you all seeing a ghost now? Laughed Long Chen. But Long Chen found something a bit odd. His shout had definitely rung out throughout the entire super monastery, but he didn't see Shui Wuhan, Meng Qi, Tang Wan'er, or any of the Dragon Blood warriors. Long Chen, you're alive. The person who had come was actually one of the elders from way back in the 108th monastery. After they had been attacked in the first monastery, there had been too many things to do, and the construction of the new first monastery had been temporarily stalled. Thus, the old 108th monastery's elders had stayed within the super monastery. Normally, they would help out with a few random tasks. Long Chen remembered this person to be surnamed Qi. News that Long Chen had died was already common knowledge in the super monastery. The only ones aware of the truth had been Shui Wuhan and the Dragon Blood Legion. Everyone else had truly thought he was dead. Now seeing him return, they were delighted. This encounter made Long Chen extremely emotional. He recalled his time in the 108th monastery. This kind of feeling was exceptionally precious to him after experiencing the betrayal of Fang Minjuan and Chai Gaiyang. Elder Qi, sorry I came back late, said Long Chen a bit guiltily. I'm just glad that you're back. Elder Qi hastily wiped his eyes and smiled. When people are old, it really is easy to get emotional. Long Chen was about to reply when a cold shout rang out. What person dares to disturb the super monastery's peace? A middle-aged man suddenly appeared. A pair of wings allowed him to float in the sky as he looked down on them. Greetings, monastery head. The surrounding disciples immediately bowed. Monastery head, this person is. Elder Qi tried to give an introduction. Shut up, I don't care who he is. Someone come and take him away, ordered the middle-aged man. Over 10 experts immediately shot forward, just about to capture Long Chen. These people were Xiantian elders, but Long Chen didn't recognize a single one. Wait a moment, who are you? Long Chen asked icily. How was it that everyone was so foreign now? Long Chen, this is our new monastery head, explained Elder Qi. What about monastery head Shui? Asked Long Chen. Monastery head Shui Shi. Shut up, you brazen brat, you dare to pretend to be my super monastery's disciple. As I see it, you're tired of life, capture him, ordered the middle-aged man, cutting off Elder Qi's words. The Xiantian experts directly charged at Long Chen without a word. A cold smile was present on their faces, but just as they were about to reach him. Scram! A thunderous roar rang out, and a powerful aura directly blew back all those Xiantian experts and caused them to vomit blood. Xiantian, senior apprentice brother Long Chen has also stepped into the Xiantian realm. This aura was clearly the aura of the Xiantian realm, but Long Chen's aura was incredibly fierce and berserk. Just through his aura, he was able to knock other Xiantian experts unconscious. Elder Qi stood behind Long Chen. Seeing that Long Chen had grown to such a shocking point, he couldn't help feeling delighted. How brazen! You dare to injure my people in front of me. Be suppressed. The middle-aged man extended his hand, and a huge palm image smashed toward Long Chen. This was an attack from a sea expansion expert. Space trembled intensely from this attack, and the disciples with lower cultivation bases felt like a mountain was crushing them. Their faces were pale as paper, and they almost coughed up blood. Long Chen's expression darkened. This bastard was definitely doing this on purpose. With a cold shout, he slammed his palm towards this attack. Boom! What shocked everyone was that the monastery head's palm image was directly blown apart by Long Chen. The monastery head was completely shocked. He had never imagined that Long Chen's power had reached this level. Suddenly, he realized Long Chen had vanished. In the next instant, a figure appeared in front of him. Before he could even react, a palm viciously slapped across his face. POW. An incredibly resounding sound rang out. Anyone in the super monastery could hear it. In front of everyone's horrified gazes, the middle-aged man was sent flying like a shooting star, smashing into the ground. A huge crater was blown into the ground. Everyone was dumbfounded. This new monastery head, a Grand Sea expansion expert, was forced to submit by a slap from Long Chen. Boz, the middle-aged man, roared and crawled up, but before he could say any more, Long Chen's second slap struck. This time the power was even greater than before. His jaw was directly broken, but he wasn't sent flying. That was because this time there was a hand clenching his throat. An insignificant early sea expansion weakling dares to try abusing me. I really have to admire your courage. I'm also curious, how did you manage to live until today? Long Chen looked at the miserable fellow in his grasp. Seeing this, everyone's jaws dropped. It was practically possible to see their stomachs through their mouths. This was too exaggerated, wasn't it? Long Chen had only just returned, but he directly beat up the new monastery head. He really was worthy of being the strongest monster in the history of the super monastery. "Who are you?" asked Long Chen coldly. "How brazen! Do you understand what you're doing, ah?" The middle-aged man actually still wanted to threaten Long Chen, but as a result, Long Chen's foot landed on his crotch. Two round things slipped out from his pant legs and fell to the ground. Every male immediately felt a chill and clamped their legs. "I don't like wasting words. I asked, who are you?" Long Chen acted as if he hadn't done anything at all and continued his questioning. The middle-aged man's expression was incredibly twisted now. This was his first time tasting this kind of pain. From Long Chen's icy gaze, he sensed a fatal danger. That made a chill run through him, and he immediately became much more clear-headed. He knew if he infuriated Long Chen anymore, he would definitely die. "Zhou Chuji," he stuttered. "You're from the Zhou family." Long Chen narrowed his eyes. "Yes." Long Chen wanted to continue questioning him, but seeing that he was already sweating from the pain, he realized questioning him would be too much work. "Elder Qi, what's going on?" asked Long Chen. From Elder Qi, Long Chen learned that Xuanhuan had brought all the super monastery's elite disciples to the Xuanhuan Dao sect a week ago. The Xuanhuan Dao sect was having a great gathering. This gathering was also a trial for their disciples. Therefore, the super monasteries were to send all their finest disciples over. So right now, only the weak disciples remained in the super monastery. This was also why Long Chen didn't see his people. Since Xuanhuan had left, and since it was unacceptable that there would be no sea expansion expert standing guard over the super monastery, the higher-ups had sent over an interim monastery head. But as soon as this monastery head arrived, he began to abuse his power. He made life hard on anyone he found displeasing. They all knew that this was because the Zhou family had lost so badly to the Shui family this time. They were intentionally trying to lower their morale. So right now, the super monastery's atmosphere was extremely listless. Everyone hoped that the Xuanhuan Dao sect's gathering would end soon, and that Xuanhuan would kick this bastard out. Out of the people here, there were only a few who didn't hate this irritating fellow who was constantly finding trouble for them. Long Chen's slaps just now were so refreshing that they almost cheered. Hearing all this, Long Chen smiled coldly toward the middle-aged man in his grasp. "No wonder you dare to target me like this. Not bad, you really do have guts. Due to those guts, I'll spare your life." Long Chen could slap him, but he couldn't kill him. After all, he was a sea expansion expert and currently had the status of a monastery head. Killing him would cause a great deal of trouble. Of course, the prerequisite was that he didn't touch upon Long Chen's bottom line. If he did, then even if he was backed by a god, he still wouldn't be able to keep his life. POW, with one final slap from Long Chen, the middle-aged man was sent flying. He tumbled into the distance before stopping. Long Chen, the middle-aged man's aura immediately erupted. He was both infuriated and shocked. He wanted to clench his teeth, but he was unable to because his jaw was broken. The reason he hadn't done anything before was because Long Chen had had a grip on one of his vitals. He had been defeated only because he had been careless, but he wouldn't give Long Chen a second chance. "What, you want to continue fighting? I'll welcome you at any time, but let me warn you. If you do attack me, I will kill you," said Long Chen. After saying that, he didn't give him a second glance. He entered the super monastery with Elder Qi. Long Chen needed to borrow the transportation formation inside to get to the Xuanhuan Dao sect. The middle-aged man's expression sank. He almost lost control several times and attacked, but his intuition told him that if he did, he wouldn't have a life anymore. But then if he didn't attack, what about his prestige? To be slapped in the face before this many people and not do anything back, how was he supposed to stay in control of the super monastery? While he was at a loss, Long Chen had already disappeared. In the end, the middle-aged man didn't dare to attack. In truth, even if he had, Long Chen wouldn't have taken his life. He would only take half his life. But when Long Chen left someone with half their life, it was often extremely uncomfortable for them. So his choice had definitely been correct. In the end, he didn't go find Long Chen for trouble, but Long Chen came to find him. "Get me an identity badge immediately." In just a few minutes, Long Chen obtained a new identity badge. He needed this badge to enter the Xuanhuan Dao sect. Chapter 699, Provoking Dragonblood Warriors. The scene before him changed. Long Chen found himself in an extremely ancient transportation formation. This formation was incredibly vast, covering an area of several miles. Around the formation were 4 pillars that soared into the clouds. The pillars sparkled with countless runes, and a majestic aura came from them. The formation had been built atop a large mountain. It was surrounded by ancient buildings which appeared to have been built eons ago. Who is it? Before Long Chen even had a chance to examine his surroundings, a cold shout rang out. Over 10 white-robed disciples appeared. These disciples were very young, but their cultivation bases had all reached the Xuanhuan realm. Each of their robes had a large immortal character embroidered on the front, Xuanhuan. Below that large Xuanhuan character were 2 smaller characters written in the modern-day style, law enforcement. They were the Xuanhuan Dao sect's law enforcers. For ordinary law enforcers to have reached the Xuanhuan realm, the Xuanhuan Dao sect was truly worthy of being an overlord of the eastern wasteland. This kind of foundation was truly shocking. I am Long Chen. I'm a disciple coming to attend the Xuanhuan Dao sect's martial gathering, reported Long Chen. The registration has already passed. How are you so late? Where is your identity badge? Asked one law enforcer. Here. Long Chen took out the new badge he had requested from the monastery head. That person examined it closely, and only after seeing there were no problems did he return it. Follow this path down the mountain. After 17 more mountains, there will be a small transportation formation that will take you to the core of the Xuanhuan Dao sect. If you get lost, just ask around. Haha, many thanks. Long Chen cupped his fists and rushed off according to that person's direction. The law enforcer watched as Long Chen left. He couldn't help muttering, the 36th monastery's Long Chen. Why does this name sound so familiar? Damn it, this Xuanhuan Dao sect is way too big. Long Chen had been rushing along for 2 hours only to reach the 10th mountain. He had long since passed the 10,000-mile mark. It was a long time before he managed to reach the transportation formation. Using his identity badge, he stepped onto it. The scene before him changed once more, and he found himself in a huge plaza. Seeing this new scene, Long Chen couldn't help but curse. What was with this huge thing? This one plaza was actually larger than the entire super monastery. At the center of the plaza was an immense statue. It was the same as the one in the super monastery, but it was much, much larger. It almost reached the clouds in the sky. Azure bricks lined the plaza, with each having special runes carved into them. Even ordinary Xuanhuan experts would find it difficult to destroy one. Looking at this huge plaza, he estimated that there were hundreds of millions of these special bricks. People were coming and going within the plaza. These people were all young disciples wearing robes of the various super monasteries. It was very lively. Long Chen felt a feeling of unfamiliarity because he didn't recognize a single one of these people. Look, who's that? Suddenly, a group of chatting women saw Long Chen. Why is he wearing different robes than us? How stylish. And look at his gaze, said one woman. She wore her hair in a braid with a comb. Only now did Long Chen notice that everyone present was wearing white disciple robes. There was a number on their shoulder which indicated which super monastery they came from. Long Chen had come too hastily, and he hadn't worn his disciple robes. Well, even in the super monastery, he had rarely ever worn those disciple robes. He usually just wore a set of black robes. Now that everyone was wearing white and he was the only one wearing black, it was all too conspicuous. As soon as he appeared, he drew the surrounding people's attention. What a cute little brother. Do you need help? Don't be courteous, big sister is right here. The closest female disciples were actually quite brazen and began to tease Long Chen. Cute little brother. After he had grown up, Long Chen had never been called with such an intimate appellation. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Hey, little brother, don't be shy, she laughed. Long Chen was speechless. Looking at the number on their shoulders, he saw these women were from the 28th super monastery. Big sisters, can you? Long Chen was just about to ask where the 36th super monastery's camp was when quite a few people began to gather together in the distance. It seemed something was happening. Ah, are the 36th super monastery's disciples being bullied again? Those women sighed. Little brother, you were asking, where did he go? That woman turned back, only to see that Long Chen had vanished. Long Chen passed through the crowd of people to see over 10 people surrounding 2 dragonblood warriors. Seeing those 2 warmed his heart. At this time, their cultivation bases had reached the mid-Xiantian realm. He smiled upon seeing that. Before going to the Pill Tower, Long Chen had warned everyone not to rapidly increase their cultivation bases. The point was to stabilize their realms. It seemed the assistance of the soul-calming song was even greater than he had expected. Although they had only reached the fourth heaven stage, he saw that their foundations had reached a pinnacle. That would be the greatest help for them when they advanced to sea expansion. As for himself, over these months, his cultivation base had mostly stagnated. He was only at the second heaven stage. Long Chen saw that the majority of the disciples present had all reached the mid-Xiantian realm. Some had even reached the late Xiantian realm. That made Long Chen sigh. He had been so busy that he hadn't had time to raise his cultivation base. It appeared that he would have to focus on it a bit more. Don't go too far. We've accommodated you so far, but that's just because the monastery head told us not to cause trouble. It doesn't mean we're afraid of you, said one of the Dragonblood warriors coldly. When the 36th Super Monastery's disciples had arrived at the Xuanhuan Dao sect, they had received quite a few provocations and insults from the other Super Monastery disciples. Some of the 36th Super Monastery's disciples had refused to accept those insults, and they had directly attacked the insulters. As a result, quite a few of them had suffered. When Xuanhuan had heard this, she was completely enraged. She knew this had definitely been incited by the Zhou family. They had intentionally told the super monasteries under their command to make it hard on the 36th super monastery. The four families were each in charge of 9 super monasteries, but because of Long Chen, she had turned hostile toward the vice sect master, which had brought on a great deal of displeasure from her family. They thought Xuanhuan was becoming more and more impudent. She wasn't taking the big picture into consideration, and she was too headstrong. They wanted to admonish her. As a result, the Shui family super monasteries all ignored the 36th super monastery's plight. They didn't give them any help. While the martial gathering hadn't started, the Xuanhuan Dao sect permitted disciples to exchange pointers with each other. As long as they didn't intentionally kill others, they wouldn't bother them. Only when there was struggle was there motivation, and only when there was motivation could a person's power explosively grow. This was a strategy of having the strong grow stronger. As for the weak, they either had to explosively grow in power or be discarded. Practically every sect was like this. Within a public place like the plaza, it was permitted for people to challenge anyone they wanted, even if the excuse was just that someone looked displeasing to them. In order to keep her people from being bullied, Xuanhuan had told everyone not to go out. But according to the Xuanhuan Dao sect's rules, each super monastery had to send people to register for missions. These missions were really just some random jobs. In truth, it was just a formality, but they still had to comply with it. In order to not draw other people's attention, these two had snuck their way here. But in the end, they had been blocked on their way back. That made them extremely furious. This was intolerable bullying. What cowards! Isn't it just exchanging pointers? You don't even have that courage. Did your mother give birth to you for you to be cowards? Sneered a man with a mole in the corner of his mouth. The people behind him also let out disdainful snorts. Long Chen looked at them and saw that they came from the 25th Super Monastery. Long Chen didn't say anything. He just stood in the crowd. He wanted to see what these two would do. Boss told us that exchanging pointers is just a nonsensical game. He doesn't let us do that, said one of the Dragonblood warriors. Boss, the Grand Xuanhuan Super Monastery's disciples actually use such a bumpkin appellation. Your boss is definitely a bumpkin, laughed the man. Shut up, you're the bumpkin. Our boss is Long Chen, an unrivaled genius. The two of them were completely enraged now. Seeing this, the man sneered, what genius? He's just a dead ghost. He even committed such shameful deeds that he was struck by divine punishment. Trash. You fucker! The two Dragonblood warriors couldn't hold back any longer. They charged at him. As for the man taunting them, he was startled. He was already used to them enduring everything. As a result, one of their fists smashed right into his stomach, while another fist landed on his nose. A cracking sound rang out as he was sent flying. Bastards, how dare you use such a shameless sneak attack? Attack! The disciples following the man with the mole all roared and charged forward. Since they hadn't attacked in accordance with the rules, then they could also attack them as a group. But saber light flashed and blood flew. Those disciples hadn't expected the two of them to actually take out their weapons, and they even used killing blows. They were terrified and hastily retreated. There were only 2 people who had been struck by their blades. These people were elites and they were sensitive to danger, but if they had been half a step slower, they would have been cut in two. "Bastards, you want to kill people? Subdue them," shouted the man leading them while holding his nose. He shot his way forward, a sword appearing in his hand. Chapter 700. Kneel. Aya. A hand flew into the sky along with a person's scream. At the same time, a leg was cut off from the rest of the body. The person whose leg had been severed was the man with the mole. He had only just shot forward when a saber almost cut through his neck. Despite doing his best to dodge, all he managed to do was keep his life. However, the Dragonblood warrior's saber had still severed his leg. Startled cries rang out. This was too ruthless. As soon as they collided, blood dyed the plaza. If that man hadn't retreated fast enough, he would be a headless corpse now. Long Chen nodded. The Dragonblood warriors were elites who had killed their way out of the battlefield. Although their cultivation bases weren't high, their killing power was definitely terrifying. He had instilled a certain principle in them: either don't attack or attack to kill. This was also why he told them not to exchange pointers. It was to keep them in the habit of only using killing blows. This habit could save their lives on the battlefield. As for this kind of exchange of pointers, it was just a senseless little test. If you did it too much, you would forget the true meaning of battle, and your techniques would become merely gaudy without any true strength. This was also why the corrupt path's experts were stronger than the righteous path's. There was no nonsense such as exchanging pointers in the corrupt path. As soon as they entered a fight, it would be a decisive battle of you die or I die. To be so vicious, there really is no saving you. Suddenly an angry shout rang out and a man appeared. As soon as he came, a terrifying pressure forced back all the surrounding people. Runes filled the air. A celestial had actually come. As soon as he appeared, he unleashed a punch at the two of them. They hastily raised their weapons to block. They were just ordinary people. Under the manifestation of the heavenly Taos, their combat strength sharply fell, while their opponent's power surged. The two of them were immediately blown back by a terrifying force. They vomited blood, as a celestial's strength was simply irresistible. However, even in the face of a celestial, they didn't feel the slightest fear. Instead, they were filled with battle intent. They raised their weapons toward that celestial, their eyes so icily calm that it was frightening. What terrifying battle intent! The people watching were all shocked. Even in the face of an enemy they couldn't possibly defeat, their mental states weren't shaken at all. Just what level of will did that require? Courting death. Seeing that the two of them merely coughed up a mouthful of blood from his attack and pointed their weapons at him instead of immediately collapsing, the celestial was infuriated. Countless runes lit up on his fist. Space trembled as he shot toward them. Everyone's expressions changed. Was he really going to kill them? Boom! The two Dragonblood warriors used their full strength to defend, but they were unable to bear his power. Their weapons shattered. The broken pieces pierced into their bodies. The two of them wildly vomited blood as they shot back. This attack was too terrifying. The two of them had only just crawled up from the ground when a figure appeared before them. The celestial slammed his hands on their shoulders. Kneel. Pow! Just as they were about to be humiliated, a hand came from a strange angle. It was like the hand of a phantom, and it heavily slapped across his sinister and arrogant face. What? Everyone was shocked. A celestial had been sent flying by a slap in the face. As he spun through the air, over 30 blood-stained teeth scattered around. Sparkling in the sunlight, it was truly a beautiful sight to behold. A slim figure stood before the two Dragonblood warriors. His black robes and long hair fluttered in the wind. His expression was confident and calm. Boss! The two Dragonblood warriors cried out with shock upon seeing that figure. Their voices were full of emotion and excitement. The person who had interrupted was naturally Long Chen. The only reason he hadn't taken action before was because he wanted to see what level the Dragonblood warriors had reached. To be able to face a celestial without the slightest discouragement or fear was something that greatly satisfied Long Chen. As a martial artist, will was just as important as talent. Good job! Long Chen patted them on the shoulders. Although they were injured, their constitutions were far above average, and there was no need to worry about their conditions. This meant they had truly bitterly trained their physical bodies during this period. Bastard, who are you? Roared the celestial. Long Chen slowly turned and looked at the celestial. His gaze seemed like two sharp blades stabbing into his eyes. Kneel. His voice was not loud, but it contained endless killing intent. as well as an unquestionable determination. The Celestial immediately felt a terrifying will lock onto him, and he felt like a mountain was crushing him. A feeling of incomparable terror welled up within him. He felt like heaven and earth had changed. It was like within the entire world, the only ones remaining were him and Long Chen, while Long Chen was a death god who had pressed his scythe against his neck. It seemed like as long as he willed it, his soul would dissipate. When Long Chen had spoken, he had concentrated all of his killing intent into his voice, and he had used his spiritual strength to lock down the Celestial. This was a spiritual constriction, as well as a competition of wills. Since this person dared to humiliate his brothers, Long Chen had expressed his will, either kneel or die. If he really did dare to resist, Long Chen would immediately unleash a thunderous strike and kill him. As for the trouble that would come, he didn't think too much about it. His only thought was that his brothers absolutely could not be humiliated. This ruckus drew countless people. As they rushed over from all directions, all they saw was Long Chen standing with his arms clasped behind his back, and a Celestial before him incessantly quivering in absolute terror. In front of everyone's stunned gazes, the Celestial was unable to bear the pressure Long Chen gave him. Just like that, he knelt on the ground. Everyone felt like their hearts had stopped pounding. What kind of monster could make a Celestial kneel with just a word? Long Chen's will and killing intent were all concentrated on the Celestial, and so others were unable to sense it. All they saw was that with one order, the Celestial knelt without even resisting. Everyone felt cold sweat on their backs. Just how terrifying was this black-robed man? After he knelt, Long Chen's terrifying will dissipated. The Celestial was shocked and infuriated. In front of everyone's disdainful gazes, he suddenly roared and smashed his fist toward Long Chen. In his fury, he directly used his full strength, and his runes erupted around him. A powerful pressure made it so the spectators could barely breathe. Long Chen unhurriedly also sent out a fist. Boom! The Celestial let out a miserable shriek. In front of everyone's flabbergasted eyes, his arm directly exploded. He himself was sent flying, unconscious from the impact. The two dragon-blood warriors behind Long Chen looked at him fanatically. Their boss truly was their boss. Each time they saw him attack, they would feel their blood boiling. The spectators all looked at Long Chen like he was a monster, especially those female disciples that had teased him before. They had never imagined this cute little brother wasn't the slightest bit cute. He was absolutely terrifying. A powerful Celestial was nothing in front of him. It was like an adult beating a child. This wasn't even a fight. As for those people who had been finding trouble for the Dragonblood warriors, the situation immediately reversed. For him to be able to practically cripple a Celestial with a wave of his hand, without even releasing the slightest bit of his aura, he was an unstoppable monster. I know he must be the 36th Super Monastery's monster, Long Chen, someone cried out suddenly. What, didn't he die? How could he appear here? The Zhou and Shui families had done their best to suppress the news that he had died. After all, this news was extremely embarrassing to their two families, as well as their Xuanhuan Dao sect, but there was naturally no way to keep this news secret. The fact that Long Chen and the corrupt experts had died under heavenly punishment was still exposed. Now that Long Chen had appeared, adding on the fact that the Dragonblood warriors were calling him boss, and then adding on his incomparably terrifying strength, they immediately thought of him. Let's go back and have a drink with the rest of our brothers, laughed Long Chen, patting the shoulders of these two brothers. The two of them were completely ecstatic. During this time, it was Tang Wan'er who had been leading them. To keep them focused on cultivation, she didn't let them drink. The taste had almost faded from their memory. Their eyes immediately began to shine at the thought of a drink. Stop, do you think you can just leave after injuring people? Long Chen had just been about to leave when a cold shout rang out. Long Chen turned back to see 6 Celestials led by a large man. This large man had the build of a bear, and he kept his sideburns grown out. When Long Chen sized him up, his heart clenched. Rank 2 Celestial. Chapter 701 Punishment. This bear-like man had bulging muscles that seemed to possess explosive strength. He allowed his hair to just fall randomly, making him look like a savage. A berserk aura came from him that made Long Chen's heart pound. This feeling was something he had only sensed before from Hua Wufeng, but this person's aura was 10 times stronger than Hua Wufeng's. Hua Wufeng was only able to become a rank 2 Celestial because of some transplanted bones. Although he could be said to have 80% of a rank 2 Celestial strength, How could strength be described that way? That strength was fundamentally not his own. It would be impressive if he could even release half of it. As for this man, he gave Long Chen a powerful pressure. He was the strongest opponent he had met so far. Heavens, it's Zhao Wuji. From the crowd, someone let out a startled cry. This person was someone only a few people in the Xuanhuan Dao sect didn't know. That was because he had a nickname, Tyrant Zhao Wuji. As for why he had this nickname, one reason was because his temperament was so explosive, while the other was because his methods were so cruel. He had killed countless people. Most importantly, he had the strength to back it up. He had once torn a rank 2 celestial in half with his bare hands in one of the righteous and corrupt battles. That was what had earned him the name Tyrant. From the muttering, Long Chen learned that this person was extremely powerful, but Long Chen still felt no fear. Could it be that if I don't leave, someone will treat me to a meal? Do you know who you're talking to? Before Zhao Wuji could even speak, one of the celestials behind him sneered. Zhao Wuji waved his hand, cutting him off. You are Long Chen. Correct. So you're still alive, but whether you're alive or dead doesn't matter to me. Let me tell you, those 2 beauties of the 36th super monastery are mine. It'd be best for you to scram, said Zhao Wuji threateningly. 2 beauties? Long Chen was startled. That should be referring to Tang Wan'er and Meng Qi. Thinking of that, his fury immediately soared. This bastard wanted to snatch his women. Fuck off. What shocked everyone was that Long Chen didn't hesitate in the slightest. He directly sent a face slap at Zhao Wuji. This face slap was extremely resounding, so resounding that it shook people's ears. Some of the weaker disciples actually began to bleed from their ears. But Long Chen was also shocked. Zhao Wuji wasn't sent flying by his slap. All his slap did was make him stagger back. Furthermore, his own hand hurt. Zhao Wuji had never imagined that there would be someone in this world who dared to slap him. He was at first stunned, and then with a furious roar, he smashed his fist at Long Chen. Boom! Long Chen didn't dare be careless. Circulating his full strength, he met the attack with his own fist. A terrifying shockwave erupted, and the surrounding people were all sent flying. Long Chen felt a burst of pain from his wrist. At this time, he saw a yellow, earthen light over Zhao Wuji's fist. This was Long Chen's first time being suppressed in terms of physical strength. However, Zhao Wuji was also startled. Let alone ordinary celestials, even amongst rank 2 celestials, he had never encountered someone who dared to compete with him in terms of physical bodies. He also felt a burst of pain from his wrist, as if it was about to break. With a furious roar, a dirt yellow rune lit up on his fist, and he once more punched at Long Chen. This fist caused heaven and earth to rumble. Long Chen could sense endless energy surging into Zhao Wuji from the ground. This was his first time encountering such a strange situation, but he had no time to think about it. Zhao Wuji's fist had already arrived. Endless thunder force suddenly appeared over his hand as he met his fist. Boom! This exchange was even more vicious than the last. The entire plaza rocked as berserk energy caused the incomparably sturdy ground to crack. This horrified everyone. Zhao Wuji was ranked number 1 in terms of brute strength in the Xuanhuan Dao sect. He had never lost to anyone in the same realm in terms of strength. Who knew how many years it had been? Zhao Wuji's fame had been earned entirely through his 2 fists. He was practically unrivaled. But this seemingly weak and almost scholarly Long Chen was actually able to fight on an even level with him in terms of physical power. They found this to be inconceivable. One was a huge figure, while one was a slim figure. This disproportionate scene was extremely shocking. Boom! Neither of them was able to suppress the other, and they both shot back. Brat, you have some skills, but with just this little power, don't even think about defeating me, said Zhao Wuji. Space suddenly trembled and endless runes condensed around him. These runes were split into 2 kinds. As expected, he truly was a rank 2 celestial. Eat one of my fists, Zhao Wuji roared. He suddenly soared into the sky and then leaped down on Long Chen. Seeing that Zhao Wuji had summoned his cry of the heavenly Daos, Long Chen snorted. He was just about to summon his divine ring. Stop! But a cold shout caused Long Chen's expression to change. He found that the space around him had solidified, and he was unable to move. As for Zhao Wuji, he was in an even worse position than Long Chen was. He was still in midair and in the same attacking posture. It was extremely comical. Long Chen was shocked. What kind of power was this? He was unable to release the slightest bit of his strength. If this person wanted to kill him, wouldn't it be as easy as turning a hand? Was this the power of the ancestor level? Long Chen suddenly thought of the tower ancestor. Although the tower ancestor had been very benevolent and amicable, he knew he was a terrifying existence. Perhaps only an ancestor-level expert would be this terrifying. In front of this power, he was just like an ant. Suddenly, the restrictive force disappeared, and Long Chen recovered his freedom. He hastily looked in the direction of that voice. Two people had come. One was a white-haired man with a dignified face. The other was a beautiful woman. Monastery head, Long Chen couldn't help crying out. Seeing Xuanhuan now was truly great. As for Xuanhuan, she was delighted to see him, but she immediately suppressed that emotion and rebuked. If you were alive, why didn't you get back here sooner? Do you know how worried we were for you? Of course, she had long since known he was alive. She was just saying this to conceal that fact, as if she had had no idea he had been alive. After all, because Long Chen had died back then, the Zhou family had been forced to compensate them with a great deal of resources. Xuanhuan had spent all those resources on the Dragonblood Legion. It was also because of this that she had drawn the ire of her family. They had thought this compensation would be used for the entire Shui family, as the compensation they had paid was no small amount. But Xuanhuan had ignored her family's wishes and focused completely on raising the Dragonblood Legion. It was precisely for this reason that she had drawn her family's anger. And so when the 36th super monastery was suppressed, the Shui family didn't do anything. They were using this method to pressure Xuanhuan into apologizing to the family. After all, she was a late sea expansion expert, one of the pillars of the entire family. They couldn't go too far against her. And yet Xuanhuan refused to lower her head. She didn't say a single word of apology, infuriating her family head. He had warned everyone not to help her. He wanted to see just how far she planned on enduring. "He is the Long Chen you mentioned?" asked the elder. His gaze was electric, seeming to see right through Long Chen. "Good, he's still in time to attend. Add his name to the registration." "Many thanks, Vice Sect Master," thanked Xuanhuan. Long Chen, hurry and thank the Vice Sect Master. "In truth, you're already late. If it weren't for the Vice Sect Master's words just now, you'd have lost the qualifications to attend." "Many thanks, Vice Sect Master." Long Chen didn't know what was going on, but since Xuanhuan ordered him, he hastily thanked him. The Vice Sect Master nodded. All of a sudden, he icily said, "You two really were brazen. Do you not know it is not permitted to fight here?" Long Chen was startled. This Vice Sect Master had turned hostile out of the blue. To tell the truth, his face was not very friendly looking, so as soon as his expression darkened, it was truly a bit frightening. "Vice Sect Master, it's Long Chen who went too far." Seeing Long Chen keeping his mouth tightly shut, Zhao Wuji could only try to explain. "Shut up, I don't care about your excuses. To fight right in front of the ancestor's statue is a blasphemy to the founder," shouted the Vice Sect Master. He didn't give him any chance to explain. Long Chen was laughing inside. Zhao Wuji was truly an idiot. He couldn't even tell what kind of temperament this Vice Sect Master had. Did he think he was someone who would find justice for him? It was precisely because he had seen through what kind of character the Vice Sect Master possessed that Long Chen had kept his mouth shut. But as expected, this idiot Zhao Wuji didn't understand that. Seeing Long Chen rolling his eyes, Xuanhuan couldn't help sighing. When it came to slyness, perhaps there weren't that many people who could exceed Long Chen. Zhao Wuji ended up taking quite the blow. She had previously gone to find the Vice Sect Master just to keep the registration open for Long Chen. The actual registration had already ended. They would be moving out for the trial region tomorrow, and the trial was to begin 3 days from now. Back in the super monastery, she had constantly been paying attention to news from the Pill Tower. She knew that Long Chen had taken first place at the Pill Emperor competition. Theoretically, he should have quickly returned. But he still didn't return after all that time, and once she had brought everyone to the Xuanhuan Dao sect, she had lost her connection to the outside world's news. She could only try stalling for time with the Vice Sect Master. Today was the day they were to completely set the quotas. If Long Chen still hadn't come, he wouldn't be able to attend the trial. Xuanhuan had been in the midst of coaxing the Vice Sect Master when the two of them had felt the fluctuations of a battle. As a result, they had arrived just in time to stop this battle. "Since the trial is about to start, I won't give you much punishment. The two of you must repair all the bricks here perfectly, or don't even think about attending the trial. And if anyone helps, you'll all lose your qualifications," ordered the Vice Sect Master. Just like that, he turned and left. Chapter 702, Xuanhuan Dao Sect's Martial Gathering. Long Chen had just been laughing inside, but now he was stunned. The vice sect master wanted him to be a bricklayer. How was he supposed to know how to do that? Long Chen, I really have to admire you. When it comes to causing trouble, no one beneath the heavens can compare to you. You've just arrived at the Xuanhuan Dao sect, but you've already brought trouble for yourself. Truly competent. Xuanhuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Long Chen had never been a peaceful person. After causing all that trouble for the Pill Tower, he had come here to cause trouble. Did he not get tired? Monastery head, I really can't agree with what you just said. How did I provoke trouble? It was others who came to bully me, and I was simply forced to counterattack. Do you think I'm someone who intentionally provokes dogs into attacking me? Long Chen spread his arms, seeming wronged. Who are you saying is the dog? Raged Zhao Wuji. It's not like I said it was you. Furthermore, in this world, what dog looks as bear-like as you? Long Chen shook his head. You, Zhao Wuji almost went berserk and attacked. Come at me? Just now, we didn't have a chance to determine the winner. Since you dare to place your sights on my women, you really must not care about your life. Long Chen narrowed his eyes and took a battle posture. He wanted to know just how terrifying a true rank 2 celestial was. Furthermore, this idiot dared to place his sights on Meng Qi and Tang Wan'er. That was the greatest provocation to Long Chen. As long as he dared to attack, Long Chen would accompany him. Long Chen, don't make a fuss. If you two continue like this, you'll both be imprisoned and lose your right to participate in the trial. Seeing Long Chen like this, Xuanhuan jumped in fright. With her understanding of Long Chen, she knew that there was nothing he didn't dare to do. As for Zhao Wuji, he was the very definition of an explosive person. He never thought about the consequences of his actions, so it was all too possible for them to fight. I don't care about the trial. Zhao Bear, if you have the guts, then let's continue our fight. Long Chen was undaunted, cursing right at Zhao Wuji. Everyone was startled. This Long Chen was practically a demon. Was he afraid his previous actions hadn't infuriated Zhao Wuji enough? As expected, Zhao Wuji was enraged. His hair stood on end, making him look just like a furious lion. His eyes almost seemed to spit flames. But everyone was surprised to see that the incomparably explosive Zhao Wuji decided to swallow his anger in the end. Long Chen, at the trial I will definitely crush you. After saying that, Zhao Wuji ordered someone to get new bricks from the storeroom, while he knelt and began to pick up the broken pieces. He intentionally left Long Chen with half the space to clean. Since the two of them had been punished together, it was naturally split half and half. I can't be bothered to deal with you. Well, you can busy yourself here. I'll be leaving. Long Chen turned to leave. Bastard, if you don't finish your half, you'll be imprisoned and lose your right to participate in the trial. Do you want to run like this, you coward? Roared Zhao Wuji. He thought Long Chen was running so that he couldn't do anything to him. Idiot, did you not hear the vice sect master? He's punishing the two of us together. Let me repeat what he said for you. The two of you must repair all the bricks here perfectly, or don't even think about attending the trial. Are you deaf? In case you still don't understand, let me explain it even clearer for you. If these bricks aren't tidied up perfectly, neither of us will be able to attend the trial. As for me, I never had any intentions of attending. So if you want to attend, you understand. Long Chen laughed as he left with Xuanhuan and the two dragon blood warriors. Fug fug fug. Zhao Wuji was about to go crazy. He threw the brick in his hand to the ground in his fit of anger. The thunderous sound revealed just how furious he was. Xuanhuan was bitterly holding back a smile. Long Chen was too evil to give Zhao Wuji all the work. As for Zhao Wuji, he really did have no choice but to do it, and he also couldn't have other people help him. A rank 2 celestial, an unrivaled existence here, was forced to be a bricklayer. Xuanhuan was practically unable to believe it. They returned to the 36th Super Monasteries region. This was a huge palace, and although it was just a temporary residence, it was still extremely grand. Boss has returned. As soon as they entered, a familiar cry rang out. Gu Ran was the first to sense Long Chen's arrival. This large hall was filled with many people calmly cultivating, but that peace was immediately broken. The dragon blood warriors were especially emotional, and all their eyes turned red. Long Chen was a god in their hearts, someone they practically worshipped. They were unable to hold back their excitement upon seeing him again. Ha brothers, tonight none of us will go home until we're drunk. Wait, that's wrong, this place is home, so we'll drink until we collapse, laughed Long Chen. Seeing these familiar faces, Sensing the kind of trust between brothers, Long Chen felt a warm feeling well up within him. After experiencing the betrayal of Fang Minjuan and Chai Gaiyang, this kind of trust and feeling could heal the wound in his heart. Although he might be a powerful expert, an undefeatable war god in other people's hearts, he had his weaknesses, and his greatest weakness was being betrayed by people he trusted. That kind of pain was something that could only be understood through experience. "Boss, we missed you." Xuanhuan gave Long Chen a fierce hug. His eyes were red. This time they had truly been parted for a long time. Not to mention that Long Chen had been stalling so many powerful enemies the last time they had seen him. They had even thought that they might not see him again. It felt like a lifetime had passed. "Haha, you were overthinking things. Who do you think I Long Chen am? Even the heavens can't put me away," laughed Long Chen. He had a fierce hug one by one with Gu Yang, Li Qi, Yue Zifeng, and Song Minjuan. Song Minjuan and Fang Minjuan had the same name. Most likely, the person who had come up with their name hoped for them to have a far-reaching vision and foresight. But Fang Minjuan had still been blinded by his greed and lost that foresight. He had ended up losing his life from that. Just thinking about it made a person lament. "Has Wildest still not returned?" Long Chen asked suddenly. "For now, there's still no news from him or his master." Xuanhuan shook her head. Long Chen's heart shook. He hoped nothing had happened to them, but then thinking about it, the two had only gone hunting. It didn't seem likely for something to happen. However, the fact that they hadn't returned after all this time was a bit worrying. "Long Chen!" Suddenly, a disbelieving cry rang out. Long Chen hastily turned back. Before he could see anything, a burst of fragrance enveloped him, and a maiden tightly held him. "Long Chen, you giant scoundrel, how could you only return now?" Tang Wan'er was in Long Chen's embrace, her face stained with tears. After being teleported out of the chaos region, she had always been worried. When Xuanhuan had led an army over, each hour had felt as long as a year to her. That kind of bitter torment was something outsiders couldn't comprehend. But when Xuanhuan had returned, she had refused to see her. That had made her heart sink to an all-time low. It was a good thing that Long Chen's letter had arrived quickly. That letter had been marked with his specific spiritual mark, and it could not be faked. Her worried heart had finally managed to get a rest. "Girl, did you miss me? But even if you want to hug me, you should find a place with no one else present to do it. There are so many single people watching. Your actions are giving them a blow big enough to kill them," laughed Long Chen. Tang Wan'er immediately turned red and gave Long Chen a vicious pinch. She turned, not daring to look at the others. It's fine. As single people, we can take this chance to observe and learn. We have to learn a little bit of everything from Boss Long Chen." Xuanhuan also laughed wickedly. That wretched expression was also quite similar to Long Chen's. Xuanhuan was speechless. The people that Long Chen led were definitely not good. They were a bunch of hooligans like him. "Dear Meng Qi, come, give your husband a hug." Long Chen pulled Meng Qi into his embrace. Meng Qi had just been standing to the side without saying anything, but her eyes were already wet. Her temperament was the exact opposite of Tang Wan'er's. One was outspoken and forthright, while the other was elegant and subdued. Tang Wan'er said whatever she wanted. She was unable to keep any secrets, but Meng Qi was like water, and she wouldn't easily display her emotions. Now that Long Chen pulled her into his embrace, she couldn't hold back any longer and her tears began to drip down. Long Chen's embrace felt so warm and comforting to her. Her arms pulled against Long Chen's waist as she sobbed. "Sorry I've caused you to worry." Long Chen was a bit ashamed, but he also felt helpless. Meng Qi shook her head. She raised it and saw that Long Chen's expression was the same, but he could not conceal the weariness coming from deep within him. "Long Chen, you're the one who has it hard. In order to keep us safe, you suffer so much. But you conceal that suffering from us. We are always in your heart, but we are powerless to share your burden," said Meng Qi. This time, the Dragon Blood warriors couldn't help but turn silent. They had always treated Long Chen as an idol they worshipped. He was an undefeatable legend, an unrivaled commander. But they had forgotten that Long Chen was even a bit younger than them. He was also human, and he also had times of weakness. It was just that Long Chen only showed them his strongest, bravest side. In battle, he always took on the most dangerous fight. Now that Meng Qi said this, everyone's hearts became emotional. Long Chen had paid so much for them, but they were only able to help him so little. Long Chen also felt his emotions well up, and his tears almost fell. It truly was Meng Qi who understood him the best. "It's fine, everything's over now. Now that we've reunited, we should be happy. Long Chen did his best to steady his emotions. Smiling, he wiped away Meng Qi's tears. Even tear-stained, Meng Qi's beauty was still absolutely incomparable. It was like crystal drops sprinkled over jade. It's no wonder that Zhao Bear wants to take my wife. If others also had such a beautiful wife, I would also want to snatch them. Long Chen's sudden joke caused everyone to laugh. Even Meng Qi and Tang Wan'er couldn't help laughing. All right, it was difficult for everyone to gather again. I've already sent people to prepare the food. We can talk as we feast. I'll give you an explanation of what will be happening during this martial gathering. Shui Wuhan's solemn words caused everyone's ears to perk up. Chapter 703, 4 Heavenly Geniuses and 3 Peerless Beauties. At this moment, Shui Wuhan's expression was solemn. This martial gathering hosted by the Xuanhuan Dao sect is different from the past. In the past, it was just a trial and experience for disciples. But this time, it has coincided with the opening of the immemorial pathway, so it has an added purpose to fight for quotas. Immemorial pathway? Asked Long Chen. The immemorial pathway, Shui Wuhan sighed. 1,000 years ago I was also just like you. I also chanced upon the opening of the immemorial pathway, but at that time, Shui Wuhan suddenly went silent. A trace of fear appeared in her eyes. It was obvious just how terrifying that immemorial pathway had been for her. She sighed, brushing off those miserable memories. It's best to just talk about the trial for now. But before that, let me first give you a brief explanation about the structure of the Xuanhuan Dao sect. Although the Xuanhuan Dao sect I'm talking about is just the branch sect, it has tens of millions of elite cultivators. As for the people who can attend the martial gathering this time, they are elites amongst elites. Our 36th super monastery is the weakest existence of all the super monasteries. When she reached there, Shui Wuhan became a bit embarrassed. Long Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The monastery I was at was also the weakest existence. Now the super monastery is also the weakest existence. Don't tell me that the branch sect we're at is also the weakest amongst the branch sects. My luck can't be that bad, right? Shui Wuhan looked at Long Chen. She didn't say anything for a long time. Really? This branch sect is also the weakest? Long Chen was speechless. How was it possible to have such bad luck? Cough, but even so, our Xuanhuan Dao sect is still one of the overlords of the eastern wasteland. As you've seen, almost 100,000 people are attending the trial this time from the 36 super monasteries. As for our 36th super monastery, we have less than 500 people. Shui Wuhan became even more embarrassed. Out of these 500 people, the Dragonblood Legion occupied 360 members. That was because the trial's criteria required that the disciple had to reach the Xiantian realm and was not older than 50. 99% of the disciples were washed out by these requirements. If it weren't for the Dragonblood Legion, Shui Wuhan would have been too embarrassed to even come here to attend the trial. That was because the other super monasteries all had over 1,000 elites who could attend, or even several thousand. When the 36th super monastery was compared to them, they truly were weaker. And if they didn't have Meng Qi and Tang Wan'er who were celestials, then they truly would have been turned into the Xuanhuan Dao sect's laughingstock. But now that a monster like Long Chen had returned, the 36th super monastery's position had immediately risen. Let's not talk about those elite Xiantian disciples. Just in terms of celestials, there are 33 experts, and amongst them are the 4 heavenly geniuses and 3 peerless beauties. At this point, Shui Wuhan smiled slightly. As for Meng Qi and Tang Wan'er, they blushed. Long Chen immediately understood that the two of them were within the so-called 3 peerless beauties. When it came to looks, Meng Qi and Tang Wan'er were definitely beauties that could bring about the downfall of a state. With their exceptional beauty, it was very normal for them to be in that ranking. Could it be that there is someone else that can compare to my 2 wives? Impossible. Long Chen was a bit surprised. Meng Qi and Tang Wan'er blushed even further. Tang Wan'er gave Long Chen a pinch, but Long Chen's skin was too tough, and she felt like she was trying to pinch dragonhide. She was unable to use the slightest force. But Long Chen's words were still praising their beauty, and they both liked that. What women didn't like such words? Even confident women would be delighted upon being praised. As soon as someone mentions a beautiful woman, your tail immediately pricks up. Are you not interested in the 4 heavenly geniuses? Shui Wuhan rolled her eyes at Long Chen. This little fellow never paid attention to the important details. Cough, nothing like that, I was just curious, Long Chen explained hastily. but he grumbled inside, "Sister, why must you intentionally frame me?" As expected, Tang Wan'er, Meng Qi, the Dragon Blood warriors, and even the elite disciples from the other monasteries looked at Long Chen with a strange gaze. "Boss, you've already taken 2 of the 3 beauties. You're just lacking 1 for a complete set." Aya, Xuanhuan was suddenly sent flying by a burst of wind. He tumbled back and collided against a wall. His head was stuck in the ground as his butt was raised toward the sky. He was stuck in an exceedingly sorry and comical position which caused a burst of laughter. "Xuanhuan, do you think you're too big for a beating?" raged Tang Wan'er. Currently, she was a true celestial, and she was even a powerful existence amongst celestials. Xuanhuan was unlucky, as with Long Chen present, he had forgotten something. He had forgotten that even Long Chen wouldn't fight with Tang Wan'er. Little Snow had been released at this time, and he had simply been laying there without saying a word. Now, he suddenly let out a growl. "Haha, even Little Snow says he deserves it," laughed Meng Qi. She was the only one here other than Long Chen who could understand Little Snow's spiritual fluctuations. "Fine, I was wrong." Xuanhuan crawled up from the ground dejectedly. Now he had gotten smarter and he hid behind Long Chen. Now, on the off chance he said something wrong again, Long Chen would become his shield. "All right, let's get back to the topic. The 3 peerless beauties is something the Xuanchen Dao sect's disciples came up with. Meng Qi and Tang Wan'er are 2 of them. As for the last woman, she's not just one of the 3 beauties, she's also one of the 4 heavenly geniuses," said Xuanhuan. Long Chen was startled, "Then is she?" Xuanhuan nodded. "Yes, she is also a rank 2 celestial. She is extremely powerful, and she is definitely no weaker than the other heavenly geniuses. That's because she has inherited king blood." "Inherited king blood, what does that mean?" asked Long Chen. Above sea expansion is foundation forging. That is the ancestor level. Experts above the ancestor level are nicknamed kings. They are the absolute rulers of the eastern wastelands and the other 3 outer regions. They can disdainfully look down on anyone else. With a wave of their hands, mountains collapse and seas overturn. They are completely unrivaled existences. Xuanhuan couldn't help sighing, a touch of worship appearing in her eyes. Wouldn't such a person be on the same level as a god or immortal? How could such a person exist? Asked Tang Wan'er. "In truth, you've also seen such a person," Xuanhuan smiled. "We have, how is that possible?" "The others haven't seen them, but those from the first monastery have. That's especially true of the Dragon Blood warriors," said Xuanhuan. "Then you're talking about the woman who took away Yizhikyu?" asked Long Chen. "Correct. If my guess isn't wrong, she should be a king," said Xuanhuan. Long Chen was surprised. He fell back into his memories. At that time, that woman had stood in the air without any wings. In fact, there had been no fluctuations around her at all. Just like that, she stood in midair. So she was actually such a terrifying existence. Thinking of how he had actually taken a battle posture against her when she had taken Yizhikyu, he began to sweat. Most likely, she could have killed them all with just a sigh. "Then that means Sister Jikyu definitely has been revived," cried Tang Wan'er excitedly. "With such a terrifying figure protecting her, Yizhikyu couldn't possibly have died." "That's why you have to be careful, Long Chen. For a powerful king to personally raise her, Yijikyu's cultivation base will definitely reach an incomparably terrifying level. You might get thrown behind by her," laughed Xuanhuan. But then she clapped herself in the head. "What's going on today? How are we always getting sidetracked? Back to the main subject, the 3rd beauty's name is Xuanhuan. She comes from an exceedingly old ancient family. Although her family has already declined in her generation, there are signs of her ancestral blood being awakened. If she doesn't die, she has a 10% chance of becoming a king," sighed Xuanhuan. "Just 10%, Long Chen was slightly speechless. Xuanhuan finally couldn't bear it anymore and gave him a disdainful gaze. "Do you think kings are cabbages? Out of 10,000 ancestor experts, maybe not a single one will be able to become a king. Becoming a king not only requires talent and perseverance, but it also requires luck." "Ah, then I'm doomed. With my luck, there's no chance for me at all," sighed Long Chen. From this explanation, he knew kings were blessed by heaven and earth. Long Chen had never received such a blessing. "All right, we've gotten sidetracked again. Don't interrupt me again or this will never end," said Xuanhuan. If this continued, who knew what topic they would end up on? It was always Long Chen who disrupted her flow. Xuanhuan possesses a king bloodline, and she is also a rank 2 celestial. Her combat abilities are incredible. She comes from the 2nd super monastery, which is controlled by the Wang family. The Xuanhuan Dao sect's four families are the Shui, Zhou, Wang, and families. The Wang and family's relationship with my Shui family isn't bad. They won't intentionally make things hard for us, so you don't need to be worried about that. The next heavenly genius is Yue Qianchen. He is also a rank 2 celestial and is also exceedingly powerful. When he fights with others, his attacks are always killing blows. That's because he is a sword cultivator. A sword cultivator. Yue Zifeng narrowed his eyes. He was also a sword cultivator, and he wanted to have a look at that terrifying fellow's abilities. Sword cultivators were acclaimed as possessing the top offensive ability. Their killing blows were incomparably sharp, and each exchange could determine life and death. They were extremely terrifying. Yue Qianchen comes from the first super monastery, which is controlled by the family. According to reason, he won't have any conflicts with us, but sword cultivators are known to be extremely prideful and eccentric. You should pay attention not to provoke him. As for the third person, Long Chen, you've already encountered him and you've even exchanged blows. He is Zhao Wuji. He comes from the fourth super monastery, controlled by the Zhou family. That's why he would intentionally target us. He is a rank 2 celestial and he controls the great Earth's energy. His energy is boundless and his physical body is terrifying. He has never met a match in terms of physical strength, said Xuanhuan. Long Chen nodded. It was no wonder he was so powerful. He not only had the power of his physical body, but he also borrowed the energy of the earth. And there's another celestial, asked Long Chen. Yes, he comes from my Shui family. A complicated expression appeared on Xuanhuan's face. Chapter 704 Shui Guanj. When she mentioned the Shui family's heavenly genius, Xuanhuan's expression became a bit unnatural. It was only after she explained that everyone came to comprehend why. In truth, the Shui family's inner organization was rather complicated. Other than the head of the family, there were 3 late sea expansion experts, and Xuanhuan was one of them. The future family head was supposed to arise from these 3 people. But Xuanhuan had no interest in becoming the family head. As for the other 2, their power spheres were extremely large, and they fought intensely. Both of them had tried to pull Xuanhuan to their side, but Xuanhuan loathed that kind of struggle. She decided to separate herself from the Shui family, distancing herself from their struggle. She went to the 36th super monastery and quietly acted as a monastery head. She hadn't expected that leaving would end up offending both sides. Now, one of them had finally become the winner. That was because a rank 2 celestial had been born amongst his descendants. That was a form of absolute power, and the struggle was immediately settled. As for Xuanhuan, because she had refused to join hands with him, she was constantly rejected during these few years. This was a reprimand, as well as a display of power. As for the current family head, he had long since viewed this as normal. If a family wanted to flourish, then at times when there was no outer battle, inner battles were a way to increase strength. Of course, that was on the precondition that the leader controlled the scope of the inner struggle properly and didn't let it overturn the entire boat. So those who could manage the position of the family head were all wily old foxes. Only such people could keep control of the overall situation and allow the family to steadily advance. Whether inner struggle would benefit the family was all up to the family head. How much it would benefit would be up to their control. It was a reflection of their wisdom. This was the essence left behind by generation after generation of the righteous path. Practically all large families were the same. This was for the continued inheritance and prosperity of the family. Of course, some people felt this manner was inappropriate. The slightest mistake might cause the entire family to fracture, but they were also unable to find a better method. Large families were like this, and sects were also like this. The inner competition was for the sake of development and raising total combat strength. That person is called Shui Guanjai. He is also a rank 2 celestial, and he controls the water element. His combat abilities are strange, and he definitely isn't lacking compared to the other heavenly geniuses, said Xuanhuan. Shui Guanjai, isn't that water pipe? Long Chen was startled, who had come up with such a name. Xuanhuan was also startled for a moment. Now that Long Chen mentioned it, she found that this name truly was a bit odd. The others also felt this name to be outlandish. His name might be a bit strange, but you should still be careful around him. He is very strong, warned Xuanhuan. Isn't he from your family? Why do we have to be careful? Asked Tang Wan'er. Long Chen was speechless. How could she view things so simply? Any power, as long as it grew strong enough, would begin to give rise to endless internal conflicts. Humans were very marvelous creatures. It was like it was in their nature to dislike beauty and peace. When they saw something beautiful, they had an urge to destroy or pollute it. Even a nation, a family, a sect, any power, after undergoing the baptism of a fierce war, they would only be united for a short period. Once they enjoyed peace for too long, once they forgot the pain of their wounds, they would start an internal conflict again. Foolish girl, after we became acquainted in the 108th monastery, have you forgotten just how many pitfalls we ran into? You think the Shui family is a collective whole and should be united, but then wouldn't others also think that our 108th monastery was a collective whole? Have you forgotten the truth? Asked Long Chen. Oh, Tang Wan'er nodded with embarrassment. She suddenly asked, Long Chen, do you think I'm very foolish sometimes? No, Long Chen shook his head. Really? Tang Wan'er was delighted. This acknowledgement from Long Chen was good to hear, but his next words weren't so delightful to her. It's not that you're sometimes foolish, but that you're always this foolish. Bastard, raged Tang Wan'er. She looked just like an infuriated but beautiful tigress that wanted to take a bite out of Long Chen, but she was held back by Ming Qi. Wan'er, don't make a fuss. The monastery head is trying to give us a proper explanation, advised Ming Qi. Sister, Long Chen is bullying me, cried Tang Wan'er resentfully. It's not like this is the first time. He often acts like this with you. Once you get accustomed to it, you'll be fine, consoled Ming Qi. Shui Wuhan sighed, a bit speechless. You children really give me a headache. Shui Wuhan truly was worried. Out of these people, the only one who was rather normal was Ming Qi. She was much more dutiful and steady. The rest were all like Long Chen, a bunch of troublemakers. Furthermore, all of them were incredibly daring. She had introduced these terrifying figures to give them a warning and make them reserve themselves. But it seemed she had wasted her efforts. All right, you can continue here. I'll take a rest. Shui Wuhan stood up, said her goodbyes, and just left. Everyone was startled. Meng Qi hastily gave Long Chen a glance, and he immediately understood and followed Shui Wuhan. Big sister, are you angry? Long Chen smiled. No. Ha ha ha, big sister, it seems your words don't match your heart, laughed Long Chen. You little brat, if you laugh again, I'll give you a beating, raged Shui Wuhan. All right, fine. Big sister, I know you told us all of that out of kindness. Look at me, I might be laughing, but I'm very clear on that. I'm not someone who doesn't know what's important and what's not. Long Chen knew Shui Wuhan had good intentions, but they had laughed it off, and that naturally did not give her a good feeling. No matter how old you became, no matter how high your cultivation base became, such a thing would naturally make a person feel unwell. And compared to men, women like to be more meticulous. She truly did feel a bit unwell inside due to their actions. Furthermore, she was their monastery head. Accompany me for a stroll, sighed Shui Wuhan. Of course, Long Chen didn't refuse. As if it were the most natural thing in the world, he wrapped an arm around Shui Wuhan's arm, acting as if she were his sister. Shui Wuhan shook slightly, but she didn't throw him off. The two of them slowly began to walk. This was the 36th Super Monastery's camp, and their territory was extremely large. Long Chen and Shui Wuhan walked alongside each other to a small lake. The lake water was extremely clear, and koi swam freely inside. It was extremely peaceful and comforting. Shui Wuhan bitterly smiled. Long Chen, you really are a demon. Sometimes you make a person so happy that they want to kiss you, and sometimes you make them so infuriated that they want to give you a beating. Shui Wuhan's mood hadn't been good, but with how obediently Long Chen was acting now, she didn't have the heart to berate him. I already have quite a bit of experience of big sister beating me, but it seems I have no memory of being kissed. Should we try it? Laughed Long Chen. Shui Wuhan rapped Long Chen on the chest. She had an urge to rebuke him, but then seeing his smile, she also couldn't hold back a laugh. Only then did Long Chen get down to business. Big sister, I know you were warning us for our own good. Although in terms of worldly wisdom I'm not comparable to you, I have my own martial path. Since I've chosen that path, I can't waver. If I do, I'll never be able to advance again. My Tao is one of advancing forward no matter what. If mountains block me, I'll split mountains. If rivers block me, I'll split rivers. Even if mountains of corpses and seas of blood appear, I still won't retreat, nor will I detour. This is my Tao, this is my conviction. Perhaps others aren't able to understand it and will think that I am stupid. But I know what I'm doing. I would rather be a glorious firework than a long-lasting rock. In fact, we all feel that way. Shui Wuhan's heart shook. She hadn't expected Long Chen to be so obstinate. What he was describing was the undefeatable Tao, the hardest path to walk. In order to maintain a bright Tao heart, he could never suffer defeat in his entire life. But that was impossible. A cultivator would run into countless experts in their lives, who could possibly guarantee that they would never lose. Once they lost, their Tao heart would waver, and their cultivation base would never advance again. And it wasn't just Long Chen. He was bringing with him a group of people to walk this path. That was too crazy. But with her understanding of Long Chen, she knew he wouldn't listen to anyone else's advice. Thinking of that, she couldn't help sighing. Everything would be up to him. Long Chen didn't dislike Xuanhuan's nagging. On the other hand, he appreciated it, because it meant Xuanhuan truly did care about him. "Is everything from that side handled?" asked Xuanhuan. "Pretty much." Long Chen gave her a general summary of what had happened in the Pill Tower. He didn't need to hide anything from Xuanhuan. When she heard that the Huo family had been eradicated and that the Fang and Chai family heads had been killed by him, Xuanhuan was shocked. If it had been someone else who had said this, she wouldn't believe it even if they beat her to death. It really is unexpected that Fang Minjuan and Chai Gaiyang would be blinded in the end. Regretful, sighed Xuanhuan. In truth, just how many higher-ups are able to keep their conscience? In their eyes, there is no right and wrong. There is only profit. When the profit is big enough, they won't even hesitate. I've experienced far too much of that kind of thing. Let alone the Fang and Chai families. Even if I joined the Shui family, I'm certain the Shui family head would also have made the same decision as them. That's why I refused to join the Shui family back then. Unless you are able to become the family head, I have no confidence in the Shui family, said Long Chen. Hearing that he didn't trust her family head, Xuanhuan was a bit distressed. After all, that was her senior. But she had no choice but to admit that his words were extremely correct, and his last sentence and his trust in her warmed her heart. "All right, you can leave now. Go accompany those beauties and brothers of yours," Xuanhuan smiled. "What about you?" "Me, forget about it. I really am unable to talk with you children." Xuanhuan shook her head. Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, slash Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Shui Guanzi slash Shui Guanzi. Shui Guanzi, meaning water pipe. Chapter 705, Running into Zhang Wuyan. Everyone drank quickly with how excited they were, and in less than a few hours, they collapsed from intoxication. Long Chen also drank quickly, because it had been a long time since he had relaxed like this. In his drunken, collapsed state, all he could remember was that someone helped him back to his room. Lying on his bed, Long Chen could recall two soft bodies and fragrant scents being present. He felt like he was floating in the clouds as he descended into a deep slumber. "Long Chen, get up. It's morning and we have to go sign in." Long Chen was still deep in his slumber when Tang Wan'er's voice woke him up. He really didn't want to get up. He hadn't slept this well in a long time. With his eyes closed, he tried to pull Tang Wan'er into his embrace. But as a result, his hand ended up touching a soft and bouncy place. "Ah!" Tang Wan'er shrieked, and seeing Long Chen's butt facing her, she viciously aimed a slap there. In his drowsy state, Long Chen still didn't know what was happening. He turned, muttering, "Let me sleep." "Ah." He had only just turned when Tang Wan'er's hand landed on his crotch. Long Chen instantly shot up. "Ah, sorry, I didn't do it on purpose." Seeing Long Chen holding his crotch with a pained expression, Tang Wan'er panicked. Are you trying to cripple me?" Long Chen was sweating from the pain. He finally understood what the pain of the balls was. So those people he had hit there had actually been in this much pain. This location was definitely fatal. But it was a good thing Tang Wan'er's physical strength wasn't too high, or he would have been done for. I can help you massage it," said Tang Wan'er in her panic. "Ah, fine, let's start now." Long Chen let go of his crotch. "Bastard, I knew you were just faking," raged Tang Wan'er. Her panicked expression had long since vanished to be replaced with a crafty smile. "Damn it, she completely sees through this now. Looks like I'll need to switch up my ways in the future." Long Chen was speechless. After being with him so much, Tang Wan'er had completely adapted to his little tricks. However, it was true that that slap hadn't been painless. "You two don't mess around, it's time to sign in." Meng Qi walked in, speechless at what she was seeing. "Here, these are the disciple robes I got for you." Tang Wan'er and Meng Qi helped to take off Long Chen's black robes. "Why do I have to wear white? It looks like I'm going to my funeral or something." Long Chen didn't like wearing white. The main thing was that this color got dirty the easiest. With his character, it would probably change color in just a day, most likely to red. Don't fuss. If the law enforcement disciples heard that, you would be punished, warned Meng-Chi. Meng-Chi and Tang Wan'er helped him put on his new robes. This was his first time experiencing such a pleasure. Just what a blessing was it for two peerless beauties to help him change his robes. Now, Meng-Chi was helping him straighten his collar with a tender expression. Meng-Chi, you really are beautiful. I missed you so much, let me kiss you. Aya, don't joke around. Meng-Chi lightly hit Long Chen. She was both embarrassed and vexed, but that gave her an even more intoxicating look to Long Chen. Xuanhuan, Meng-Chi doesn't want my gift. Quickly come over here and I'll bestow it to you. Aya, can you not be more gentle? Long Chen hadn't even finished speaking when a fist beat his back. Tang Wan'er was much fiercer than Meng-Chi. In the end, the two women were satisfied with his white robes. He appeared exceptionally dashing like this. Yup, with these looks, you could definitely entice more beauties, teased Tang Wan'er. Miss Beauty, please entice me, laughed Long Chen. Dislikable, let's go sign in. Previously, when the others signed in, they always had to sneak over to avoid others finding trouble for them. As for me and Sister Meng-Chi, it was always inconvenient for us to go out. Now that you've arrived, let's go together and see just who dares to find trouble for us, said Tang Wan'er. Although Long Chen was sometimes too obstinate and domineering in her heart, Long Chen was always the most dependable existence. With Long Chen present, she wouldn't fear anything. The three confidently walked through the plaza. Previously, the others had always snuck their way through. Oh, not bad, the work's almost finished. From a distance, Long Chen saw a large man sitting on his butt, laying bricks. It was the rank 2 celestial he had exchanged blows with yesterday, Zhao Wuji. At this time, Zhao Wuji had finished most of the work. After a couple hundred more bricks, it would be finished. There was a large crowd of people watching him work. Long Chen. Seeing Long Chen arrive, Zhao Wuji was completely infuriated. That bastard had given him all the work. He had spent all night fixing these bricks, but he had heard from others that Long Chen had gotten completely drunk last night. Now he had an urge to immediately throttle him. He was a peerless heavenly genius. When would he have ever had to do such work? But this was the order of the vice sect master. With the kind of person he was, Zhao Wuji knew the vice sect master wouldn't go back on his orders. Even his monastery head had personally come to warn him to endure this. Otherwise, he really would be screwed. Zhao Wuji had no choice but to swallow his anger. Seeing Long Chen with Meng-Chi and Tang Wan'er on his arms, looking as if they were flaunting their relationship in front of him, that anger almost drove him crazy. You really are narrow-minded. Isn't it just some small work? Are you mad I didn't pay you? Here. Long Chen disdainfully tossed him a purse and left just like that. Zhao Wuji instinctively received the purse. He thought the inside was empty, but when he tilted it, a copper coin fell out and landed on the ground. As it spun on the ground, it seemed like it was laughing at him. Long Chen. Zhao Wuji roared and was about to charge at him. Senior apprentice brother Zhao, you can't. Several of the Celestials immediately went to hold him back. But Zhao Wuji was too strong, and these people were actually unable to physically stop him. One of them shouted, Senior apprentice brother Zhao, if you fight, you won't be able to attend the trial. Only then did he calm down slightly. He forcibly suppressed his rage. Seeing Long Chen brazenly swagger away, he suddenly let out a furious roar. This was his only way of releasing his anger, or he would definitely go crazy. Haha, Long Chen, you really are evil, but I like it. Tang Wan'er was holding Long Chen's arm, laughing. That person looks just like a bear, but he actually dares to say he'll take me and Sister Meng-Chi, truly courting death. Exactly. To dare have the thought of snatching my, Long Chen's, women, he definitely is courting death. Leaving things like this really ends with me being the one to lose out. Long Chen suddenly shook his head. What do you want to do? Do you want to fight him? Asked Meng-Chi worriedly. No, I was thinking that I should go snatch his woman, said Long Chen. Scoundrel, his woman is definitely a giant female bear. Your taste couldn't have changed that drastically, right? Raged Tang Wan'er. Ah, you're right, then let's forget about it, laughed Long Chen. You too, when will you grow up? Don't you see others looking at you? Pay attention to your status. Also, Wan'er, don't keep calling Long Chen bastard and scoundrel. That's not good and it is harmful to his prestige, advised Meng-Chi. Oh, I understand, sister. Tang Wan'er obediently nodded. She often listened to Meng-Chi as she was older than her. It's fine. This is Wan'er's term of endearment for me. That's because my goal has always been to be a new and improved scoundrel, laughed Long Chen. When others called him scoundrel, that was an insult. But when Tang Wan'er called him that, it reminded the two of them of their first time together. Long Chen, Tang Wan'er was moved by this. Foolish girl, what do you want? Long Chen, you scoundrel. Meng Qi was speechless. She quickened their pace. Being together with these two required a face impervious to blade or spear, and she didn't have that. She couldn't ignore everyone's strange gazes. The two of them really were a match made in heaven. Wherever they went, they would fight. They never took a break. They quickly reached the registration hall. Meng Qi said, Long Chen, bring out your super monastery seal and place it on the registration book. Super monastery seal, what's that? Asked Long Chen. Meng Qi asked, didn't someone give it to you yesterday? Have you forgotten? I drank so much yesterday. I think I placed it on the table and forgot about it. Long Chen slapped his leg. Now he had to run back, but he didn't make Meng Qi and Tang Wan'er come with him. He rushed back on his own. He had only just rushed out of the door when he collided with someone who had coincidentally been coming in. When they collided, a layer of light suddenly appeared out of that person and sent Long Chen flying back. But that person also stumbled back. Are you blind? The newcomer was a woman. She was slender and beautiful. Her long hair was like a waterfall rippling to her waist. She was very beautiful, and she even possessed a grand charm. She was a beauty who possessed both looks and elegance, but there was also a great arrogance that came from her. Her words were especially vexing to a person. Long Chen had been about to apologize, but hearing her chiding, he was irritated. If you weren't blind, you wouldn't have walked into me. Don't try to put all the blame on one side. Don't be the pot calling the kettle black. Long Chen, what is it? Meng Qi and Tang Wan'er hastily came out to take a look upon hearing Long Chen's words. When they did, they were both startled. Chapter 706, Pleasant Surprise. Zhang Wuyan, cried Meng Qi and Tang Wan'er. She was Zhang Wuyan. Long Chen couldn't help being startled. How could there be something this coincidental? You are Long Chen. Zhang Wuyan icily looked at Long Chen and then shook her head. Truly two flowers stuck in manure. At least it's better than being stuck nowhere, raged Long Chen. What mental illness did this woman have? It wasn't as if he had provoked her. Zhang Wuyan merely snorted and entered to sign in. What happened, Long Chen? Why would you fight here? Asked Meng Qi. Only a ghost would know. My guess is that she didn't take her medicine before leaving the house, or perhaps she took the wrong medicine. Just wait here while I get my seal, said Long Chen. I think we should go with you. With your temperament, when you run into Zhao Wuji, if he doesn't attack you first, you'll probably be the one to attack him. Meng Qi shook her head. If they really let Long Chen go alone, then in his furious state, if Zhao Wuji provoked him even slightly, he might explode. Meng Qi really understood Long Chen the best. It was better to be safe. When they had finally got the super monastery seal and returned, Zhang Wuyan had already left, allowing Meng Qi and Tang Wan'er to sigh a breath of relief. Long Chen, do you think Zhang Wuyan is beautiful? Tang Wan'er suddenly asked on the way back. Just barely. Although he disliked her as a person, he had no choice but to admit that she truly was beautiful. A person had to discuss things without bias. Then would you like her? Asked Tang Wan'er. Like her? Why would I like her? Don't mess around, I'm being serious. Fine, then I'll tell the truth. I don't like her, said Long Chen. Why not? She's very beautiful. Tang Wan'er continued in her questioning, refusing to let Long Chen off just like this. What? Do I have to like someone just because they look beautiful? Long Chen was practically speechless. What kind of logic was this? Don't change the subject. Is she as beautiful as me and Sister Meng Qi? Wan'er, Meng Qi was blushing. Who asked people questions like this? Long Chen laughed. When it comes to beauty, she might barely be able to stand on the same level as you. But when it comes to the vastness of her heart, she is too lacking. The vastness of her heart. Meng Qi and Tang Wan'er didn't understand what he was saying at first, but following his gaze to their chests, the two of them immediately blushed. Long Chen, you pervert, how dare you say something like that? Long Chen laughed and ran off. Meng Qi and Tang Wan'er shot off in hot pursuit. It had been a long time since Long Chen had felt this relaxed, laughing and talking with his beauties. Although he liked this kind of feeling, once they got back, he had to get down to business. He gave Hua Wufeng's spatial ring to Meng Qi and Tang Wan'er so they could organize what was inside. At the same time, he thought of what he had won for taking first place at the Pill Emperor competition. He hastily looked inside that golden spatial ring. This was also a huge life ring, and it was even vaster than Xuanhuan's. A pill furnace. Long Chen saw three things in the ring. One was a golden pill furnace. The runes carved onto it gave it an elegant aura. It's actually a pill furnace on the enchanted item level. Long Chen was shocked. Pill furnaces were a must-have for alchemists, second only to pill flames. But pill furnaces were no ordinary items, and not just anyone could create them. An ordinary forging master might be able to create all kinds of weapons, but they would be unable to create a furnace. That was because forging a pill furnace required the usage of a pill flame. Only through the usage of pill flame would the furnace possess its own spirituality. Then, refining more pills wouldn't cause it to wear down but would instead nourish it. As it refined more pills, its quality would increase. The more a pill furnace was used, the more valuable it became. So true alchemists would always pass on their pill furnace to their most beloved disciple before dying. However, to have this kind of effect, the pill furnace had to have reached the enchanted level. Other pill furnaces could also possess a slight nourishing effect, but that effect was essentially negligible. Pill furnaces on the enchanted level had special formation runes carved into them. When refining pills, those runes would draw the surrounding natural energy into the pills to raise their quality. The alchemists could also use their spiritual strength to multiply the effects of those runes, but not every alchemist had that qualification. That was because just refining the pill would be very taxing on their spiritual strength, and they wouldn't have any leftover energy to activate the runes. But Long Chen was different. His spiritual strength was incredibly vast, and he wasn't even able to finish using it all. This furnace was practically tailor-made for him. A treasure, definitely a treasure. I'll be able to refine twice as fast with half the effort now. Long Chen was delighted. In Xuanhuan's spatial ring, he had found a 6th-tier pill furnace. It was definitely peak grade amongst 6th-tier furnaces. At that time, he had directly thrown it into the primal chaos space. But compared to this enchanted level pill furnace, that 6th-tier furnace was absolute trash. Just this pill furnace completely satisfied him. Currently, he had consumed close to 1,000 Enlightenment Palace pills, but the cyclone had still not reached its peak state. He estimated he would need close to another 1,000 to reach that point. The main problem was that the pills he was consuming weren't high enough quality. Xuanhuan was only able to refine one-ring pills. That was much lower quality than the pills he refined personally. But he didn't have enough time to refine. This enchanted level pill furnace solved one of his urgent needs. Although the quality of the pills wouldn't immediately be much higher, as time passed, under an earth flame and the medicinal pills, nourishing, this pill furnace would become better and better, allowing the quality to gradually increase. The more the furnace was used, the better. He directly tossed the pill furnace to Xuanhuan, having it continue refining Enlightenment Palace pills. He would need to trouble Xuanhuan during this time. Normally, when Xuanhuan wasn't refining pills, it was devouring the energy from the beast flames. Once it got full, it would continue working. Long Chen moved on to the next item. It was a prayer mat. It was woven out of 9 yang heavenly unicorn grass. What money? Long Chen was shocked. This was a kind of extremely magical grass that could nourish a person's soul. A single stalk of it could be used for 100 years. But this entire mat was woven out of it. There had to be at least hundreds of stalks. Unfortunately, although it's a good treasure and practically a divine item to alchemists, it's useless for me. But Mengqi and Wan'er can use it, and it'll be especially beneficial to Mengqi since she's a pure soul cultivator. She has no suitable housebits right now, and so she has to rely entirely on soul arts. With this prayer mat, her cultivation will definitely advance rapidly, and there's no worry of her foundation growing unstable as a soul cultivator. I suppose I'll first take out a stalk and plant it in the primal chaos space. After that, he moved on to the third and final item. Damn it, they really cheated me. The last item was a medicinal pill. It was known as an ancient pill, something that had flowed down from the ancient era. The pill Tao was filled with variations. Although the majority of medicinal pills were supposed to be consumed immediately or within a certain amount of time, some weren't. They were to be stored over long periods of time. These pills were covered in a special layer called a pill veil that allowed them to absorb energy from the sun and the moon to nourish the pill. This nourishing effect was very slow. The method to refine such pills had already been lost. Thus, such pills were normally only found when exploring ancient ruins. But not all pills could be stored for so long. Some pills would eventually become toxic, and as soon as you consumed them, you could ascend. Although this pill was covered in a pill veil, Long Chen could tell what pill it was. It was a 7th-tier pill, the Hidden Glyph Tiger Soul pill. Its main ingredient was a 7th-rank Hidden Glyph Tiger Soul. The Hidden Glyph Tiger was a magical beast from the ancient era, but even back then, it had been extremely rare. The Hidden Glyph Tiger had a set of lines on its body. Those lines weren't set at their birth. Instead, those lines would constantly change as their cultivation base grew. It was rumored that the Hidden Glyph Tiger was no ordinary magical beast. It actually relied on comprehending the heavenly Taos in order to cultivate. That sounded like absolute nonsense. If magical beasts relied on comprehending the heavenly Taos, would they even be magical beasts? However, this kind of backwards magical beast did exist. The Hidden Glyph Tiger's essence soul contained extremely dense heavenly Tao energy. That kind of energy was very miraculous and could help a person comprehend the heavenly Taos and allow them to break through a bottleneck. After absorbing the sun and moon's essence for countless years, its rings had disappeared. Instead, a figure could be seen on the outside of the pill. That figure moved about as if it were alive. This pill had already broken through the limit of high-grade pills to reach the top-grade classification. If Long Chen were to use a top-grade 7th-tier Hidden Glyph Tiger Soul pill to break through to see expansion, it would be an absolute waste of a treasure. More importantly, this thing was essentially useless to Long Chen. He cultivated the 9-star Hegemon body art. His cultivation path was different from others, and this pill would have no effect on him. Furthermore, it wasn't just that he couldn't use it. The others had no need of it either. Everyone's foundations in the Xuanhuan realm were incomparably solid. Even without this pill, they would smoothly reach the sea expansion realm. If I add some material to this pill, I could give it to Big Sister. If she's lucky, she'll have a definite chance of breaking through to foundation forging. Then with an ancestor-level expert backing me, couldn't I be as crazy as I wanted to be in the Xuanhuan Dao sect? I could slap whoever I want. I could snatch whoever's women I wanted. For a sea expansion expert, this pill's effect would be a bit lacking, but Long Chen found a very complicated formula within the pill god memories. That night, he refined a bowl of medicinal liquid. This medicinal liquid had no use on its own, but when consumed with the Hidden Glyph Tiger Soul pill, the combined medicinal effect would be 10 times greater. Even Xuanhuan, a late sea expansion expert, would have a good chance of advancing. Just like that, holding the bowl of medicinal liquid, Long Chen rushed off towards Xuanhuan's residence. Chapter 707, Third Heaven Stage of Xuanhuan. Leaving Xuanhuan's residence, Long Chen was filled with anticipation. If Xuanhuan could reach foundation forging, he would truly have found a reliable backer for himself. Xuanhuan had at first been confused upon seeing Long Chen bringing her a medicinal pill and liquid. Long Chen directly explained that they were special medicine he had refined just for her. Although she found this odd as she didn't know much about alchemy, she still consumed them due to her trust in Long Chen. As soon as she did, her expression became one of wild delight. She immediately felt her mental state enter a state of emptiness, and her perception of the heavenly Taos gradually grew clearer. The greatest gain was that she actually felt her bottleneck weaken slightly. She was far too familiar with that feeling. She had felt that 3 times in the past. Unfortunately, she had never been able to grab hold of that opportunity. Now, without Long Chen's reminder, she immediately knew what to do. She focused on entering a perfect meditative state to take advantage of this opportunity. For sea expansion experts, advancing to foundation forging wasn't as simple as just attacking the barrier. Xuanhuan had already been at the late sea expansion realm for almost 500 years. She had tried attacking foundation forging 3 times, but she had failed. Trying to reach foundation forging through force was useless. It relied on grabbing hold of a certain kind of opportunity that the heavenly Taos bestowed on you. When a person's mind entered a state of complete calm, it would be easier to grasp that opportunity. But the world was filled with countless worries. No one was truly able to keep their mind and heart in a perfect state of calm with no distracting thoughts. After failing 3 times, Xuanhuan had already become a bit dejected. She hadn't managed to feel this kind of opportunity in the last 300 years. She had already accepted that she would never be able to reach foundation forging. Now Long Chen had given her another chance. Furthermore, her comprehension of the heavenly Taos had never been this clear before. She would go all out in her attempt to seize this opportunity and forge an immortal platform. Foundation forging referred to creating a platform on top of the expanded sea. This platform was sometimes called the immortal platform. It was also sometimes called the Tao platform. It was the foundation for your chance of ever becoming an immortal or god. It could be said that only once you reached foundation forging were you a true cultivator. As for those so-called immortals and gods, they were just a legend. But it was true that once you reached foundation forging, your lifespan would extend a great deal. See, expansion experts had a lifespan of around 1,500 years. However, Xuanhuan would only have a lifespan of 1,200 years. That was because most women, especially beautiful women, would train in a kind of secret art. At the price of reducing their lifespan, they could maintain their youthful appearance. That was also why there were many old men in sea expansion, but not many old women. But once you reached foundation forging and created your immortal platform, you would be able to absorb the exceedingly thin immortal qi in the air. Then your lifespan would increase to 5,000 years, and your youthful looks would be restored. Chen was only able to help out this much. The rest would be up to Xuanhuan. According to reason, she should have a good chance. When Chen returned, he saw Mengqi and Tangwaner holding hands and quietly whispering about something. He didn't know what they were saying, but when they saw him, they immediately turned red and shut their mouths. To talk badly about someone behind their back, each person is punished with one kiss. Chen suddenly swooped down and gave Mengqi and Tangwaner a kiss each. The two of them released a tempest of fists against him. He laughed and rushed off to his private training room. The trial was about to start, and he had to take advantage of this time to increase his strength. Out of the 4 heavenly geniuses, he had run into 2. That bear had already become enemies with him. Thus, there would definitely be someone to play with in the trial. Xuanhuan had told him that he was an earth attribute expert. If he summoned the cry of the heavenly Taos, then whether it was heaven or earth, endless energy would become his to use. He was different from a fake like Xuanhuan. He was a true rank 2 celestial, and the two of them were as different as heaven and earth. Although Chen wasn't afraid of him, if he was speaking frankly, his chances of winning weren't high. As for Zhang Wuyan, she was clearly no kind-hearted woman. As soon as she opened her mouth, it was like she wanted to take a bite out of someone. Furthermore, Chen felt she was too arrogant. She liked to look down her nose on people. That was something that he didn't like. Although she wouldn't necessarily be an enemy, the chances of them becoming allies were essentially 0. As for the other 2, he doubted they would be well-disposed toward him, especially that water pipe. He would very likely make things hard for him in the trial. According to Xuanhuan, this trial was extremely beneficial. So many people would be going all out for this trial. It was because Chen knew this trial was so important that he trusted that Zhao Wuji would definitely tidy all the bricks so he could participate. Right now, Chen needed to urgently increase his strength. Otherwise, in the trial he might get suppressed. Then it wouldn't be so fun. He took out his pill furnace. He needed to personally refine some higher-grade pills to condense the cyclone. Ah, how refreshing. Chen had only just opened the furnace when it began to dimly shine. As he poured in his spiritual strength, the furnace's runes grew brighter, almost looking like they were alive. He had only just poured in the powders when they instantly merged. The pill furnace also gave him much greater control, and he didn't need to worry about the flames suddenly growing and turning the ingredients to ashes. Also, the pill furnace's runes were being activated by his spiritual strength, which absorbed the air's energy and poured it into the pills. The furnace shook slightly. Chen was stunned. He had actually refined it so quickly. Opening the lid, he saw 9 jade-like sparkling pills that were still slowly rolling in the furnace. Damn, they're all 9-ring pills. This is too amazing. Chen gulped. This was the best pill furnace he had ever encountered. In his delight, he refined 9 furnaces of pills in one go, and they were all 9-ring pills. And with the nourishment of his soul, the pill furnace only became better. After that, he placed the furnace back in the primal chaos space and had Xuanhuan refine on its own. In any case, Xuanhuan didn't have anything better to do. The beast flames it had confined were only able to give him a single bite of energy after a whole day's recovery. Xuanhuan had nothing else to do during the rest of the day, so it directly became Chen's hardworking apprentice. As Xuanhuan's strength increased, its intelligence also grew. It actually gave birth to the slightest bit of soul energy. It was able to communicate simple thoughts with Chen, and it could even use its soul energy when refining. Boom! An explosive sound came from Chen's body. He was delighted, thinking that the cyclone had been fully formed. But then he realized he was wrong. Instead, he had advanced to the third heaven stage of Xuanhuan. Although he hadn't deliberately cultivated, the enormous amount of energy in over 1,000 enlightenment palace pills had pushed his cultivation base higher. 81 nine-ring enlightenment palace pills were consumed in just a few hours. It went without saying that the energy contained in nine-ring pills was truly enormous. The cyclone had grown much larger. Chen estimated that he would completely condense it with just 100 more pills. He was about to continue refining when Xuanhuan called him out. Everyone had gathered. The trial was about to start. Chen tidied up and walked out with Xuanhuan. He had only just come out when he saw Ming-Chi talking to Xuanhuan. It was a failure. Chen couldn't help being disappointed upon seeing Xuanhuan. Her aura hadn't changed in the slightest. Xuanhuan was doing her best to suppress her emotions, but she was unable to conceal the excitement and delight in her eyes. She didn't hide the truth from him. She whispered, "It was a success." "But your aura..." "Fool, the Foundation forging realm is different from other realms. Even if I manage to take advantage of this opportunity, condensing the Foundation takes a long time. Only through a great deal of time and effort is it possible to create the immortal platform. Only once the immortal platform takes form will I go through the baptism of heavenly tribulation and become able to sense the immortal spiritual chi in the world. Only then will I be a true ancestor-level expert. I've already begun to condense the foundation in my chi. In other words, I'll quickly become an ancestor-level expert. It's just that others aren't able to sense it yet." The constant solemn and stern expression on Xuanhuan's face finally disappeared. She seemed like a woman in the springtime of her youth, and a smile of excitement appeared on her face. "Haha, congratulations, big sister. Doesn't that mean that I can be as crazy as I want in the Xuanhuan Dao sect now?" Chen was also incomparably excited. The feeling of having a reliable backer was truly good. Seeing his evil smile, Xuanhuan's excitement faded by at least half. She warned, "Chen, you little brat, you better not intentionally cause any trouble. Even once I advance to Foundation forging, my status will only be on the level of the Vice Sect Master. When it comes to combat abilities, I most definitely won't be on the same level as a true ancestor. Most importantly, there's still the Sect Master above the Vice Sect Master. That's a person who has lived so long they've practically reached the level of a living fossil. Don't mess around, because if you end up disturbing that person, we'll all be doomed." Chen awkwardly smiled. "Big sister, do you think a well-behaved person like me would intentionally cause trouble?" After saying that, he saw Ming-Chi and Xuanhuan looking at him oddly. It could not be more obvious what they were thinking. They didn't believe him. That made Chen feel even more awkward. How could these two girls not know how to stick up for him? Xuanhuan said, "All right, let's focus. Make sure to keep this matter secret. Also, gather up the others. In 2 hours, we'll be heading out to the trial region." Chapter 708, War of Words. In front of the ancestral statue of the Xuanhuan Dao sect, the 36 super monasteries, people had all lined up. Chen and the others from the 36th super monastery were all at the very back. Chen carefully sized up these people. It was as Xuanhuan had said, the 36th super monastery's numbers truly were the lowest of all the super monasteries, and pitifully low. Because he was standing at the back, Chen was unable to catch a glimpse of Zhao Wuji and the others. Furthermore, it wasn't suitable to use his spiritual strength to nose around here. That was especially true since there were women here too. This kind of spiritual probing was no different than peeping at them. He would definitely be cursed. There were almost 100,000 elite disciples here who had all reached the Xuanhuan realm. That was truly shocking. The Xuanhuan Dao sect's 4 families experts had also gathered. They were atop a large stage at the front. There was still an empty spot on that stage, and that was for the Vice Sect Master. He hadn't arrived yet, but the 4 families had already gathered. Chen narrowed his eyes. At the front of the 4 families were 4 ancient elders that were currently discussing something. Chen was speechless. Considering how old they looked, it was difficult for him to tell who was who. It was unknown just how many centuries these old fellows had lived for. In any case, their wrinkles were more concentrated than the growth rings of oak trees, and their hair was as white as snow. But their gazes were still alive and healthy. The feeling they gave Chen was that they were wily old foxes that had taken human form. These 4 were the family heads. Although their cultivation bases had only reached the late sea expansion realm, The reason they had become their family's heads wasn't because of strength, but because of their brilliant methods. That was what had won them the favor of the previous generation's family heads. The leftmost elder was the family's head, Feng. The first super monastery, in other words, the strongest super monastery, was amongst the 9 super monasteries they controlled. The second-rank celestial, Yue Qianchen, also came from the first super monastery. The next one was an elder with a long mustache and beard. He was the Shui family's head, Shui Yunkang. Although these 4 were all ancient elders, when comparing them, Shui Yunkang was at least slightly better looking than the others. Shui Wuhan sat behind him. Her eyes were closed, clearly displaying her indifference toward the ones around her. She appeared a bit isolated when compared to the others who were constantly discussing something. The strongest super monastery that the Shui family controlled was the 5th super monastery, and their number 1 genius, Shui Guanjai, hailed from there. Rather than saying that Shui Guanjai was someone raised by the 5th super monastery, it was better to say he was someone personally raised by the Shui family. The reason he was placed in the 5th super monastery was just a formality. Besides, Shui Yunkang was an elder whose face was slightly darker. He was the Wang family's head. The 2nd super monastery was under the administration of the Wang family, while Zhang Wuyan was their peak expert. As for the final elder, he was bald. His head was even shinier than other bald heads. It almost seemed like he had buffed it with wax. The light reflecting off it could light up all of heaven and earth. It was currently noon, and looking from a distance, it was like there were 2 suns. This bald elder was from the Shui family's sworn enemy, the Zhou family's head, Zhou Tianyi. Although the Shui and Zhou families didn't get along, when the 4 family heads chatted, they actually seemed to be chatting very amicably. Brother Yunkang, congratulations. Your Shui family not only has Shui Guanjai, but now even Long Chen has returned. That's a cause for celebration, said Zhou Tianyi with a smile. Haha, this is the old ancestor's blessing. He wouldn't allow a genius to fall just like this. Many thanks for your care, Brother Tianyi, responded Shui Yunkang. He knew this old fellow was probing him. As expected, Zhou Tianyi said, myself and the others are very curious. How did Long Chen manage to survive that heavenly punishment? After all, the Corrupt Path's 5 sea expansion experts, 9 celestials, and 80,000 elite disciples were all exterminated by it without a single one of them living. But Long Chen did. It really is puzzling. Let alone Zhou Tianyi, even the other 2 family heads were shocked upon hearing that Long Chen had returned. What had happened in the Chaos region was no secret in the Xuanhuan Dao sect. Although this matter had been mainly caused by the Pill Tower's Hue family, the Zhou family had been the one to act as a go-between. The photographic Jade was proof of that, and that had brought on the fury of the vice sect master. The Zhou family had put in a great deal of trouble to settle this affair. Not only had they scapegoated Zhou Qingyi and her son, but they had also given Shui Wuhan an immense amount of resources as compensation. But once that compensation had been given, once their people had been killed, once they had lost those resources, Long Chen had suddenly come back alive and well. That made Zhou Tianyi feel like he had swallowed crap. He even suspected that they had known all along that Long Chen hadn't died, all to con his Zhou family. Haha, Brother Tianyi, you really are amazing. You're even this clear on their numbers and levels. It really makes a person think. Shui Yunkang laughed sinisterly. Think what, Brother Yunkang? Don't talk drivel. Zhou Tianyi's expression sank. Shui Yunkang was clearly trying to say that he had colluded with the Corrupt Path. That charge was something he wouldn't be able to bear, and was something that would result in the destruction of the entire family. The reason the matter with setting up Long Chen had drawn the vice sect master's fury was because the Corrupt Path had ended up participating. If that was the case, then it was completely different from an internal struggle. If they hadn't pushed all the blame onto the Hue family, his Zhou family really wouldn't have been able to bear the consequences. Ha, Brother Tianyi, you're too sensitive. My meaning was that I think you must like to gather information. It must be hard on you, laughed Shui Yunkang. But anyone with ears could hear he was intentionally mocking Zhou Tianyi for colluding with the Corrupt Path to set up Long Chen. Although this matter had been backed by the Hue family, they were unable to escape that stain. Everyone present was a wily old fox. Zhou Tianyi didn't get angry. If he did get angry, that would put him in a disadvantageous position. He had long since gotten used to this kind of verbal sparring. Haha, I truly did investigate this matter. After all, this was my Zhou family's mistake. We gave birth to degenerate disciples that were swayed by others into doing something foolish. As the family head, I naturally share some of that blame, so I looked deeply into this matter in order to get justice for Long Chen. Otherwise, how would I face these disciples? Zhou Tianyi sighed with shame. It was regretful that Long Chen wasn't close enough. If he were to hear this, he would probably have to prostrate himself toward him in admiration. He would definitely have to ask, just how did you manage to make your face this thick? But these old fellows were all capable of committing shameful and shameless acts without batting an eye. Xuanhuan had her eyes closed, but her mouth was curled in a mocking smile. She didn't want to speak. She didn't want to participate in this kind of hypocritical fight of words. As for why she didn't open her eyes, it was because she was afraid of puking upon seeing their faces. Brother Tianyi truly is a person of unquestionable integrity and character, a model for all of us, praised Xu Yunkang. But when others heard it, it somehow sounded mocking. I wouldn't dare to accept such praise, but I do feel like it would simply be the right thing for everyone to know the facts. What do you say, monastery head Shui? Zhou Tianyi looked at Shui Wuhan. Upon seeing this, Shui Yunkang frowned slightly, but he didn't say anything in the end. He was still angry with Shui Wuhan. This child was too disobedient. When it came to seniority, Shui Wuhan should call him uncle. But because of the matter with Long Chen, she had even gone against this uncle of hers, causing him to lose face. And when the time came for her to get the compensation, she didn't even consider backing the family. As for the Zhou family, they were truly brilliant. They had intentionally handed the compensation to Shui Wuhan in order to incite internal strife amongst the Shui family. The results were exactly what Zhou Tianyi wanted. Due to Long Chen's death, he had paid a great deal of compensation. But this compensation had been used to incite disharmony with Shui Wuhan and the rest of the Shui family. That had been a brilliant move. But now Long Chen had reappeared, and he felt like he had been duped, as if he had been the one to fall for the Shui family's trap. He even suspected that the disharmony in the Shui family was just an act they were putting on for him to see. What are you talking about? Shui Wuhan slowly opened her eyes, but she didn't look at Zhou Tianyi. She didn't want to look at that glaring bald head. Looking at that oily thing was nauseating. Of course I'm talking about Long Chen. How did he manage to survive? So many people died and he's the only survivor. I hope monastery head Shui can explain it to me with a bit of detail and flair. We're all very curious, said Zhou Tianyi. But his words were clearly a trap. That was especially true about asking her to explain it with flair. It was clearly saying that he hoped for her to come up with a good lie without any holes. It was extremely forceful. However, when such words came from these old fellows' mouths, they always sounded too amiable, making a person think it was just a normal conversation. But in truth, their words all contained hidden blades designed to infuriate their opponents and create holes in their mental states. This skill was essential to a family head. Long Chen said that when he encountered the heavenly punishment, the ground split apart and he directly jumped in. Then the ground closed behind him, and that's how he dodged the heavenly tribulation. After that, he spent the next few months digging a tunnel to get out. That's why he almost missed the trial, said Shui Wuhan. In truth, she was inventing absolute nonsense. That was a skill she had learned from Long Chen. She felt like after being in contact with Long Chen for so long, her own character had changed. Now she could babble wildly without batting an eye. He spent several months digging a tunnel. Naturally, no one believed it. Yes, Long Chen said that he turned stupid from terror at the time and that he accidentally dug downward. It was only after digging for several months that he realized his mistake and dug the other direction, allowing him to once more see the sun, said Shui Wuhan. What nonsense, raged Zhou Tianyi. She was clearly simply messing with them. No matter how stupid a person was, how could they possibly confuse up and down? If it was just mistaking north, east, south, and west, that was one thing. But no one could possibly be that stupid. I also felt it was nonsense. So if you want to know the truth, if you want more details, if you want more flair, you should go ask Long Chen. He'll definitely give you a satisfactory response. Shui Wuhan smiled. With Long Chen's character, he could make them choke to death with just a single sentence. Shui Wuhan was filled with anticipation. With Long Chen's ability to infuriate others, would he anger these fellows to their deaths when they encountered each other? She even had an urge to call Long Chen over and ask him about this matter right now. Just at this moment, a figure appeared in the sky, and everyone's mouths immediately shut. They hastily stood and bowed. Greetings, Vice-Sect Master. Zhou Tianyi. Chinese letter Zhou is just a surname, and Tianyi means heaven's will. Shui Yunkang. Chinese letter Shui equals water, Yun equals cloud, Kong equals smart. Chengfeng Chinese letter equals song. Chengfeng equals ride the wind or take advantage of an opportunity. No name is given for the Wang family head. Wang Chinese letter equals king, but this is also an extremely common surname. Chapter 709 Xuanhuan C. The person who had come was the vice sect master. Following his arrival, the somewhat noisy plaza immediately became silent. The vice sect master's gaze roved around everyone. It's time. The Xuanhuan Dao sect's martial trial will soon begin. But before that, let me warn you all. This trial is a huge opportunity for all of you. Cherish it properly. Long Chen's heart shook. Xuanhuan had also emphasized that this was an opportunity, the greatest benefit the Xuanhuan Dao sect bestowed on its disciples, but she hadn't directly said what it was. The vice sect master slowly formed a hand seal, and space began to tremble intensely. Long Chen saw the hundreds of huge stone pillars around the plaza light up with runes. The scene around him instantly changed. This is a formation. Long Chen was shocked. The entire plaza had actually been an enormous transportation formation. The sky became dusky, and the blazing sun had completely disappeared. They appeared on the edge of a huge basin. This basin had a diameter of tens of thousands of miles. The land was a shiny rock that looked as if it had been meticulously polished. It actually looked like a huge wok. What was this for? Were they supposed to cook some kind of giant stir-fry here? This is the first part of the trial, the Xuanhuan Sea, announced the vice sect master from midair. See, the disciples were all flabbergasted. Where was the sea? Rumble. Suddenly, heaven and earth began to tremble. Everyone hastily looked toward the basin, only to see a huge whirlpool appear. A terrifying pressure caused their hearts to tremble. The whirlpool grew larger and larger. Endless astral winds crazily billowed out like ocean waves. Even from the edge, they felt like it was hard to breathe. They involuntarily retreated a few steps. This wind, Long Chen's heart shook. Now you understand why this is called the Xuanhuan Sea. The Xuanhuan Dao sect's trial isn't taking place just here. The eastern wasteland, western desert, southern sea, and northern sources branch sects are all undergoing the trial at the same time. The time between martial gatherings differs each time. It is decided by the head sect in the central plains. Sometimes it will only happen once every 10 years. Sometimes it will happen once every 50 years. The fact that you coincided with it this time is your luck. This trial is only open to Xuanhuan disciples. As for what the benefits are, according to the rules, you'll have to experience and test it out for yourselves. This isn't because we don't want to tell you, but because this trial is too miraculous. Each person will obtain different things, and for us to try to guide you based on other people's standards would only harm you. So in this trial, you'll have to grope around yourselves. As for what benefits you can obtain, it'll be up to your luck. The whirlpool at the basin grew larger as the vice sect master spoke. The wind was like a tide. It truly appeared like a vast sea. Long Chen, this tide contains endless wind energy. It's a priceless treasure to me. Tang Wan'er pulled on Long Chen's hand excitedly. This tide contains the will of the sword Dao. I can sense a majestic sword intent within it that is of great assistance to me, said Yue Zifeng. The others were also extremely excited. They could all sense things for themselves, but Long Chen was startled. Why couldn't he sense anything? After another hour, everyone saw that the tide had become extremely clear. Furthermore, it was now split into different colors. The outer region was white, and then it was blue, red, and then the very core was violet. Gradually, the wind transformed into sea waves. However, this sea wasn't made of water but wind. Everyone finally understood how the glossy ground had come about. All right, the Xuanhuan Sea has formed. You can choose for yourselves what region of the sea you want to stay in, announced the vice sect master. Following his words, several people immediately went in to take a path. But they had only just entered when they were blown back by the wild winds. Those who were stronger merely vomited a mouthful of blood, while those that were weaker directly fainted. With their intelligence, it really is amazing they're still alive, sighed Long Chen. Long Chen really wondered how these people had managed to reach this level of cultivation. One of those people had actually put on a dashing posture of diving into water, as if these waves were ordinary waves. As a result, just by trying to enter the edge of the whirlpool, he almost directly blew apart. People sympathized, but they were also speechless. As for the vice sect master and the other experts, they simply watched without the slightest emotion. Most likely, They had held this trial so many times that they had long since grown indifferent to this situation. Following a few dozen unlucky fellows who paid a miserable price, the others became smarter and entered the waves carefully. As soon as they entered, quite a few people's expressions changed. These waves contained a powerful pressure that was exerting a constant force on their bodies, making it feel like the waves were trying to tear them apart. Just carefully entering little by little took everything they had. They couldn't help feeling admiration for those brave warriors who had tested it just now for them. The people who managed to enter all had expressions of delight. It was obvious they had to be obtaining great benefits right now. Following the first few people, the others no longer hesitated. Some experts even forced their way past the pressure and rushed in. That was because the deeper they went, the greater the pressure and the greater the benefits. Let's go to. Long Chen led the 36th Super Monastery's disciples into the basin. When the waves landed on his body, he finally understood why those people were all so excited. Within these waves were all the various energies of heaven and earth. Xuanhuan and Lei Long almost charged out on their own. Don't fuss, I'll help you absorb it as much as possible. Long Chen hastily tried to control them. If they charged out, they would be too frightening, especially Lei Long. During the tribulation last time, Lei Long had absorbed all the human-shaped lightnings. Its strength had reached a level that even Long Chen found terrifying. Although Xuanhuan had beast flames to absorb energy from compared to Lei Long, the difference was immense. There was no way around it. Lei Long had had far too much food to consume. To compare, Lei Long had eaten meat, while Xuanhuan was consuming tree bark and grass. One was so fat that oil was about to come out of it, while the other was skin and bones. They were not on the same level. "What dense wind energy!" exclaimed Tang Wanner. Long Chen knew that this sea contained endless benefits, and the deeper you went, the greater the benefits. Even cultivators without an element could use the energy here to temper the physical body, stabilize the foundation, and comprehend the heavenly Tao's. Xuanhuan had been entirely correct when she said that this was an immense opportunity. This kind of opportunity was something only an enormous existence like the Xuanhuan Tao sect had the qualifications to give. This was the power of a huge sect, power that other sects could never hope to obtain. Heavens, awakens has already reached the blue region. The Xuanhuan Sea's outer region took up tens of thousands of miles, while the core region was only a few hundred miles. That core was the violet region. Outside the core region was a red region. This region was 3,000 miles wide. Then there was the blue region, which was 10,000 miles wide. The rest was the white region. This was the largest region, and it was because it was all white that it looked more like coastal waters. This was the weakest region. However, for these people, going through this white region would require pausing every now and then in order to adjust to the new pressure. Only then could they continue. Long Chen raised his head to see a back with a sword on it in the distance. That figure had just charged into the blue region. How fast! His movement technique seems extremely powerful, and Long Chen's heart suddenly shook. That figure was like a shadow as it advanced, completely ignoring this terrifying pressure. It was like he himself was a sword cutting through the resistance. What a powerful sword intent! It has already condensed into a solid state, praised Yue Zifeng as he looked at that figure. There's no need to be envious. He's not your target. Long Chen patted Yue Zifeng on the shoulder. Yue Zifeng nodded. He understood what Long Chen meant. Since he followed Long Chen, then any powerful opponents were only there for him to surpass. While he had been shaken by Yue Qianshen's power just now, he immediately returned to his calm and confident state. Zhao Wuji has also gotten through. Shui Guanjie as well. Oh, Zhang Wuyan refuses to fall behind. They truly are worthy of being the four heavenly geniuses. Some disciples couldn't help praising them, as they were filled with worship. The ordinary disciples hadn't even advanced 3,000 miles into the white region, but the heavenly geniuses had already charged into the blue region. That was a show of their power. Long Chen, how about you go as well? I can lead the others, said Tang Wanner. She knew that if Long Chen were to charge forward as well, he definitely wouldn't be any lacking compared to them. It was just that he was looking after the others. What's the point of competing with a bunch of children? Let's just slowly continue forward. I've long since surpassed the age of wanting to show off like that. Long Chen shook his head. If you put it like that, you'll seem just like those old fossils up there, laughed Tang Wanner. Foolish girl, they can hear everything that's happening here. Don't you see the formation around them? That's to observe us, warned Long Chen. There was no way that anything happening here could escape their eyes. But it was already too late. Long Chen saw that the family head's expressions grew ugly. The vice sect master's expression became a bit odd as well, while Xuanhuan had an expression between laughter and tears. Xuanhuan stuck out her tongue and nervously asked, "What should I do?" "It's fine. Saying that I'm like those old fossils is praising them. They should feel happy about it, not offended. I'm sure big figures like them are very magnanimous or they would have wasted all their years. Let's keep going." Long Chen didn't particularly care. In any case, the vice sect master at least appeared slightly younger than the family heads. It was fine as long as they didn't offend him. Chapter 710, The Mysterious Tide. Monastery head Shui, your disciples really are courteous. You really brought them up well. Zhou Tianyi turned to look at Xuanhuan. With the formation here, everything happening within the Xuanhuan Sea was being broadcast in front of them. They could clearly see and hear everything. This way they could get a clear read of every disciple's true potential. So Tang Wan'er's words were heard by all of them, and many of them felt displeased. Most of these people were extremely old. But most of them didn't say anything. When it came to being old, the four at the front took the prize. Even the vice sect master only appeared to be in his 50s or 60s. In truth, they could sacrifice some of their longevity to make themselves appear more youthful, but none of them were willing. As for the vice sect master, he could make himself appear younger just by circulating his energy. But he didn't do so because then it would make him seem like he had no experience, as if he was just a junior. The vice sect master was a foundation forging expert. He made it so he appeared to be in his 50s. If it weren't for his white hair, others might even think he was only in his 40s. So although they were all old, they hadn't reached the level of being fossils. The only ones that could receive that resounding title were the four family heads. Only they had those qualifications. That was why it was the four family heads that were offended. Shui Yunкang couldn't say anything since this disciple was technically on his side, while the Wang and family heads didn't say anything, as quibbling with a junior was a loss of status. However, Zhou Tianyi wouldn't give up any chance to target the Shui family, so he immediately made it difficult on them, saying that Long Chen had no upbringing, which insinuated the Shui family hadn't raised him properly. Shui Yunкang was caught in a difficult position. Although he was dissatisfied with Xuanhuan, this wasn't targeting her, but the entire Shui family. He decided to open his mouth and say, "An old person should act like a senior. If a senior quibbled with a child over a slip of the tongue, it would be unworthy of their age." His words were even more vicious, directly saying that Zhou Tianyi was acting like a child. Zhou Tianyi's expression sank. This slap had been a bit too much, and he was clearly just twisting words. Suddenly the vice sect master interrupted, "Everyone here is old. Don't argue about such senseless questions. The world is constantly changing and the era is constantly advancing. People grow old. This is the law of all things. The cycle of the heavenly Taos is something no one can resist. This world will always be the world of the young. Don't use our standards for ourselves to judge the world of youngsters. The only thing we have to give to our disciples is an environment to make it as convenient for them as possible. As for how they choose to grow, we don't need to interfere. According to my experience, if we try to raise them into our ideal disciples, then their accomplishments will never surpass ours. A blood condensation master will only be able to raise a blood condensation disciple. It will be impossible to raise a king. So giving youngsters some space and giving them room to make their own decisions is the only way for them to grow to their peak. The nonsense your four families do when you're bored is something I can't be bothered to deal with. But don't let that nonsense affect our Xuanhuan Dao sect's development. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. I can always report to the head sect that certain families should be abolished. We've all coexisted for so many years. I don't want us to reach a point of either you die or I die. You can fight amongst yourselves, but don't go too far." Everyone's hearts shook. The vice sect master rarely spoke, but now he had suddenly said so much. Furthermore, it was such a severe warning. That was very rare. "We understand," the four family heads hastily bowed. The vice sect master nodded. "This time, our branch sect has given rise to four heavenly geniuses, and even an unexpected fellow like Long Chen has joined in. This is our branch sect's most flourishing period in the last few millennia. Perhaps our branch sect will finally be able to shine during the immemorial pathway, increasing the prestige of our Xuanhuan Dao sect. Even the sect master views the immemorial pathway as extremely important, So this is me warning you not to go overboard. It would be best for us not to stick our hands in a struggle between children. If you really feel like you can't hold back, bind your hand to your leg, or don't blame me for the consequences. The sect master. Everyone let out a startled cry. The sect master had always been a mysterious existence. Even the four family heads had never seen this sect master. It was unexpected that the sect master would be paying attention to the trial this time. They knew the vice sect master wasn't trying to scare them. The sect master had to have intentionally told him to say this. If someone dared to cause trouble now, they really would be asking to die. There's no need to encourage the struggle between the youngsters, but there's also no need to intentionally resolve it. Each person has their own fate, so let them do as they please, said the vice sect master. Understood, everyone hastily responded. They all understood that for him to give such a solemn warning, this matter was probably bigger than they had imagined. But why? Was the sect master personally watching? During this exchange of words, Long Chen had been leading everyone from the 36th super monastery into the Xuanhuan Sea. Although they didn't travel quickly, they kept their speed constant. They never took a break, so they still advanced rapidly. They arrived right before the blue zone in just 2 hours. The pressure was even greater here, and some of the ordinary disciples turned pale, almost unable to endure it. But the Dragonblood warriors' expressions didn't change. This pressure couldn't count as anything. They had endured far worse during their terrifying heavenly tribulation. However, the other disciples from their super monastery were unable to endure it. They were just ordinary disciples, and originally, they shouldn't have been able to advance this far so quickly. It was only because Long Chen was at the very front. A portion of the pressure was blocked by him, and then behind him were the Dragonblood warriors who blocked another portion of the pressure. That was the only reason why they managed to reach this point. Currently, the ordinary Xiantian disciples were still near the edge of the Xuanhuan Sea and slowly advancing. That was because each super monastery's expert had long since rushed off, using their greatest speed to reach their limit, who would waste their time helping others. The only super monastery that was advancing as a group was the 36th super monastery. That flabbergasted quite a few people, but it also made them feel admiration for Long Chen. News that Long Chen and Zhao Wuji had exchanged blows without either side taking the advantage had already spread. Everyone in the Xuanhuan Dao sect knew Long Chen's name now. Many people thought that even if he wasn't on the same level as the four heavenly geniuses, he should at least have some ability to fight them. That was already very amazing. Most importantly, Long Chen was not even a celestial. Now seeing Long Chen actually looking after others while the other super monasteries' experts rushed off on their own, it was deeply moving. At the same time, many people felt envious of the 36th super monastery's disciples. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, we can't endure it any longer. You should continue onwards with the others. Don't bother with us, said one of the ordinary disciples. Long Chen looked back at that person. Don't be so pessimistic. This is not your limit. If you want to become an expert, you have to force yourself to your breaking point. The benefits here surpass your imagination, and if you miss this opportunity, you'll never get it again. You're all people who have drunk and eaten at the same table as me, so don't embarrass me. Keep quiet and follow closely. These people were extremely moved. Long Chen didn't have much of a relationship with them, but to look after them, he had actually given up his chance to compete with the heavenly geniuses. Long Chen was the first to enter the blue zone. As soon as he entered, he felt the tide's strength multiply by 10 times. Following him, the other Dragonblood warriors also entered. Their bodies trembled, but they quickly adapted. That startled the four families' experts. Currently, the only ones that had managed to enter the blue zone were celestials. There had yet to be ordinary disciples who had entered. Even celestials would feel quite a bit of pressure, but the Dragonblood warriors adapted so quickly. Monastery head Shui, you've really hidden your blade well. Oh, the vice sect master suddenly turned to look at Xuanhuan. His slight shock became disbelief. Vice sect master overpraises me, Xuanhuan smiled. From Xuanhuan's smile, the vice sect master seemed to understand something. He nodded and continued watching. The others were confused by this. What was the meaning behind this strange exchange? But the vice sect master didn't say more, and Xuanhuan didn't even look at them. They could only mull over this question inside. The 36th super monastery's ordinary disciples immediately vomited blood upon entering the blue zone. They felt like their bodies were being torn apart. Don't be afraid. Once you endure this first wave, you'll be able to cultivate here. Long Chen paused and had the dragon blood warriors spread out in order to help these people block the pressure. This pressure was coming from the center of the sea, so they were able to block quite a bit of it. An incense stick's worth of time later, these people finally managed to endure it on their own. The hardest part about entering the blue zone was enduring the first wave. As soon as you entered, the power multiplied, and if you weren't able to bear it, you would be sent flying. If you were careless, then you would follow the tide all the way to the shore and have to start all over. Although these people were now pale and somewhat tottering, they were able to keep themselves stable in this place. They wouldn't be blown back. This place is your current limit. Cultivate here. Brothers, let's keep going. Long Chen waved his hand to the dragon blood warriors and rushed forward. Chapter 711, Red Zone. Tang Wanner closely followed Long Chen while holding Meng Qi's hand. As a sole cultivator, Meng Qi's constitution was extremely weak, but Tang Wanner was like a fish in water here, and she helped Meng Qi block most of the pressure. Seeing Long Chen rush forward, the dragon blood warriors also quickened their steps. With Long Chen as the tip, they were like a huge arrow shooting through the sea. The 36th Super Monastery's disciples all jumped in shock upon seeing this speed. To them, this powerful current might blow them away as soon as they were the slightest bit careless. But Long Chen and the others went against the tide as quick as lightning, as if they didn't feel any pressure at all. Even the distant experts were shocked. The fact that Long Chen could go against the tide like this wasn't surprising. After all, they knew he was powerful enough to fight against Zhao Wuji. But other than Meng Qi and Tang Wanner, the others were just ordinary Xiantian disciples. How could they also be strong enough to resist such a powerful pressure? This pressure was not just physical pressure. It was a comprehensive pressure composed of multiple facets. It included a pressure to their wills and also a kind of law. That was why they were so shocked. It seems monastery head Shui truly spared no effort to nurture her disciples. You've created such a powerful group, said Zhou Tianyi. He was irritated. His Zhou family had paid such a huge amount of resources to her. Now seeing the Dragon Blood Warriors display, he immediately connected it to that compensation he had paid. Shui Wuhan smiled indifferently. It's all thanks to family head Zhou. If it weren't for your selfless support, they probably wouldn't be able to advance so quickly. She sneered inside. How did this old fox become so stupid now? Hadn't he just stuck out his face to be slapped? Haha, that's fine. Any super monastery's disciples should get resources. It's just that I've heard that these people have called themselves the Dragon Blood Legion and only listened to Long Chen. After enjoying everything the Xuanhuan Dao sect has given them, they actually want to form a private group and separate from the sect. Don't you think that's going a bit too far? Zhou Tianyi laughed, extremely pleased. Shui Wuhan's expression changed. Old foxes truly were wily. All of their words contained traps. He had intentionally brought up this matter in front of the vice sect master. According to reason, the Xuanhuan Dao sect's disciples all had to listen to the sect's orders. It was not permitted to create private powers. Now Shui Wuhan had no reply. But it was vice sect master who suddenly said, I've previously said that the matters of the junior generation are things us old fellows shouldn't interfere in. Zhou Tianyi, has your memory degenerated from old age? His expression was somewhat dark, and his tone was extremely discourteous. Zhou Tianyi was immediately stuck in a hard position, unable to reply. Private groups, your Shui, Zhou, and Wang families all control 9 super monasteries. Don't those count as private groups? Should I tell the sect master that you want me to disband your 4 families? The vice sect master's voice was icy. Zhou Tianyi was dumbfounded. How was the vice sect master so rude to him today? This was clearly a slap in the face. I've never said anything about your 4 families, open and hidden fights. Because of that, did you really think I'm an idiot and didn't see any of it? Struggle is an important aspect of a sect's development. Of course, it's impossible to guarantee that all struggles will have a positive effect. So as long as your little fights didn't affect the Xuanhuan Dao sect's development, no one was bored enough to say anything to you. But Zhou Tianyi, I'm sure you're the most aware of what you've done. Although that matter has passed, it doesn't mean it didn't happen. If you dare to try something like that again, I guarantee I will be the first to bring my blade down on your Zhou family. Understood? The vice sect master's final words caused Zhou Tianyi to tremble. He and the other family heads were shocked. They had always thought that their fights had remained hidden from the higher-ups. However, it wasn't that they didn't know. In fact, They were probably even clearer about what was going on than them. The truth was that they simply couldn't be bothered with them. But if they really ended up causing damage to the Xuanhuan Dao sect, then the merciless butcher's knife would immediately fall. Xuanhuan hadn't expected that the vice sect master would defend her so much today. She couldn't help sighing inside. If people wanted the authority to speak, then they truly did need power. She knew that the vice sect master was looking after her because he had sensed the change in her. After all, he was a foundation forging expert. This was the importance of power. Compared to someone in charge of 9 super monasteries, a foundation forging expert was even more important. An administrator could be replaced with any somewhat powerful family, but a foundation forging expert was too hard to come by. It was laughable how these people spent all day scheming against each other. Even when they were sleeping, they were pondering the best way to suppress their opponents. They had forgotten their status. A martial cultivator had to focus on getting stronger. In front of absolute strength, any schemes were useless. "How fast? Long Chen's about to reach the red zone," said one of the Shui family's monastery heads. Everyone looked over. While they had been talking, Long Chen had already led his people to the border of the red zone. By now, there were quite a few outstanding disciples who had managed to enter the blue zone. But currently, only Celestials had managed to enter the red zone. No matter how outstanding the disciple, no matter how great their talent, no matter how high their cultivation base, all the non-Celestials were stuck outside the red zone. Some unconvinced people had tried charging in, but as a result, they had been sent flying by the terrifying tide. They had been like shooting stars and directly blown to the furthest edge of the sea. They hadn't even been able to stop midway and had been injured. Even in the blue zone, the tide grew stronger as you advanced. At the border of the red zone, the pressure of the tide was tens of times greater than where they had entered the blue zone. Even the powerful dragon-blood warriors were somewhat unable to endure it. They felt like their bones were about to be crushed. "Stay here, I'll test it." Long Chen took the final step into the red zone. As soon as he did, a terrifying pressure caused his foot to sink. He felt like he was pressing into a spring, and that spring was about to shoot him back. Furthermore, a powerful force descended from above. It was like a mountain had smashed into him. HMPH. Long Chen snorted and his spiritual yuan circulated, resisting these two different forces. He immediately felt much more relaxed. These forces were too strange. Most likely, the people who had tried barging in hadn't even understood what was happening before being blown back. Only Celestials could rely on the energy of their heavenly Dao runes to resist the first impact. Long Chen looked forward and saw 27 Celestials. They were only a few miles ahead. They had long since entered the deeper part of the red zone where the pressure had grown to a terrifying point. However, they found out that the greater the pressure, the greater the benefits would be. Whether it was the tempering of their physical bodies, the comprehension of their elemental attributes, or the increase in their realms, the effect would multiply. So everyone was doing their best to charge as deep into the sea as possible. At the front of these Celestials, Long Chen saw 4 figures. Those were the so-called 4 heavenly geniuses. Currently, they had already reached the border of the core violet zone where a huge whirlpool could be seen. The 4 of them had all paused at the border. Most likely, they felt the pressure was too great, and it would be too difficult to enter without adjusting themselves first. Long Chen returned to the blue zone. He said, "When you enter the red zone, you will encounter 2 different kinds of forces. The pressure will multiply by around 15 to 17 times. The Dragon-blood warriors' expressions all changed. They already felt that the pressure here was their limit. If it immediately increased by over 10 times, wouldn't they be crushed flat? Don't worry, you won't die. But once you enter, you'll probably be sent into a half-dead state. However, it'll all be worth it. The bitterness you suffer now is so you can survive on the battlefields in the future. It's so you can protect the things in your heart. I could directly pull you in with my power, but I won't do that. You'll have to enter on your own. This isn't just a competition of force, but a competition against your own will. I could help you once, but I won't be able to help you for a lifetime. You'll have to rely on yourselves. So brothers, think about your motivation. On the battlefield, if you see your brothers die to the enemy's merciless blades, will you feel regret? Regret that you weren't strong enough? If you would, then don't hesitate now. Grab hold of this chance to carve out all your potential and advance into the red zone," said Long Chen. The Dragon-blood warriors looked at each other. A heaven-shaking battle intent soared out of them. They were people who had slaughtered out a path of blood with Long Chen. In the first righteous and corrupt battle they had experienced, many of those brothers that had eaten, drunk, and laughed with them had fallen one by one. Some had died right beside them while they had been powerless to save them. When they thought back about it now, it felt like it had only happened yesterday. So just a few words from Long Chen immediately brought out all their thirst. They thirsted for power. Only with power could they protect the things most important to them. Gu Yang was the first to charge into the red zone. He had only just entered when he let out a furious roar, and his ancestral mark lit upon his forehead. His fierce aura erupted. He wasn't blown back. The distant spectators all let out a startled cry.